Chapter 1 Betrayal. In the peach blossom courtyard, the morning light streamed through the intricately carved window panes, casting a mosaic of delicate patterns upon the azure. Brick floor. The interior was adorned with opulence. In the center, a pearwood bed gleamed softly in the dawn, its surface embellished with peony vine motifs. A moon-white silk canopy draped down, and amidst the colorful clouds embroidered upon it, several celestial cranes appeared poised for flight there. Silver thread wings seemed to quiver subtly with the shifting light. 12 maids stood in hushed reverence, each holding a gilded copper basin from which steam wafted upwards, their brocade garments shimmering like flowing water under the weight of the trays. A tremulous murmur emanated from within the canopy. Xiaoling was about to step forward when she was unexpectedly jostled by a figure that intruded from the side. Xiaowei, seizing the moment, pulled aside the curtain, her face adorned with a saccharine smile. "Miss, you are finally awake." "I." Smack! A resounding slap echoed through the chamber. As Xiaowei fell to the ground, her newly acquired silver hairpin clattered far away. She cupped her face and looked up, only to meet Muzhua's gaze, which burned with a smoldering intensity. Those eyes bore the chilling demeanor of one gazing upon a corpse. The room fell into an eerie silence. The hot water in the basin continued to rise in wisps of vapor, yet no one dared to stir. Xiaoling noticed the tension in the fingertips of her mistress, which trembled slightly, the palms distinctly flushed. "Miss, have you been haunted by a nightmare? Look at your palm. It's all red." Breaking the stillness, Xiaoling dipped her fingertips into a soothing balm and gently applied it to her mistress' reddened skin. The cool ointment, imbued with a faint plum fragrance, melted into a refreshing sensation within her palm. And Zhuohua fixed her gaze upon the trembling Xiaowei, and a metallic taste surged in her throat. She vividly recalled that in her previous life, as her breath faded, it was this very face that bore a similarly sweet smile, while administering poison without a trace left behind. A nightmare? Yet why did the life within that dream feel so tangible, so vividly real that she could still sense the chilling grasp of death, the fury of betrayal, and the anguish of deception? Seeing her mistress lost in thought, Xiaoling assumed she remained ensnared in her nightmare. Thus, she softened her voice. "Miss, born of noble lineage, why must you sully your hands? If His Highness were to discover you were harmed by a lowly servant, it would surely distress him." She paused for a moment, jesting. At that time, it seems the entire peach blossom courtyard would find themselves in dire straits. His Highness? A shiver ran through Muzhua's fingertips, and a trace of coldness flickered in her eyes. In the dream, that childhood companion, her princely brother, had held her hand and vowed earnestly, "Zhuohua, once I unify the realm, I shall take the kingdom as my betrothal gift, and welcome you as my consort." Yet in the blink of an eye, he had sent her off to the Zhuohua Empire to fulfill a political marriage. Merely a year into her distant marriage, he wed Liyun, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor, amidst a lavish procession of 1,000 red bridal gifts. As for the present Kowish, slowly raised her gaze, her eyes slicing through the obsequious countenance. In her past life, it was this wretched maid who daily delivered messages to Liyun, ultimately pouring the poisoned wine down her throat. Xiaoling, her voice was soft, tinged with weariness. "What day is it today? I seem to have dreamt too deeply," blurring the lines of reality. Seeing that the young lady remained composed, Xiaowei assumed that the earlier slap was merely a figment of her imagination, and her courage swelled once more. With a glint in her eye, she approached with a smile. "Miss, today is the 6th day of the 3rd month. In just 2 days, it will be the birthday of Prime Minister Jia. Miss Jia has sent an invitation, requesting your presence at the banquet." As she spoke, she straightened her posture, her face adorned with a flattering expression, as if the earlier incident had never transpired. Zhuohua lowered her gaze, her fingers leisurely twirling a strand of hair, a faint, elusive smile gracing her lips. "The slap from earlier has left my hand aching," she remarked lightly, though her gaze was chillingly cold. Yet some individuals not only lack memory, but also possess an excess of chatter. She lifted her eyes, finally resting her gaze upon Xiaowei's face, her lips curling slightly. "Xiaoling, sever her tongue, her incessant noise is irksome." The room fell into a profound silence. The maids turned pale, their breath stilled. Xiaowei stood frozen, her smile fracturing inch by inch. Stammering, she said, "Miss, What are you? Kailing's eyes sharpened, and without hesitation, she called out, "Bring her here." Two burly guards entered in response, heads lowered, unwilling to glance toward the bed. "Xiaohui has offended the young lady with her words," Xiaoling stated coldly. "Take her away and sever her tongue." "No, miss. Spare me, please." It dawned on Xiaohui, tears streaming down her face, her forehead hitting the ground heavily. "I realize my mistake. I shall never dare again. I beg for your mercy." Muzua's expression remained indifferent, her fingers still meticulously combing her hair, not even raising her eyelids. The guards acted swiftly. One covered Qiaohui's mouth while the other restrained her arms, dragging her out like a lifeless dog. Her cries abruptly ceased, leaving only a disordered trail on the carpet. The room was enveloped in silence. The maids held their breaths, the sound of fabric brushing barely audible, but a few quick-witted ones hastily spread the carpet crafted from the finest snow fox fur, its color pure, white, and flawless. It felt as though one were treading on clouds. Zhuohua stepped barefoot onto the carpet, her toes sinking into the soft fur. This carpet had been a gift from Xiao Junyi. That year, in her folly, she had run barefoot to enjoy the coolness, only to succumb to a fever that would not relent. The young prince had ordered the hunting of 100 snow foxes overnight, transforming them into this carpet, which he personally laid in her chamber. The warmth of his fingertips seemed to linger within the fur, yet the one who had sworn to protect her for a lifetime ultimately cast her into the depths of despair. "Prepare for grooming," she said softly. The maids immediately sprang into action. Xiaoling stood to the side, holding a gilded mirror, reflecting a face of unparalleled beauty, her brows like distant mountains cloaked in mist, her eyes resembling autumn waters, touched by frost, her lips stained with crimson, and her skin radiantly smooth. Such beauty, not merely rare in the southern dynasties, was hard to find throughout the realm. Who in the capital did not envy the eldest daughter of the Mu family? Born a celestial being, of illustrious lineage, possessing both talent and grace, and cherished by the prince for a decade without falter. Everyone regarded her as heaven's favored child, yet little did they know that fate had already laid its traps during her most resplendent days. With a single imperial decree, her bridal procession transformed into a funeral march, and the vows exchanged with her childhood sweetheart turned into bitter poison. Until her last breath, she would remember the tear that fell from Xiao Junyi onto her wedding gown. How absurd it was if he intended to send her to her demise. Why feign sorrow? Today, where this hairpin, Zhuohua suddenly spoke, her fingertip pointing towards the phoenix blood jade hairpin at the very bottom of the makeup box and adornment that Xiao Junyi had personally placed in her hair during her comingafage ceremony. Kailing's hand trembled, nearly losing grip on the hairpin. It had been quite some time since the young lady had worn this pin. What could possibly warrant its reappearance today? In the copper mirror, the bowtie's lips curled into a faint smile, yet her eyes harbored the chill of millennia, her thoughts having already plunged into that long and harrowing dream. Was it truly merely a dream? Qiaohui's every word this morning regarding the birthday banquet of Prime Minister Jia echoed with uncanny precision in her memory. A shiver crept up her spine. "You may all leave," she said coolly once her grooming was complete. Xiaoling remained as the last maid closed the door behind her. Silence enveloped the room, broken only by the soft crackle of incense burning. Muzua's voice was as delicate as a wisp of smoke. "Xiaoling, that girl Qiaohui harbors ill intentions." Kailing's pupils constricted. Hadn't the young lady been quite fond of Qiaohui recently? Such harsh words today. But she swiftly composed herself, bowing respectfully. "This servant will take care of her immediately, to spare the young lattice eyes from such filth. There's no rush." Zhuohua suddenly lifted her gaze, her profound eyes reflecting in the mirror. "I am rather curious. How many other pairs of eyes are watching in this Taoyao courtyard?" Xiaoling inhaled sharply. Having served the young lady for a decade, she immediately grasped the weight of the implication. This servant will keep a vigilant watch in every corner. Should anyone dare to leak information, her voice laced with ice, I shall ensure they understand the price of betrayal. Chapter 2. The Crown Prince's Invitation. The gentle breeze of early spring swept through the peach blossom courtyard, causing a tree of crab apples to rustle softly. The emerald hem of the skirt swayed lightly upon the swing. "A little higher," murmured Zhuohua. Upon hearing this, Xiaoling tightened her grip, adding a touch more strength. As the swing arched, she caught glimpses of her mistress's profile flickering in the dappled light. Her eyes, usually glimmering with mirth, now clouded with an unshakable frost. Mississippi. Xiaoling lowered her voice. After dealing with Zhuohua yesterday, indeed, two rats could not restrain themselves. Her fingers tightened around the rope as her gaze followed the two figures that wound through the streets. Ultimately, her voice dipped further. They entered the corner gate of the Li residence. Zhuohua's knuckles turned white. The swing continued to sway. Yet she felt as though she had been frozen at its peak. Liang. She reaffirmed the reality of her dreams, her heart growing heavier with despair. When did Xiao Junyi and Li Yun become entwined? Reflecting on the matter of this marriage alliance, Zhuohua had initially believed it to be an unavoidable imperial decree. But the image of Li Yun reveling in triumph within her dreams, coupled with the words she uttered in her dying moments, pierced her heart deeply. It turned out that His Majesty of Ziyuan desired two candidates for the marriage. One was Zhuohua, and the other was Li Yun. What pained her most was that Xiao Junyi personally approached the emperor to seek permission to send her to Ziyuan for this alliance. The swing gradually came to a halt. Mississippi. A young servant hurried over, presenting a gilded invitation. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince invites you to dine at the Drunken Flower Pavilion at noon. Understood, she replied. Inside the top-tier Lian Pavilion of the Drunken Flower House, the scent of agarwood wafted gently. Xiao Junyi sat by the window, the daylight filtering through the intricately carved lattice, casting delicate patterns upon his moon-white brocade robe. His long fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, perfectly synchronized with the distant sound of the hourglass outside. As the door swung open, Xiao Junyi lifted his gaze, his smile momentarily frozen at the corners of his lips. Standing at the threshold was Zhuohua, clad in a smoky blue silk gown, her waist unyielding, and her almond-shaped eyes, usually filled with laughter, now veiled in an unrelenting frost. Wan. He instinctively rose, but noticed she had already seated herself. For the first time in 12 years. She entered their exclusive compartment, without rushing to call him Brother Crown Prince like she had in their childhood. The table was adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies. The crystal fish was sliced as thin as a cicada's wing, and the crab-stuffed oranges exuded the sweet fragrance of autumn, while a bowl of creamy snow still emanated warmth in the center. All prepared according to her tastes. Xiao Junyi lifted a sweet cup. Your favorite. Your Highness seems in high spirits today. May I inquire what brings you to seek my company? Xiao Junyi set down the sweet cup, the porcelain clinking crisply. About the maid you dealt with yesterday, merely a lowly servant. Zhuohua suddenly laughed lightly. You seem quite concerned, Your Highness. Xiao Junyi swallowed hard, aware that she was still upset over the marriage alliance. With a sigh, he moved to sit beside her once more, lifting the bowl of creamy snow, cooling it slightly before offering it to her lips. Only you linger in my heart. Soon, you shall embark on a journey to Ziyuan for a marriage alliance. At such a critical juncture, should ill tidings arise from your arbitrary punishment of the servants, even if you are indifferent to your own reputation, how could you bear to witness the tarnishing of Prime Minister Mu's name? Yet, the mere mention of marriage ignited a long-suppressed fury within Zhuohua. Without a moment's hesitation, she swept her hand violently. Xiao Junyi was taken aback by her intense reaction. The bowl of soup he held so steadily was sent crashing to the ground by her forceful gesture. With a resounding shatter, the bowl fractured, sending broth splattering everywhere. The hem of Xiao Junyi's robes was the first to bear the brunt, instantly soaked, while the soup cascaded down, drenching Zhuohua's shoes as well. Gazing at her soiled footwear, Zhuohua's delicate brows furrowed in distaste. Before Xiao Junyi could react to his own drenched attire, he heard her voice. Laced with irritation, it's all your fault. My shoes are dirty. A pang of softness struck Xiao Junyi's heart, and he bent down, lifting Zhuohua effortlessly into his arms. As he carried her through the embroidered screen adorned with flounders, she was momentarily transported back to last year's Lantern Festival, when he had held her in a similar manner amidst the city's radiant lights. Kneeling beside her, Xiao Junyi gently raised her wet foot, skillfully removing her embroidered shoe. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that her white sock bore a few stains from the broth, and he carefully peeled it off as well. Zhuohua's fair, Jade-like foot rested in his grasp as she looked down at the esteemed crown prince before her. His current attentiveness was merely a means to coax her into willingly journeying to Zhuohua for the marriage alliance, to relay information on his behalf. Unmoved, Zhuohua observed him lost in thought, a wave of revulsion washing over her. She felt that if she did not withdraw her foot soon, Xiao Juni might lean in to kiss it. Cursing inwardly, she commanded sharply, "Release me." Only then did Xiao Juni snap back to reality, his expression becoming inscrutable. At 12 years of age, he had first encountered the 5-year-old Zhuohua and found her enchanting, as if she were a celestial being descended from the heavens, capturing his heart in an instant. Initially, he regarded her as a beautiful pet, desiring to cradle and cherish her. Yet, through days of indulgence, he found himself ensnared by his own affections. As he lifted his gaze to meet Zhuohua's cold stare, he recognized that such an icy demeanor had emerged after their father's decree for her to marry, a decision he felt powerless to thwart. A tumult of emotions surged within him. Perhaps her anger stemmed from her concern for him, her reluctance to wed another. With this thought in mind, Xiao Juni relinquished his hold and rose to his feet. "I shall have someone bring you another pair of shoes," he declared, turning to exit the room. But just as he was about to step out, he heard Zhuohua call out behind him, "Crown Prince brother." Xiao Juni's body stiffened at the sound of the long-lost title elder brother prince. Ever since the imperial decree for a marriage alliance had been issued by the emperor a month prior, he had not heard it again. Must I truly go through with this marriage? A sharp pain pierced his heart. He did not turn around. His voice was hoarse as he replied, "It is the emperor's decree." With that, he quickened his pace and exited the inner chamber. Zhuohua watched Xiao Juni's retreating figure, her gaze filled with a deepening hatred and resolve. "Xiao Juni, this is your final chance. You attempt to manipulate me, to make me a traitor for the Southern Dynasty, paving the way for your ambition to unify the realm. But I already know the outcome. In the end, it will be Emperor Helian Xiao of Zhuohua who will unify the world. I shall go through with this marriage alliance, and not only will I proceed, but I shall also ensure that you and Li Yun pay the price." Chapter 3. Do you dare? In the illustrious Jia household, the Right Chancellor Jiaji celebrates his 60th birthday, hosting a grand banquet for officials, the interior ablaze with lights and the melodies of silk and bamboo resonating throughout. In a side hall, a group of young gentlemen sit in clusters, adorned in splendid garments, exuding charm and elegance. Their discourse revolves around the captivating romantic tales of the capital, as well as their recent acquisitions of rare treasures. Why has Miss Mu not yet arrived? One muses. I have long heard of her reputation as the most beautiful woman in the Southern Dynasty. I eagerly await the chance to behold her exquisite grace. Let not be in vain. Indeed, Miss Mu is soon to be wed to the Prince of Zhuohua. If we miss this opportunity, it may never come again. Another chimes in. The rivalry between the two chancellors is well known, despite the invitation extended to the left chancellor. There has been no word of his attendance. Young Master Zhou, I have heard that you have had the honor of meeting Miss Mu. Does she truly deserve the title of the Southern Dynasty's foremost beauty? With a knowing smile, young Master Zhou toys with his cup, seemingly lost in recollection of her beauty. Her delicate visage shines like the spring peach blossoms. Her graceful waist sways like the reeds in the breeze. Her starry eyes reflect the depths of tranquil pools. Her fair skin glistens like frost under the moonlight. Truly, she is an unparalleled beauty. At this, the audience's curiosity about Miss Mu intensifies, captivated by young Master Zhou's praise. Meanwhile, a group of noble young ladies sits together, absorbing the gentlemen's discussions, their hearts tinged with envy. Miss Mu hails from a prestigious family. The daughter of the left chancellor, blessed with innate beauty and a cherished bond with the crown prince, destined to be the future crown princess, if not the empress. Her status enviably elevated. Yet, fate is capricious. In 3 days, the stunning Miss Mu will depart to marry into the Zhuohua Empire, a union of alliance. Seated among the ladies, Jia Shuang speaks coldly. What does Miss Mu possess besides her looks that merits such admiration? Relying on the crown prince's favor, she is arrogant and overbearing. Enjoying the emperor's affection, she acts recklessly. Bolstered by her family's power, she looks down on others. Jia Shuang's lineage rivals that of Zhuohua. with her aunt being the emperor's most beloved concubine. In the capital, others may regard Mu Zhuohua with trepidation, but Jia Yingshuang feels no fear. With Mu Zhuohua's impending marriage to Ziyuan, Jia Yingshuang feels elated. The people of the Ziyuan Empire are known to be uncouth and savage. She deserves it. Yet the other ladies dare not speak ill of Miss Mu as openly as Jia Yingshuang. Beside her sits Li Yun, the granddaughter of the Grand Tutor Li Qingfeng. Clad in a delicate green silk skirt embroidered with pale, plum blossoms, she possesses an elegant beauty, albeit with a touch of pallor. Miss Mu is the recipient of countless affections. Her occasional pride is excusable. Her marriage is also for the stability of the Southern dynasty, a sense of duty that is commendable. With a sigh, she lamented, "It is a pity that such a breathtakingly beautiful woman must marry far away." Jia Yingshuang pouted and leaned closer to Li Yun, whispering, "You are simply too kind-hearted. Your grandfather is not only the emperor's mentor, but also the prince's. By all accounts, you and the prince share a childhood bond. Had it not been for Mu Zhuohua's seduction, the position of princess consort would undoubtedly belong to you." She let out a soft huff, her tone laced with a touch of schadenfreude. Now that Mu Zhuohua can no longer become the princess consort, perhaps in the future, that title may very well be yours. Li Yin furrowed her brow slightly and shook her head. "Do not speak such nonsense. The crown prince and Miss Mu are deeply in love. Their feelings for each other are profound. Now that this pair of lovers must part, they must be heartbroken, and I could never harbor such thoughts." Just as Jia Yingshuang was about to say something further, the previously lively surroundings fell into an unexpected silence. Mu Zhuohua, adorned in an exquisite lake blue chiffon gown, gracefully approached. The young ladies who had been chattering about her moments ago suddenly fell silent, their gazes fixed upon her, filled with admiration and awe, unable to look away. Her waist was remarkably slender, yet her bosom was ample, accentuating her proud curves, creating a striking yet harmonious contrast with her delicate form, a sight to behold. Her face was enchanting, particularly her autumnal eyes, bright and clear, exuding a naive innocence. Yet the slight upward tilt of her eyelids hinted at a wealth of charm, captivating all who met her gaze. As Mu Zhuohua stepped into the hall, bathed in the delicate glow of moonlight, her eyes locked onto the seat beside Jia Yingshuang, designated for her by the invitation, but now occupied. She approached, stating coolly, "Step aside." The timid girl jumped, as if startled, but Jia Yingshuang pressed her back into her seat. The music ceased abruptly, and dozens of gazes sparked in the air. "Miss Mu, what a commanding presence you have," Jia Yingshuang exclaimed, her voice rising. The banquet was set to begin at the third watch. Yet you have arrived at the hour of the pig. Are the customs of the Ziyuan barbarians such that we must all wait in vain? The final remark struck at Mu Zhuohua's most tender wound, as all in the hall were aware of her dissatisfaction with the marriage alliance. A ripple of hushed laughter echoed through the room. Suddenly, a resounding slap shattered the tension. Jia Yingshuang's golden hairpin flew across the hall. Mu Zhuohua shook her tingling wrist, a smile playing on her lips as she observed the imprint of her hand swiftly appearing on Jia Yingshuang's face. Consider this slap a lesson for Miss Jia on the true customs of Ziyuan. Jia Yingshuang covered her stinging left cheek, her eyes blazing with fury. "Mu Zhuohua, how dare you strike me? On what grounds?" With a playful smirk, Mu Zhuohua replied lightly, "Oh, I struck you simply because I wished to. Is a reason truly necessary?" She paused, her smile deepening, laced with a hint of unapologetic provocation. "However, since you inquired, it is simply that you are too conspicuous, which displeases me, and I acted out of frustration. After all, do they not often proclaim her to be arrogant and willful? Given this, she has indeed solidified that reputation today. What harm is there in that?" Jia Yingshuang trembled with rage, raising her hand to retaliate fiercely. Yet, just as her wrist ascended, Mu Zhuohua lightly lifted her gaze, regarding her with a smile that was not quite a smile. Her voice was cool and thin. "Tomorrow, I shall enter the palace to meet the emperor and discuss the dowry matters for the marriage alliance with Ziyuan." She slightly tilted her head, her fingertip touching her own cheek, her tone languid yet perilous. "Miss Jia, should that slap descend, It would strike the dignity of the southern dynasty. Do you dare? Chapter 4. Does it hurt? Jiang Shuang's hand hung in the air, her fingertips trembling slightly, yet she dared not let it fall. She glared at Mu Zhuohua's haughty face, resentment surging within her. But she had to grit her teeth and swallow it down. She understood better than anyone that she lacked the unbounded indulgence of her parents and the favoritism of the crown prince. If she truly struck that palm, the emperor would be enraged, and her father would be the first to punish her. In the midst of this stalemate, a sharp voice suddenly pierced the stagnant air. His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Everyone promptly knelt in reverence, and Jiang Shuang hurriedly withdrew her hand. Xiao Junyi strode into the side hall, the dark patterns on his black brocade robe shimmering in the candlelight, an unspoken pressure emanating from him. His gaze swept across the room, landing directly on Mu Zhuohua. Noticing her icy demeanor, his expression darkened. What is happening? Jiang Shuang's back broke out in cold sweat as she instinctively clutched the sleeve of Li Yun beside her, her eyes filled with panic. Li Yun timely cleared her throat, her voice soft and feeble. Your Highness. Miss Mu arrived a little late, so Sister Jia offered her seat to Miss Liu. Unexpectedly, in a fit of anger, Miss Mu, she slapped Sister Jia. After speaking, she covered her mouth and coughed delicately, her frail form swaying slightly, resembling someone who had suffered a great injustice. Mu Zhuohua cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Junyi, seeing his worry surface due to Li Yun's few gentle coughs. A sharp pang of hurt surged within her. How blind had she been in the past to not see that this pair had already developed feelings for each other, while she remained foolishly oblivious. Was Li Yun's fragile demeanor such that she could barely articulate a complete sentence? Just moments before, it was clearly Jiang Shuang who had humiliated her regarding the marriage alliance, and she had merely allowed her to experience the consequences of her reckless words. How had it transformed into her being unreasonable in Li Yun's account? Xiao Junyi's gaze turned icy, his eyes piercing through Jiang Shuang. Your Highness, please see clearly. Jiang Shuang's knees buckled, and she fell heavily to the ground. It was Miss Mu who arrived late and attempted to seize the seat. In my moment of desperation, Li Yun followed suit, gracefully bowing, her delicate figure swaying like a willow in the wind. Your Highness, since Miss Mu has already taught Sister Jia a lesson, perhaps we should let this matter rest. Furthermore, today is the Right Chancellor's birthday. I implore Miss Mu to show mercy. Very well. Mu Zhuohua suddenly broke into a radiant smile, leisurely stroking her reddened palm. As for Jiang Shuang's transgression, I can choose to overlook it, given that the slap has already been delivered. Her smile vanished abruptly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. But how should we address the slander from Miss Li, who carelessly accused me of seizing a seat? How shall we settle this account? Li Yun was taken aback by the sudden mention, looking up at Mu Zhuohua, standing beside the crown prince. The mocking expression on that radiant face tightened her heart. Slap! Mu Zhuohua's hand moved like lightning, and Li Yun barely had time to react before her left cheek burned with pain. The guests collectively gasped. Even Xiao Junyi froze in place. Li Yun pressed her rapidly swelling cheek, her eyes ablaze with fury, yet in an instant, they transformed into glistening tears as she sorrowfully gazed at Xiao Junyi. His brow furrowed deeply. He was acutely aware of Mu Zhuohua's troubled state of mind and understood the intentional provocation from Jia and Li. However, upon seeing the vivid imprint of a hand on Li Yun's face, he spoke in a grave tone. Zhuohua, you were far too impulsive today. Mu Zhuohua scoffed internally. Since this pair of star-crossed lovers chose to perform before her, she would gladly play along. Elder brother, the crown prince, they're clearly ganging up on me. Her voice trembled just right. I am to be married off soon, and yet they continue to humiliate me. Xiao Junyi narrowed his eyes, studying her for a long moment. Listening to her long-lost tone of vulnerability, he could only relent. Finally, he sternly addressed the others. This matter ends here. I do not wish to hear any further gossip. Upon hearing this, Li Yun clenched the handkerchief in her grasp. It was clear that the crown prince would not punish Mu Zhuohua on her behalf. The implications of his words were unmistakable. The incident involving Mu Zhuohua striking her and Jiang Shuang must remain concealed. He was protecting Mu Zhuohua's reputation. Mu Zhuohua understood that the current crown prince would never defend Li Yun before her. After all, prior to her betrothal to Ziyuan, Xiao Junyi had never shown the slightest concern for Li Yun in her presence. Since Miss Jia does not welcome me, I shall return to the Mu residence to await my marriage. With her back straightened, Mu Zhuohua departed without a backward glance. Just as she crossed the threshold, the crown prince's personal attendant stepped forward swiftly, bowing respectfully. Miss Mu, His Highness requests your presence. She hesitated briefly, yet ultimately followed the attendant towards the ebony carriage adorned with gold. As the curtain was raised, Xiao Junyi sat regally in the center of the plush seat. The moonlight filtering through the gauzy window, casting dappled shadows upon his sharply defined profile. Mu Zhuohua sat silently to his left, her tone laced with sarcasm. Is His Highness here to privately admonish me, seeking justice for your beloved? Have you vented enough? His gaze was intensely fixed upon her face. Mu Zhuohua lifted her chin defiantly. Naturally. Suddenly, Xiao Junyi grasped her wrist, his thumb gently stroking her reddened palm. Does it hurt? Mu Zhuohua smirked coldly. The performance was indeed heartfelt. She tugged at her wrist, but he tightened his grip. No need for you to worry. In an unexpected move, Xiao Junyi drew her onto his lap, releasing her wrist only to firmly encircle her slender waist. Let go. Mu Zhuohua stiffened, raising her hands to push him away. I am to become the imperial consort of Xing. Such behavior from His Highness is utterly inappropriate. Having discerned Xiao Junyi's affections for Li Yun, his current proximity only churned her stomach. The tenderness that once stirred her heart now appeared nothing more than a nauseating facade. Ignoring her struggles, Xiao Junyi buried his face in the crook of her neck, greedily inhaling her faint, alluring fragrance. As the wedding date approached, the dull ache within his chest intensified with each passing day. Zhuohua. His voice was muffled amidst her hair, trembling with suppressed emotion. Mu Zhuohua was on the verge of erupting when she heard his deep, iron-like voice whisper in her ear, Wait, loneliness. He tightened his embrace, as if wishing to meld her into his very essence. The throne of the Southern dynasty will forever belong to you. As those final words fell, a tumultuous undercurrent surged within his gaze, stirring a sense of foreboding. Mu Zhuohua ceased her struggles, surrendering to the solace of his embrace. When Xiao Junyi uttered those words, he might have even begun to believe them himself. Alas, a glimmer of coldness flashed in her eyes. The decaying Southern dynasty had long since succumbed to its fatal ailments. The emperor indulged in debauchery, the favored consort wielded unchecked power, and the chancellor engaged in conspiratorial machinations. The court was rife with sycophants, while the affluent feasted, oblivious to the corpses of the frozen poor lining the streets. The gruesome visions from her dreams resurfaced. Upon the chancellor's decree, her father was falsely accused of treason. Without even a semblance of investigation, the emperor exiled the entire Mu family. Tragically, her father perished unexpectedly during their exile. What was Xiao Junyi doing at that time? As the crown prince, he could only watch helplessly as her world crumbled. Later, when the iron cavalry of Ziyuan stormed the capital, the populace welcomed the king's forces with open arms, a testament to the Southern dynasty's waning fate. On her journey to Ziyuan, she was determined to carve out a resplendent future for herself. In this life, Mu Zhuohua harbored an unwavering disdain for betrayal. Chapter 5. Returned to the mansion as the night enveloped her. Mu Zhuohua returned to the Mu residence, the lanterns along the corridor casting elongated shadows of her figure. She hastened through the passageway, making her way directly to her mother's courtyard. Inside, Madame Mu reclined on a soft couch, engrossed in her reading by candlelight. Upon hearing the familiar footsteps, she set aside her book and looked up. Seeing her daughter home, her face instantly blossomed with tender smiles. Zhuohua is back. She rose to grasp her daughter's slightly cool hand, pulling her to sit beside her. Was the banquet to your satisfaction today? Did anyone offend you? A wave of emotion washed over Mu Zhuohua, nearly bringing tears to her eyes. She threw herself into her mother's embrace, burying her face in the familiar fragrance. Her voice muffled. Who would dare to bully me in the capital? Madame Mu gently stroked her daughter's hair. It is I who am powerless, unable to protect you. Now that you've gone to Ziyuan, No one can back you up anymore. I have heard that the Emperor of Xin possesses a fierce temperament. You must learn to endure. Do not worry, mother, I understand my limits. However, after much hesitation, she softly inquired, what about brother? Why did he suddenly leave the capital? Was there a dispute with you? Madame Mu lowered her eyelashes, concealing the fleeting turmoil in her gaze. Silly child, why do you ask such things all of a sudden? Zhuohua toyed with the jade pendant at her waist, seemingly casually remarking, I just felt that brother seemed burdened with worries before leaving the capital. She discreetly observed her mother's reaction, her heart racing involuntarily. The blood-soaked dream resurfaced in her mind, her brother wielding a bloodied sword, her mother collapsed in a pool of blood. Your brother simply cannot bear to part with you. Madame Mu tenderly caressed her daughter's hair, her voice almost ethereal. This marriage alliance came so abruptly that he could not even see you off. Suddenly, Zhuohua's smile froze on her face. Something was amiss. Given her brother's nature, even if stationed far away in the military, he would surely hasten back upon hearing the news of her impending marriage. Unless someone had deliberately concealed the information. Her fingertips instinctively pressed into her palm. Who was it that orchestrated this in the shadows? And why seek to sow discord among the three of them? Outside, the sound of the clock chimed incessantly, and Zhuohua closed her eyes. With the situation escalating, she had no time to unravel this tangled web. As the night deepened, she returned to her chamber and promptly shut the door. Amidst the flickering candlelight, she clutched the jade pendant tightly, her knuckles whitening. Shouting, she lowered her voice to summon her personal maid. Tomorrow morning, take this to the Zhuohua building. Upon handing over the pendant, instruct the shopkeeper that the young lady of the Mu family wishes to meet her true master. Also, have him prepare 2 maids, one skilled in combat, and the other proficient in medicine. This warm jade pendant was tied around her waist by her brother before he departed the capital. At that moment, an indescribable emotion lingered in his eyes. Zhuohua, remember, Zhuohua building will always be your refuge. Should you ever require assistance, you may seek help there. Zhuohua clenched her fist tightly. The Zhuohua Tower, ostensibly the most renowned establishment in the capital, conceals a labyrinthine network beneath its surface. How can my brother, having left such a contingency, permit her to enter into a political marriage? Unless someone is scheming from the shadows. The haunting image of my brother committing fratricide in my dreams lingers in my mind. Zhuohua leans against the intricately carved window frame, lost in contemplation. The Emperor of Xin, rumored to be a bloodthirsty tyrant, harbors a particular disdain for the pampered noble women of the southern dynasty. Recalling her initial experiences upon arriving in Ziyuan, a shiver runs down her spine, and she clenches her sleeves tightly. At that time, she was naively convinced that maintaining a low profile would ensure her survival, even foolishly clinging to her virtue, awaiting the arrival of Xiao Junyi to rescue her. What was the outcome? Upon entering the palace, she was ensnared in a devious plot, left to languish in illness. After being relegated to the cold palace, the northern winds sliced through her delicate skin like daggers. Without the emperor's protection, even the lowliest maid dared to deprive her of warmth. This time, she vowed not to repeat her past mistakes. Xiaoling stood quietly behind Zhuohua, her gaze instinctively following her mistress's every move. In recent days, every action of her lady exuded an inexplicable strangeness. Her straightened back, her piercing gaze, as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Mistress, did you specifically request those 2 maids for your purposes in Ziyuan? Zhuohua suddenly turned around. Indeed. She paused momentarily, her tone softening. However, Xiaoling, you cannot accompany me this time. Mistress. Xiaoling stepped forward anxiously, yet abruptly halted. I must. Allow me to finish. Zhuohua raised her hand to silence her. It is imperative that someone trustworthy remains by my mother's side. I have arranged for you to serve in my mother's courtyard starting tomorrow. In the entire Mu residence, you are the only one I can rely upon. A lump formed in Xiaoling's throat. The loyalty instilled in her from a young age rendered her unable to protest, yet her heart felt as heavy as a stone. Remember, Zhuohua's voice softened to a whisper, yet each word resonated with gravity, If any unforeseen circumstances arise in the residence, you must find a way to send word to me. I will only trust messages conveyed through you. Xiaoling knelt heavily, her forehead touching the ground. I swear upon my life to ensure the safety of the lady. The journey to Zhuohua is long and arduous, and with her family in the southern dynasty. The cruel conclusion of her dreams weighs heavily on her heart. She can only do her utmost to protect her loved ones. Chapter 6. The Alliance of Marriage. 3 days later, the procession for the alliance resembled a sinuous dragon, advancing along the official road. After an entire month of arduous travel, the majestic capital of Zhuohua finally came into view. Zhuohua lifted the curtain of her carriage, revealing a grandiose tavern. The gilded characters of Zhu gleamed brilliantly in the sunlight, exuding a powerful charm. A flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. This was, unexpectedly, her brother's establishment. To thrive in the capital of Zhuohua and bear the responsibility of hosting the princess for the alliance, her brother's influence was far more extensive than she had imagined. "Miss, be careful," said Linglong and Linglang, supporting her on either side. The long journey had left Zhuohua's body sore. Even her fingertips felt fatigued. The room had already been prepared with her familiar incense and bedding. Even the tea set was the one brought from the Mu residence. As the steam from the warm water enveloped her, Zhuohua finally washed away the dust of her travels. Just as her head touched the pillow, she fell into a deep slumber. Outside, Linglong suddenly straightened her back. "Your Highness, the princess is already retired." Xiao Junyi's gaze passed over them, landing on the tightly closed door. "I shall merely take a look at her." Linglang tightened her grip on her sleeves, yet dared not intervene, watching helplessly as the tall figure pushed the door open and entered. Inside the room, Zhuohua's sleeping visage was partially obscured by the gauzy curtain. Her raven-black eyelashes fluttered, casting delicate shadows upon her porcelain skin. Xiao Junyi silently sat at the edge of the bed, the white jade ring on his finger glimmering with a cold light. He raised his hand to gently caress her cheek, the icy touch causing the dreaming girl to furrow her brows. Zhuohua slowly opened her eyes, and Xiao Junyi's handsome profile gradually came into focus. Her pupils constricted abruptly, and she instinctively swatted his hand away, retreating in alarm. "Do not move." His large hand clasped her waist, his voice deep and soothing like flowing water. "Tomorrow you will enter the palace. We shall not meet for a long time." Was it not Xiao Junyi who had orchestrated their prolonged separation? How could he dare to present such a reluctant demeanor before her? A cold smile curled within Zhuohua's heart. If he relished this performance, she would indulge him to the fullest. "Brother Crown Prince," as Zhuohua rose to sit, the silk quilt slipped away, revealing her slender nightgown. She tilted her face upward, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "I do not wish for this alliance. Will you marry me instead? That way, we could be together forever." Her voice was soft and sweet, reminiscent of her past acts of coaxing. Xiao Junyi's breath hitched abruptly, his throat bobbing, yet he could not utter a single sound. Zhuohua gazed at him with tear-filled eyes, crystalline droplets cascading down her cheeks. "Brother Crown Prince, you promised you would marry me. You vowed to protect me. For a lifetime." Her delicate fingers clutched his garment tightly. "Why must you send me for the alliance? Why deceive me?" Her clenched fists pounded gently against his chest, their strength as light as a feather. Finally, she succumbed, collapsing against his chest, her frail shoulders trembling incessantly. Xiao Junyi felt as though his heart was fiercely gripped by an invisible hand. In the tumultuous court of the southern dynasty, where the sovereign is blind and inept, and the third prince's faction lurks with predatory intent, he clenches his arms around the one he cherishes, his voice gravelly and strained. "Zhuohua, wait for me." His fervent lips brush against her hair, and he declares fervently, "In this world, apart from you, I desire no one else." The last utterance escapes him like a vow extricated from the depths of his soul. Zhuohua gently wipes away the remnants of tears from her eyes with her fingertips, pondering the weight of such ephemeral promises. Her icy fingers trace across Xiao Junyi's Adam's apple, sensing the tautness of his muscles in response. With a light laugh, she queries, "Brother, what do you think of my earlier performance?" Her voice is soft yet laced with barbs. Tomorrow, I shall present myself to Emperor Ziyuan in this guise. Do you think he will feel as deeply for me as you do? Xiao Junyi's eyes widen in sudden realization. He chuckles softly, though the mirth does not reach his eyes. Zhuohua, you now aim to strike at my most vulnerable points. He understands that her theatrics are merely an expression of her resentment. It is his inadequacy that has left him unable to protect the one who holds his heart. Enfolding her hand in his, he grips it tightly as if wishing to meld her into his very being. Yet ultimately, he bestows but a gentle kiss upon her fingertips. Zhuohua's gaze dances with a mixture of emotions, her lips curling into a smile that is both playful and enigmatic. Do you still recall, dear brother, how you taught me that the brave are not those who feel no fear, but those who conquer it? She delicately outlines the intricate patterns on his attire. Now, I stand alone in this den of wolves, bereft of parents and brothers and you. She suddenly lifts her face to meet his gaze. But I shall employ all the tactics you have imparted to me, compelling Emperor Ziyuan to willingly bow before me. Xiao Junyi's expression darkens, his long fingers weaving through her cascading hair. I shall await the day when you ascend to the throne of Ziyuan. His voice is low and somber. Once I stabilize the realm, I shall ensure you are returned in splendid glory. Zhuohua leans against his shoulder, yet her eyes are veiled in frost. Stabilize the realm? In the end, it is the resolute Hellion Xiao who will unify the lands. Moreover, her father stained in blood, her brother's fate unknown. I will assist you, dear brother. This aligns perfectly with his intention of sending her to forge an alliance. Should she gain favor, she would serve as a spy for the Southern Dynasty. Should misfortune befall her, it would provide an excuse for military action. With a sigh of relief, Xiao Junyi admits, I have also placed a maid among your entourage to secretly protect you. Zhuohua feels a chill run through her veins. Thus, he is fully aware of her trials in Ziyuan, yet, unbeknownst to her, the experiences within her dreams are but a narrow glimpse into a far greater scheme. The betrayals she perceives are merely the result of Li Yun having covertly replaced all communication channels, intertwining truth and deception into a tangled web. Chapter 7. The Dance in the Magnificent Hall of Zhuohua within the Imperial Palace of Ziyuan. The intricately carved beams and painted rafters exude an air of solemn grandeur and opulent luxury. Huoyang Xiao, draped in a resplendent black and gold dragon-patterned robe, reclines languidly upon the dragon throne. The jade beads of his crown sway gently before his sharply defined features, yet they fail to obscure his piercing, hawk-like gaze. His long, ebony hair cascades down, with a few delicate braids interspersed, their tips adorned with exquisite golden trinkets. There is a hint of rebelliousness in his brow, and beneath his prominent nose, the corners of his lips curl into a half-smile, as if the entirety of the world lies under his dominion. Yet he appears effortlessly aloof. At that moment, a sharp voice resounded from outside the hall. The crown prince of the Southern Dynasty has arrived. The Princess Shiha of the Southern Dynasty has arrived. Zhuohua, clad in a splendid crimson and gold brocade gown embroidered with cloud patterns and phoenix motifs, exudes grace as she glides gracefully behind Xiao Junyi. A fleeting glance is cast upwards towards the exalted Huoyang Xiao before she hastily averts her gaze. The Ziyuan Empire, once merely one of the many nomadic tribes scattered across the northern grasslands, has gradually unified the vast territories under its dominion through the blood, sweat, and valor of its ancestors. Born upon horseback and nurtured in the fires of conquest, Huoyang Xiao is a ruler forged in the crucible of battle. Upon his birth, his father led a cavalry toward the western lands, a distant and enigmatic realm filled with castles and vibrant civilization. Yet trembling in fear before the ferocity of the Ziyuan cavalry, another contingent marched towards the Jin dynasty, targeting the northern and northeastern regions under divided rule. With a clashing of armor and the billowing smoke of war marked their passage. From a young age, Huoyang Xiao stood beside his father amidst the clangor of weapons and the thunder of war drums. Upon ascending to the throne, he elevated the military prowess of the Ziyuan Empire to unprecedented heights, personally planting the imperial banner of Ziyuan upon the walls of the Jin capital, where it fluttered defiantly in the wind, earning him the reputation of a formidable ruler feared across the realm. The Southern Dynasty stands no chance against the might of the current Ziyuan forces, thus they resort to matrimonial alliances. Huliang Shao may have long harbored intentions to conquer the Southern Dynasty and reclaim its territories. Hence, he not only immerses himself in Southern culture, but also promotes it within Ziyuan. After establishing the imperial capital in the Jin capital, he even adopted the title of emperor, rather than Khan, emulating the customs of the Southern Dynasty. Seated high upon his throne, he embodies both the rugged boldness of a ruler of the steppes and the profound reserve influenced by Southern culture. After Shao Junyi and Mu Zhuohua pay their respects to Huliang Shao, they withdraw to their seats. Huliang Shao casts a casual glance across the assembly, his gaze momentarily lingering upon Mu Zhuohua before shifting away. He directs a meaningful look towards a stout minister clad in purple robes who suddenly steps forward, his voice resonating like a bell. It is said that the women of the Southern Dynasty possess both beauty and talent, and the Princess Shiha is renowned as the fairest among them. However, he deliberately elongates his tone, casting a sideways glance at Mu Zhuohua. Mere reputation is insufficient. On this splendid occasion, would it not be delightful for the princess to grace us with a dance, allowing us to behold her talents? An immediate hush enveloped the hall. Mu Zhuohua felt an innumerable gaze piercing her back, accompanied by the faint whispers of discussions at her side. She subtly lifted her gaze, locking eyes with the minister's provocative stare. "I second the motion," declared another lean scholar, his amiable smile concealing a sharp edge. The Southern Dynasty's dance, known for its ethereal grace, diverges greatly from our own style. If the princess were to showcase her talents, it would not only welcome His Majesty, but also serve as a splendid tale of cultural exchange between our two nations. He bowed respectfully, his tone courteous yet insistent. Surely, the princess would not decline? Mu Zhuohua lowered her gaze, absorbing the biting remarks while her fingertips trembled slightly within her sleeves. Her expression, however, remained as tranquil as water. This scene was familiar. She had witnessed it in her dreams. At that time, her pride was unyielding, and she would never have consented to dance before a scrutinizing crowd, like a performer seeking the favor of the powerful. Yet now, Huliang Shao detested headstrong women, and she stood alone, her fate tethered to the whims of others. Bowing her head was merely a means of survival. Huliang Shao wore a faint, almost imperceptible smile, his voice low and languid. "Princess Shiha, would you care to dance?" Shao Junyi maintained his composed smile, but his hands clenched tightly beneath the table, knuckles whitening. He regretted bringing her to Ziyuan. Slowly, Mu Zhuohua rose, her skirt cascading like water, her demeanor both obedient and unruffled. "To perform for His Majesty is a blessing for Shiha. I kindly ask for a moment to prepare." Shao Junyi glanced at her, a flicker of astonishment and heartache crossing his eyes. She had always been proud and stubborn, never one to bow her head, traits he had inadvertently nurtured. Yet now, she had learned to endure. He closed his eyes, a bittersweet tide surging within him. Perhaps this was for the best. With such composure, she might survive in Ziyuan. A hint of amusement flickered in Huliang Zhao's eyes. Granted. Mu Zhuohua curtsied in acknowledgement and withdrew. Within the grand hall, the music swelled, the Ziyuan dancers twirling freely to the robust rhythm. The clang of wine cups and raucous laughter weaving a vibrant tapestry. Seated amidst the revelry, Shao Junyi accepted toasts with a smile, yet his eyes held an unyielding frost. When Mu Zhuohua's figure reappeared at the hall's entrance, the clamor ceased abruptly. The moon-white silk shimmered in the candlelight, while the golden-threaded lotus patterns flickered in tandem with her graceful steps, reminiscent of a water lily blooming under the moonlight. The pearl-adorned tassels swayed gently, each step resonating with the collective breath of the stunned audience. This was her meticulously prepared battle attire, since her dancing skills could not rival Ziyuan's exuberance. She would instead enchant with the delicate beauty of Jiangnan's misty rain. Mu Zhuohua met Huliang Zhao's gaze, only to find his eyes as tranquil as an ancient well. How intriguing! Since her coming of age, no man had ever maintained such composure when she adorned herself so splendidly. The young gentlemen of the Southern Dynasty had always been entranced by her, Yet now the emperor showed no sign of being moved. Her slender fingers grazed her waist sash, and a playful smile tugged at her lips. If beauty held no power, then perhaps it was time to change the approach. As the strings and bamboo instruments commenced, Zhuohua lifted her flowing sleeves, graceful as clouds. Her dance was neither hurried nor slow, each turn imbued with the distinctive grace of the Southern dynasty. Her skirt unfurling like a lotus blossoming under the moonlight. With delicate fingers resembling the elegance of orchids, her eyes, shimmering with grace, embodied both the poise of a noblewoman and a hint of unspoken allure. As she twirled, the jeweled hairpin in her hair trembled gently. "Ashai, did you discover anything in the imperial garden?" It was during the tea service that the favored consort had someone sprinkle wolf poison powder upon your skirt. By the time I sensed it, it was already too late. Ling Ling was quite skilled in medicine. Wolf poison was not uncommon. A cold glint flashed in Zhuohua's eyes. The agonizing suffering on the sickbed in her dreams, the chilling concoction in her medicine, and the excruciating coldness at her death's door. Everything stemmed from today's unforeseen incident. She let out a sneer. The Weiyila Tay clan indeed wielded great power, but with Helian Zhao's disposition, would he tolerate the external relatives gaining prominence? How fascinating. Though she performed the most traditional court dance, each of her turns ignited a spark within his heart. The princess, rumored to share a profound affection with Xiao Junyi, now cast him lingering glances in front of the entire court. How intriguing. He tilted his head back, draining the wine, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on that moonlit figure. Was this a beauty plot from the Southern dynasty, or did the princess harbor ulterior motives? Suddenly, Helian Xiao felt that this diplomatic marriage was proving to be far more entertaining than he had anticipated. The courtiers, who had initially gathered to witness a spectacle, gradually subdued their mocking expressions. Zhuohua's dance flowed like water, embodying the solemn elegance of courtly music while also exuding the unique lightness and vitality of youth. The moonlit silk fluttered in harmony with her movements, resembling a celestial being gracing the mortal realm. Applause erupted, the first sound breaking the silence, quickly followed by waves of admiration throughout the hall. Those who had once looked on with skepticism were now transformed by awe and appreciation. This was not merely a performance for amusement. It was an exquisite showcase of genuine Southern dynasty artistry. As the music gradually faded, Zhuohua gracefully gathered her flowing sleeves and bowed deeply. The candlelight in the hall cast a soft glow around her, rendering her akin to a fairy from a painting. It was then that the entire court realized they had been holding their breath, fearful of disturbing this breathtaking dance. Chapter 8. Teasing Helian Zhao's distinctly jointed hands slowly clapped together, the crisp sound echoing throughout the hall. Princess Shi danced with an enchanting grace, and henceforth was conferred the title of Shi Fei. A faint smile lingered at the corners of his lips, yet the depths of his eyes remained unfathomable. "Come to my side," he commanded. Zhuohua's heart trembled slightly. Upon her initial arrival in Ziyuan, she had merely attained the position of a jiu. Yet now, due to a single dance, she found herself elevated to the rank of a consort. She lowered her gaze to conceal her thoughts. It appeared that this formidable emperor truly despised women who dared to assert themselves before him. This evening's dance was indeed a test. The ministers in the hall maintained their usual demeanor. The esteemed status of the princess as a diplomatic bride warranted her elevation to consort, yet any further ascension. The assembly exchanged tacit glances. The foreign woman would ultimately reach her limit here. Zhuohua lifted the hem of her gown and gracefully ascended the steps. Bowing before Helian Xiao, "I pay my respects to your majesty." The oppressive aura enveloping her caused her fingertips to tremble. This man was a stark contrast to Xiao Junyi. His broad shoulders and narrow waist exuded a fierce aura honed from the battlefield, with even his breath emanating a suffocating aggression. As Zhuohua met Helian Zhao's gaze, memories from her dreams surged forth. From their first encounter, she had been captivated and unnerved by his hawk-like eyes, those depths swirling with ambition and calculation. So unlike Xiao Junyi's gentle demeanor, this man radiated a primal ferocity. His bronze skin concealed rippling muscles, and his chiseled features appeared even more striking in the interplay of light and shadow. But what of it? The emperor, as destined by fate, stood before her. Having embarked on the path of diplomatic marriage, she would compel this fierce wolf to bow willingly before her. Fear? Helian Xiao suddenly grasped her waist. Zhuohua's breath hitched as she glimpsed her own panicked reflection within his deep-set pupils, reminiscent of prey pinned beneath a predator's claw. Your Majesty exudes an innate majesty. She responded softly, leaning into his embrace. The dark dragon robe enveloped her moonlit gown, and Helian Zhao's arms proved even more robust than she had imagined. His muscular limbs nearly twice her own circumference. Her tall figure seemed diminutive within his grasp. The slenderness of her waist was astonishing, as he instinctively tightened his grip. His fingertips sank into the soft fabric of her attire. This waist surely could not be thicker than the hilt of his sword. Indeed, the ancient texts of the Southern Dynasty had not misrepresented the delicate beauty of a slender waist. His gaze darkened slightly, and his grip unconsciously softened. The gilded cup spun between Helian Zhao's fingers. As the palace maid knelt to pour the wine, his focus remained fixed on the woman in his arms. Zhuohua's lashes fluttered amid the swirling aroma of the wine, akin to a butterfly poised to take flight. His thick brows arched, a roguish smirk playing upon his lips, an inexplicable air of wickedness emanating from him. Upon closer inspection, his beloved's beauty seemed even more extraordinary. After partaking of this cup, she would surely become even more alluring and fragrant. Deliberately, he brought the wine cup to her lips, the icy rim leaving a faint blush upon her mouth. As his thumb brushed against the corner of her lips, he sensed a subtle tremor. The Southern Dynasty princess may feign calmness, yet her body revealed the truth. Zhuohua suppressed the fear within her, blinking her eyes before suddenly placing her hands over his wrist. The tips of her fingers were cool. Helian Xiao raised an eyebrow, observing as she tilted her swan-like neck. Sipping from his hand, the wine trickled down the corner of her lips, tracing a winding path across her snow-white skin. As she slowly swallowed, her innocent and pure gaze, with eyes glistening like water, fixed intently upon him. After taking a few more sips, Zhuohua felt a slight discomfort, coughing softly. It was quite spicy. The way tears welled in her eyes was exquisite, with the corners flushed like the blossoms of March. Helian Zhao's atoms apple-bobbed. Suddenly, he recalled the seemingly docile she-wolves of the grasslands. When hunting, they would first lull their prey with their soft bellies. The dance had been subtly enticing, but now it was an overt seduction. Intriguing. Unfortunately, Helian Xiao held little interest in the delicate women of the Southern Dynasty. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of Xiao Junyi. Your beauty scheme is destined to fail. A nearby palace maid, quick-witted, swiftly offered a cup of tea. Zhuohua accepted the tea, sipping it delicately. When she timidly lifted her gaze, Helian Xiao almost felt compelled to applaud her remarkable performance. Your Majesty, forgive me. I have been rude. It is of no consequence. Helian Xiao suddenly tightened his embrace, drawing her deeper into his arms. Below, Xiao Junyi observed Zhuohua, encircled in Helian Zhao's embrace, a shadow of gloom deepening in his gaze. However, with her back turned to him, he could not discern her expression in front of Helian Xiao, only seeing Helian Zhao's infatuation with her beauty. He lowered his eyelashes, his heart twisted in anguish. Did she feel fear? Did she feel disgust? Nestled in Helian Zhao's embrace, Zhuohua accompanied him in mingling with the courtiers, her eyes sparkling as she engaged. Helian Zhao's laughter resonated, causing her eardrums to tremble, and each time he raised his cup, the tension in his arm muscles pressed painfully against her. After 3 rounds of drinks, Helian Xiao suddenly narrowed his eagle-like eyes at Xiao Junyi, unconsciously caressing the waist of the woman in his arms. Having long heard of the crown prince's reputation as the unparalleled gentleman, witnessing it today reminded him of the Southern Dynasty's saying, standing like the fragrant orchid and jade tree. He abruptly shifted his tone. However, in these chaotic times, mere elegance is insufficient. I have heard that the crown prince excels in governing his territories. The glass in his hand traced a dangerous arc. Come, let us toast the crown prince. May our 2 nations, He deliberately tightened his hold on Zhuohua. May we form everlasting camaraderie. Xiao Junyi's hand, holding the cup, revealed prominent veins, yet his demeanor remained as gentle as jade. As the two raised their cups across the distance, the burning sensation of the wine down their throats was eclipsed by the stabbing pain in their chests. Helian Xiao suddenly buried his head in Mu Zhuohua's neck, the intense aroma of wine mingling with the fragrance of dragon saliva enveloping her. He intentionally left ambiguous red marks on her jade-like skin, raising his gaze with a flirtatious smile. As for the matter of war horses, I consent. Consider it a token of gratitude for the marriage alliance with consort she. Mu Zhuohua's fingertips trembled slightly. At this banquet in her dreams, her stubborn refusal to dance had displeased Helian Xiao, and the matter of the war horses had naturally fallen through. Upon reflection, it appears that this was a scheme orchestrated by Helian Xiao. Under the guise of a political marriage, he sought to gradually weaken the southern dynasty amidst seemingly equitable trade exchanges. The jewels and luxuries procured in exchange for silk and grain are not but poison cloaked in honey. A sudden pressure at her waist jolted her back to reality. Helian Xiao's coarse fingertip was deliberately, yet inadvertently, caressing the tender flesh at her side. "Thank you for your grace, your majesty." Mu Zhuohua's cheeks blossomed with a rosy hue reminiscent of peach blossoms, her voice soft enough to seem almost liquid. Helian Xiao's gaze darkened. "Thank you? This evening, I shall reclaim what is rightfully mine with interest." His deep, resonant laughter reverberated, causing even the glass lanterns to tremble lightly. Xiao Junyi held his cup with the steadiness of a rock, and, after draining its contents, he composedly returned to his seat, his robes remaining perfectly unruffled. Helian Zhao's peripheral vision caught a glimpse, and a glint of amusement flickered in his eyes. To witness a childhood companion being embraced by another without so much as a flicker of emotion. This prince is indeed a formidable character. Nevertheless, he lowered his gaze to the bashful beauty in his arms, his fingertip brushing against her heated earlobe. No matter how cunning the prey, it shall never escape the grasp of the hunter. Chapter 9. Majestic the night was as dark as ink, and the lights of the Tongha hall gradually extinguished, leaving only a few lingering wisps of fragrance wafting through the chamber. In the Zhuohua hall, golden beasts exhaled incense, and the curtains swayed gently with the breeze. Mu Zhuohua's fingertips glided over the intricate dragon embroidery on the brocade quilt. The sheer fabric of her nightgown appeared almost translucent under the candlelight, delicately outlining her graceful contours. This scene was a stark contrast to her dreams. Back then, she was merely an uncherished concubine, never having set foot on the steps of the Taiji Palace. Yet now, as the esteemed Shi Fei, she was on the verge of indulging the emperor upon the dragon couch. Mu Zhuohua cast her eyes downward to conceal her thoughts. The image of Helian Xiao, utterly captivated by her beauty during the banquet today, had been remarkably convincing. Were it not for the memories of her past life still fresh in her mind, she might have believed that this formidable man was genuinely entranced by her allure. Alas, she was acutely aware that Helian Xiao harbored the deepest disdain for delicate and affected women of the southern dynasty. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed outside the hall, causing Mu Zhuohua to instinctively clutch the hem of her garment. As the door swung open, a gust of cold night air swept in. Helian Xiao entered the inner chamber, draped in a loosely fitting black silk robe. Damp strands of hair fell over his forehead, shimmering with a dark golden hue in the candlelight, adding a touch of languor to his sharp features. Mu Zhuohua hurriedly rose, her skirts unfurling like water. "This humble servant greets your majesty." "There's no need for such formalities." His deep voice resonated above her, tinged with a hint of huskiness from his recent bath. As Mu Zhuohua lowered her gaze, she caught sight of his robe brushing past her, stirring a breeze infused with the scent of ambergris and warmth. "Thank you, your majesty," she replied, standing with her head bowed. Once the emperor reclined on the couch, he fell silent. Mu Zhuohua dared to steal a glance. She saw Helian Xiao with one leg bent atop the brocade quilt, his robust arm casually resting on his knee, the collar of his robe wide open, revealing a chest glistening with a bronze sheen. This unconstrained posture starkly contrasted with the decorum expected of the Southern Dynasty's royal family. She quickly averted her gaze once more. The hall was enveloped in the fragrant smoke of sandalwood, so quiet that she could hear the faint crackle of the candlewick. It felt as if an intangible gaze traversed her form, from her gently quivering eyelashes to her taut fingertips, ultimately lingering on her slender waist, barely concealed beneath her sheer nightgown. Zhuohua felt her skin ignite with warmth, unable to resist the urge to lift her eyes, just for a fleeting moment. In an instant, Zhuohua's gaze fell into an unfathomable abyss. "Come here." His rough knuckles rapped against the brocade coverlet. Zhuohua's fingers trembled slightly. How many nobles had once surrounded her, bowing and scraping? Even Xiao Junyi had to offer her the pearls of the South Sea to win her favor. Yet this man before her, memories from her dreams flooded her mind. She had once stood before Hellion Xiao with the utmost pride. Her enchanting beauty and noble status enough to sway even the emperor's heart. But Hellion Xiao had merely glanced at her, as if appraising a gaudy ornament devoid of substance. He would rather let her wither away in the palace's shadows than offer her a shred of insincere affection. Perhaps it was only when the heavy snow blanketed the palace eaves that the emperor, while reviewing memorials, received the news of Princess Xia's passing. He had not paused his work, merely marking a crimson annotation on the document. It seemed as though her very existence was merely a trivial flaw within the ink stains. Zhuohua lowered her gaze, concealing the brilliance in her eyes. She knelt gracefully, her long legs crossed, as her white nightgown under the candlelight outlined her delicate silhouette. "As a humble servant newly entered into the palace, if my service falls short, I beseech your majesty to show mercy." Before her words could fully linger in the air, she gently pressed her cheek against Hellion Zhao's bent knee. Her unadorned visage, accentuated by the black silk of her nightgown, appeared even more radiant, her almond-shaped eyes shimmering with a glimmer of moisture. A flicker of surprise danced in Hellion Zhao's gaze. He had encountered countless beauties, yet none had so seamlessly intertwined grace with allure. Suddenly, his long fingers grasped her chin, exerting just the right amount of pressure, balancing between tenderness and intimidation. "I have heard that the Mu family's legitimate daughter is merely an empty-headed beauty with lofty aspirations." His thumb caressed the corner of her lips, and as he chuckled, the vibrations from his chest resonated against her cheek. "This obedient demeanor of yours is quite—" His words trailed off deliberately as he leaned in closer. A faint blush crept to the corners of Zhuohua's eyes. "Your Majesty need not heed such rumors. If you wish to know the truth of my character, you may examine it personally." Before her words could conclude, the world spun as iron-like arms ensnared her upon the dragon bed. Hellion Xiao's nightgown lay open, revealing a bronze chest mere inches away, every muscle taut with formidable strength. Zhuohua's pupils constricted. The scenes from her dreams melded with the reality before her. This body had once torn through an enemy general's armor with bare hands in her dreams. She instinctively averted her gaze, only to find herself plunging into a more perilous abyss. 8 sharply defined abdominal muscles rose and fell with each breath, casting shadows of varying depths in the candlelight. Suddenly, Zhuohua recalled the childhood version of herself, who would weep for half a day at the prick of a jade hairpin. Now, her delicate wrist was held aloft by Hellion Xiao with a single hand, the frail sensation of potential fracture sending tremors throughout her being. Surely, she would not perish upon the dragon bed. Hellion Xiao caught the momentary rigidity in her form. "What is this? Are you afraid?" Just as Zhuohua was about to feign weakness, a spark ignited in her eyes. Her slender fingers glided over his taut chest muscles, tracing the contours gently. "I merely have never encountered a man as majestic as your Majesty." She tilted her face upward, her eyes brimming with starry admiration. Now that she had witnessed it, she understood what it meant to behold a true hero. Such formidable strength could surely send foes fleeing in the face of 1,000 troops. Her final words transformed into a sweet, delicate sigh, particularly enticing in the intimate candlelight. She was uncertain how to please the emperor, yet flattering words were universally cherished. Just like herself, even when aware of flattery, compliments would stir ripples in her heart. Helian Xiao's gaze deepened as he suddenly seized her restless wrist. Prince Xiao, with his graceful demeanor and unmatched intellect, is a hero, while I am but a rough man. How could I be worthy of such a title? He feigned self-deprecation in the style of the Southern Dynasty. Yet his eyes locked onto every nuance of her expression. While the women of Ziyuan may indeed be infatuated with him, the noble ladies of the Southern Dynasty traditionally favored delicate scholars. Zhuohua's heart leapt. What was Helian Xiao's intention in suddenly mentioning Xiao Junyi? Her eyes shimmered softly as her fingertips traced gentle circles on his chest, her voice sweet and delicate. I am but a humble woman, lacking understanding of state affairs. The crown prince, Xiao, manages the southern court with great competence, yet your majesty governs the Ziyuan with the prowess of a true sovereign. I, a mere woman, am unqualified to judge. However, I do know, her voice trailed off, lingering in the air. Your majesty's form. Her slender fingers glided down the contours of his abdominal muscles, and upon reaching a certain point, she could distinctly feel the muscles tense beneath her touch. Seizing the opportunity, she buried her face in his chest, her breath a soft sigh, so warm. Helian Zhao's breath hitched, becoming suddenly ragged. This little enchantress was clearly trembling, yet her fingers seemed to carry the spark of fire, igniting a fervor with every inch they traversed. As she tilted her head back, her eyes glistened with a watery sheen, and her slightly parted crimson lips were simply. The Southern Dynasty was indeed generous. He abruptly seized her mischief-making hand, his voice husky and laden with intensity. You send such a captivating creature to ensnare the emperor. The tremor felt in his palm made him squint. This little one was clearly terrified, yet she insisted on feigning a guise of desire, far more intriguing than those who simply offered themselves up. Chapter 10. The night vigil. Helian Zhao's gaze suddenly deepened, his Adam's apple instinctively bobbing. If all women of the Southern Dynasty possessed such innate allure, it was no wonder the emperor succumbed to the embrace of softness. Alas, his fingertip pressed heavily against her quivering lips. Having ascended to this exalted position, he had long tamed his desires into the sharpest of blades. Your Majesty, Zhuohua winced at his abrupt roughness. This demeanor reminded Helian Xiao of the several concubines in the imperial harem, who trembled like leaves in the wind at his slightest touch. He scoffed as he released her. The lingering scent of her rouge remained on his fingers, a stark contrast to the years he had spent delving into the ancient texts of the Southern Dynasty, mastering even the most obscure verses of the spring and autumn annals. Yet, what of those noble ladies who prided themselves on their scholarly lineage? They could scarcely recite the Book of Women in full. Before him, this lady, her waist barely fitting within his grasp, seemed incapable of even drawing a three-stone bow. It was rumored that this Mu family heiress could barely recite the Chusi, leaving little beyond her physical allure. Once he grew weary of this form, she would merely become another forgotten ornament in the depths of the palace. Zhuohua's cheek pressed against Helian Zhao's chest, where the steady rhythm of his strong heartbeat resonated, a chaotic flutter gradually aligning with the emperor's distinctive calm. Before she could ponder the significance of this transformation, a low voice rumbled above her. This a Southern noblewomen place great emphasis on decorum. My beloved seems different from what I had imagined. I acknowledge my faults, she stammered, instinctively clutching his attire. But upon first meeting your majesty, her voice dwindled into a shy tremor. I simply adore your majesty's majestic presence. Helian Xiao's eyes darkened. Among the thousands of beauties in the harem, who did not extol his grand talents, yet for the first time, someone had openly confessed their desire for his physique. This almost sacrilegious honesty unexpectedly pleased him. After this night, he suddenly nibbled at her earlobe, sensing her instant rigidity. You will come to cherish it even more. His heated breath carried brazen implications. Zhuohua nearly faltered. Did this brute dare to utter such lewd words? Clearly, her earlier flattery had struck a chord. Seizing the moment, she buried her face deeper. I fear pain. Then I shall be gentler. Before his words faded, he waved his sleeve, and layers of delicate gauze curtains cascaded down like clouds, fragmenting the candlelight into an intimate play of shadows. As the drapes closed, Zhuohua caught a glimpse of the seething desire in Helian Zhao's eyes, more intoxicating than the fiercest liquor of the northern deserts. The thin fabric of her attire fell beyond the curtain. Her feigned composure crumbled under Helian Zhao's fervent gaze. When his calloused hands brushed against her bare skin, she could no longer contain her shivers. Did she not claim to be unafraid? Helian Zhao's voice dripped with dangerous mockery. Under the flickering candlelight, the young maiden's form resembled exquisitely carved mutton-fat jade, the slenderness of her waist contrasting strikingly with her ample bosom, causing him to momentarily lose his breath. The prominent veins on her arms betrayed the struggle for restraint. Her fingers sank deeply into the brocade quilt. This was no joyful tryst. It was akin to enduring torment. Helian Zhao's robust physique pressed down upon her, making it difficult for her to breathe, and each movement brought forth fresh waves of pain. Cold sweat drenched her scattered tresses, and she bit down hard on her lower lip to stifle her cries. In this moment, she comprehended the fear that haunted her dreams. This battle-hardened body was far beyond what a pampered heiress could endure. Her nails dug crescent shapes into her palms as she yearned to push away this mountain that loomed over her. Yet ultimately, she merely trembled and clung to his sweat-drenched back. Zhuohua bit her lip, glistening tears swirling in her eyes. Endure, she thought. Rough fingertips brushed away the tears from her eyes, and his voice softened, an unusual gentleness emerging. The curtains swayed without wind. Initially, one could hear the suppressed sobs of the woman. Gradually, the sound transformed into intermittent whimpers, ultimately evolving into plaintive moans tinged with sorrow. Helian Zhao's breathing grew heavier, his bronze back glistening with a fine sheen of sweat. When the hourglass had drained for a full hour, Zhuohua lay utterly spent upon the dragon bed, her fingers too weak to move. Her unfocused gaze lingered on the swaying tassels of the canopy, devoid of any strength to feel anger. She succumbed as her consciousness gradually slipped into darkness. Leaning against the bedpost, Helian Zhao furrowed his brow deeply. The residual heat within him only intensified his agitation. Was he truly savoring her essence? What a first beauty! She was clearly a fox spirit cultivated over millennia. Xiao Juni had sent him a splendid pawn. He turned a glance at the figure curled within the brocade quilt. The moonlight filtered through the gauzy curtain, illuminating the distressing marks on her back. Despite exerting little force, her delicate skin bore the marks of his unrestrained desire, resembling a begonia battered by a tempest, each mark a testament to his loss of control. Helian Zhao rubbed his temples in frustration, swallowing back the surging desire that threatened to overwhelm him. Suddenly, bang! The palace door was roughly thrust open. Wang Yu, waiting in the corridor, quickly bowed. "Your Majesty, shall I prepare some soup?" Under the moonlight, the emperor's visage was as cold and sharp as a blade, devoid of the earlier abandon. The dragon robe swept down the stone steps, stirring a chilling breeze, leaving only a frigid grunt in its wake. As the footsteps gradually faded, Zhuohua slowly opened her eyes. The moment the palace door closed, she inhaled sharply, her body aching as if trampled by a war chariot, particularly between her legs, where the pain burned fiercely. Having been sheltered in the inner chambers for over a decade, she had never endured such torment. When Helian Zhao descended upon her, she nearly ground her silver teeth to suppress the urge to kick him away. In this deep palace of Ziyuan, she was no longer the Mu family's treasured daughter, adored by all, without the protection of her father and brothers, without the halo of a southern dynasty noblewoman. Even her breaths had to be calculated. Her fingers tightened beneath the quilt. Since no one would cradle her in their palms, she would seize it herself. Xiao Juni had imparted to her the cruelest lesson. The so-called love as deep as the sea was merely a meticulously rehearsed play. What truly gnaws at the very core of one's being is the willing sacrifice of one's heart. Akin to how in dreams she exhausts everything for that unfaithful man. Zhuohua gazed at the swirling dragon pattern upon the canopy, a glimmer of cold light igniting in her eyes. She harbored no illusions of stirring the emotions of a formidable figure like Helian Zhao, yet it was imperative that he tasted the bittersweet flavor of love. Even if it only garnered a trifling measure of pity, It would suffice to carve a bloody path for her within this devouring palace. Your Highness, a palace maid entered cautiously, cradling a gilded lacquered tray. His Majesty has bestowed upon you a restorative medicine, intended to bolster your health. Zhuohua fixed her gaze upon the dark brown concoction. Restorative? It was evidently designed to prevent her from bearing the dragon's seed. Yet this suited her purpose perfectly. When even self-preservation was a challenge, how could she safeguard a child? Thank you. She accepted the bowl of medicine, the potent bitterness flooding her senses. Without a moment's hesitation, she tilted her head back and consumed it entirely. Chapter 11. Watching a play, the morning dew had yet to evaporate, and the pavilion was suffused with the fragrance of sandalwood. Helian Xiao contemplated deeply over the black piece, while Feng Lan, across from him, exhibited a flicker of frustration in his peach blossom eyes. With a decisive thud, the black piece settled, revealing an unmistakable intent to kill. I concede, the minister stated. Feng Lan smiled bitterly as he closed his folding fan, the intricately carved cloud patterns on the fan ribs shimmering in the morning light. Your Majesty's chess skills now might compel even the national champions of the southern dynasties to concede defeat. He gently waved his fan, which displayed exquisite landscapes, embodying the elegance of southern dynasty literati. He broached a serious matter. What is your Majesty's intention regarding the esteemed consort she? Merely a pawn, Helian Xiao replied. The southern dynasties are willing to marry the prime minister's daughter far away. The court must be in disarray. A cold smile graced his lips. Xiao Junyi is capable of sacrificing even his beloved. This game is undoubtedly his loss. Feng Lan lightly tapped the sandalwood chess table with his fingertips, a glint of brilliance flickering in his eyes. Xiao Junyi's actions have indeed confirmed the reports from our spies embedded within the southern dynasties. His contention with the Grand Tutor is evidently a matter of great significance for him. He suddenly lowered his voice, however, should he succeed with Xiao Junyi's methods. 2 years, Helian Xiao interrupted, decisively slamming a black piece onto the central point of the board. I require exactly 2 years to consolidate our forces. His fingertips traced the star positions on the board, reminiscent of a general strategizing his troops. The elderly emperor of the southern dynasties is entranced by elixirs and beauty, while the third prince and Xiao Junyi engage in a deadly rivalry. Will the families under the thumb of Minister Jia just sit idly by as the crown prince encroaches upon their interests? Feng Lan abruptly closed his fan, producing a crisp, snapping sound as the ribs struck against one another. Helian Zhao's gaze sharpened. During this period, we merely need to eliminate a few parasites within the court. Feng Lan understood precisely whom the emperor referred to, none other than Bartle, the father of the currently favored consort Alanki. At that moment, Wang Yu slightly bowed, respectfully stating, Your Majesty, the consort has heard of your presence in the Morning Moon Pavilion and requests that you join her in the Imperial Garden for a play. Feng Lan, aware that the emperor would comply, stood to take his leave. I shall not interrupt your Majesty and the consort's enjoyment of the performance. I take my leave. Helian Xiao waved his hand, and Feng Lan withdrew. As the morning light began to illuminate the surroundings, the fragrant air in the Imperial Garden wafted gently. As Zhuohua entered the garden, enduring the aches throughout her body, the dew had yet to roll off the peony petals. In the pavilion, Consort Alanki was toying with a gem-encrusted dagger. Upon spotting Zhuohua, a sharp smile curved her crimson lips. Consort Shi, your arrival is most timely. The dagger gleamed coldly at her fingertips. Our daughters of Zhuohua learned to ride at 3 and could draw a bow by 5. Unlike the noble ladies of your southern dynasties. She abruptly raised her hand, and the dagger flew, embedding itself into the blue bricks before Zhuohua's feet, startling a flock of birds. Not even a rabbit dares to be slain. Amidst the light laughter of the other consorts, Zhuohua discerned the venom lurking within Alanki's eyes. This consort's father commanded an army of 100,000 cavalry in the northern deserts, earning even Helian Zhao's begrudging respect. The display she put forth today was clearly intended to establish her dominance over the new favorite. Zhuohua lowered her gaze, fixating on the quivering hilt of the dagger, suddenly recalling the bite mark Helian Xiao had left on her neck the previous night. In the perilous court of Ziyuan, It seems that every individual bears a blade, some openly brandished, while others concealed within a veneer of smiles. Alanki elegantly raised her slender finger, and from behind a nearby artificial mountain, a colossal wolf of pitch-black fur sauntered forth. In the morning light, its sleek coat shimmered with an ethereal blue sheen, and its amber vertical pupils coldly fixed upon Zhuohua. Mozhai was the emperor's treasured companion. The favored consort caressed the protective armor, her smile devoid of sincerity. According to our customs in Ziyuan, newly entered sisters must become acquainted with it. As her words faded, a chorus of mocking laughter erupted around them. Zhuohua's fingertips tremblet. Memories from her dreams surged. Back then, she still bore the stubbornness of a noblewoman from the southern dynasty. Raised amidst adoration, she was certain that this consort would not dare to harm a princess sent for marriage, even in a foreign land. When the laughter echoed around her, she clenched her skirt tightly and resolutely straightened her spine, approaching the fearsome wolf. Little did she know, Alanki had already orchestrated everything. Ultimately, she was bitten by Mozhai, and upon entering the palace, she found herself confined to her bed for recuperation. Without the emperor's favor, even the lowliest maid dared to dilute her medicinal concoctions with cold water. As Zhuohua's thoughts churned, Alanki's gaze suddenly brightened as she lifted her skirts and moved forward. Following her line of sight, she saw Liangxiu, who had mysteriously taken his place beneath the corridor. "This humble servant pays her respects to your majesty." Before the emperor could respond, Alanki pressed closer, her delicate hand expertly linking with Liangxiu's arm. "As the new consort, I was just considering having her become familiar with Mozhai to avoid future conflicts." Liangxiu allowed her to cling to him, strolling to the main seat in the pavilion. He casually glanced at Zhuohua's pale visage, then cast a sidelong glance at Mozhai, who lurked beside the artificial mountain. "Did my beloved consort summon me merely to witness this?" Alanki leaned against the armrest of a dragon chair. "Your Majesty, the delicate Shifei is so fragile that even Mozhai dares not approach her. How will she accompany you on hunts in the future?" She added suggestively. "The esteemed Yin recently tamed a sea eagle, and Wang Zhaoi won a prize at the horse grounds yesterday." Zhuohua, fixated on Mozhai's gleaming white fangs, was suddenly reminded of the force with which Liangxiu had bitten her shoulder the previous night. Every member of the harem sought to curry favor with the emperor in varied manners, some by taming falcons and riding horses, others by becoming the tamed prey. Liangxiu lightly tapped the armrest with his fingers, languidly responding, "Then let it be so." Alanki's crimson lips curled into a victorious arc. Zhuohua had no choice but to step forward. Each stride felt as though she were treading on thin ice. The agonizing pain from her dreams seemed to radiate anew in her calves, and she discreetly tightened her palm. Since everyone awaited her folly, she would adopt the guise of a fragile willow swaying in the wind, allowing these beasts to witness the true art of overcoming strength with gentleness. Liangxiu squinted slightly, scrutinizing the frail silhouette. With every step she took, her skirts fluttered, her fingers intertwined tightly. He raised an eyebrow. This southern dynasty princess trembled like a leaf in the wind, truly appearing terrified. Suddenly, Mozhai threw back its head and howled, a wave of rancid wind rushing towards her. Zhuohua let out a startled cry, collapsing onto the ground. Her skirts spread out on the bluestone slab, resembling a flower battered by a torrential downpour. As she hurriedly lifted her gaze, it afforded Liangxiu a clear view of her pallid face and tear-filled eyes. The emperor seated upon the dragon throne shifted his gaze ever so slightly. The young princess trembled violently, her lips drained of color, betraying any notion of pretense. He unconsciously caressed the jade ring on his thumb, recalling how this very body had quivered in his embrace the previous night, like chaff caught in a tempest. Chapter 12. Fragile, a sudden burst of laughter echoed through the imperial garden, as it began with a single chuckle and quickly escalated into a chorus of derisive snickers. The concubines, concealing their faces with their round fans, whispered among themselves, "How could the esteemed princess, a paragon of diplomatic grace, be so frightened by a mere wolf's howl that her legs turned to jelly?" Are the women of the southern dynasty so easily startled that even a rabbit could render them faint? Such pretentiousness. Just days ago, Lady Qin displayed a similar melodrama, and the outcome was Zhuohua raised her tear-streaked eyes, allowing Helian Xiao to catch sight of the glistening droplets clinging to her lashes. Your Majesty. Her voice was as delicate as a whisper, imbued with the dampness reminiscent of the misty rains of Jiangnan. I felt a bit dizzy this morning and just... Her words trailed off, interrupted by another tremor. Helian Xiao's gaze darkened slightly. After years of taming, Emo Sha was no longer the untamed beast of yore. Yet, how could this southern princess, still at a distance, be so easily frightened? Recalling the slender waist he had held in his palm just the night before. Indeed, it was excessively fragile. While the garden's concubines busied themselves mocking Zhuohua's pitiful state, only Alanki astutely noted the way she looked at the emperor with such a pitiable demeanor. What a cunning enchantress! A noblewoman of the southern dynasty resorting to such despicable tactics. What now? Alanki's crimson lips curled into a cold smile. Is Lady She wishing for me to assist you personally? At these words, Zhuohua's body quivered, and she bit her lip in an attempt to rise, only to collapse back to the ground just inches from standing. I beseech your grace, my lady. Linglong knelt. My master has been afraid of beasts since childhood. And this morning, since she is so delicate, Alanki interrupted, then let her recuperate well in Yufu Palace. Her gaze subtly flicked toward Helian Xiao, ensuring that no mishaps would occur during the evening's attendance. My lady, Zhuohua looked up in alarm. Was this to be the end of her favor? She timidly glanced at Helian Xiao, but, upon meeting his eyes, lowered her head like a startled rabbit. I'm merely weak. The last few words were nearly swallowed by the wind, yet they caused Helian Xiao to unconsciously tighten his grip on the armrest. Last night's alluring scenes flashed through his mind. Her fair skin adorned with specks of crimson plum blossoms, the bruises he had left on her slender wrist, and the way her fingertips trembled under his ministrations. His throat involuntarily constricted, and the unquenched heat surged within him once more. As Alanki prepared to express her displeasure, she noticed the dragon robe sweep past her. Helian Xiao strode forward, effortlessly lifting Zhuohua into his arms. Her petite frame felt as weightless as a feather, yet it inexplicably tightened his chest. Enough, the emperor's voice resonated with undeniable authority. Lady, she is unwell. We shall cease proceedings for today. Zhuohua clung to his neck like a frightened bird, her warm tears soaking into his collar. Your Majesty, she sniffled, raising her small face, her tear-filled eyes shimmering with defiance. The humble servant does not wish to disappoint the esteemed empress's kind intentions. Your Majesty, may I be held in your embrace? Though I am terrified, I yearn to draw near. As the last words stumbled out, her voice quivered uncontrollably. Helian Xiao suddenly recalled a species of small white rabbit from the northern frontier, which, despite being utterly terrified, still pricked its ears to feign ferocity. Alanki's face turned pale in an instant, her meticulously applied makeup failing to conceal the panic in her eyes. Emo Sha had been administered a stimulating, aggression-inducing potion. If it were to harm His Majesty, Helian Xiao lowered his gaze upon the young girl in his arms, every taut inch of her skin betraying her fear. A flicker of amusement sparked within him as he strode purposefully towards Emo Sha. Your Majesty, Alanki exclaimed in desperation, rising from her seat, only to see Emo Sha arching its back, muscles rippling beneath its sleek fur. As Zhuohua drew closer to Emo Sha, the amber eyes of the beast narrowed, tinged with an unnatural crimson hue. A deafening roar erupted, and Emo Sha lunged forward like a bolt of black lightning. Zhuohua curled up against Helian Xiao's chest, her delicate fingers clutching his robe tightly, burying her face in the warmth imbued with the scent of dragon saliva. A glint of cold fury flashed in Helian Xiao's eyes as he swiftly lifted his leg to deliver a powerful kick. The force of his strike, accompanied by a fierce gust of wind, sent Emo Sha sprawling 3 zhang away. The giant wolf crashed heavily against the artificial mountain, emitting a pained whimper. Subdue it. The guards rushed in, the clanking of iron chains echoing as they pinned Mo Sha to the ground. Lian Xiao gazed down at the girl in his arms. Her pale fingers twisted his robe, while her small face remained buried against his chest, too afraid to look up. "Do not be afraid." He spoke softly, despite the stiffness in his voice, his fingertips gliding over her tense spine. Yet Mo Sha, typically docile, was acting out of character today. The emperor abruptly turned his head, his piercing gaze directed at Alanki. In a flash, a tempest of fury surged in Lian Xiao's eyes. "Wang Yu, conduct a thorough investigation for me." "Yes, your majesty." Lian Xiao strode away, holding Zhuohua close. The delicate form in his arms felt as light as willow, obediently pressed against his chest. In a hidden corner, a fleeting cold smile graced Zhuohua's lips. In the Jade Fragrance Palace, just as Lian Xiao was about to set her down, he felt a tightening around his neck. Her slender arms wrapped around him like a tendril of wisteria, as if to suffocate him. "Is my beloved consort attempting to strangle me?" He chuckled softly, choosing to sit at the edge of the bed, allowing her to nestle in his embrace. The restrained sobs within Zhuohua finally erupted. Scalding tears soaked into the dragon robe. Since the day she entered the purple abyss, the hidden daggers and derisive jests had transformed into barbed thorns piercing her flesh. She had thought herself fortified behind walls of steel, yet at this moment, her chin was suddenly lifted by a rough fingertip. Lian Xiao noticed her nose was crimson, her delicate teeth biting down on her lower lip until blood beaded forth, yet she still stifled her cries. "Who permitted you to bite yourself?" He gently brushed his thumb over her bleeding lips as her tears cascaded down. "The humble servant. I have heard that your majesty harbors a great disdain for those who feign delicacy." She timidly raises her eyes, yet I find myself unable to restrain my emotions. "I beseech your majesty for a little time. I shall surely amend my ways." Lian Xiao's gaze deepens. Indeed, he abhors those women who pretend to be fragile. Yet, she is undeniably delicate. Her slender waist could be easily grasped with a single hand, and when she weeps, even the tip of her nose blushes pink. Yet, inexplicably, she does not evoke disdain, as his fingertip caresses her tender cheek. Lian Xiao suddenly comprehends why Xiao Junyi has cherished her for so many years. Such a captivating creature, when she weeps, stirs the heart profoundly. When she smiles, she can surely ensnare the soul. Chapter 13. The Enchantress. As the footsteps of Lian Xiao faded outside the hall, Ling Lang entered quietly, cradling a lacquer tray. Upon the tray lay a jade bottle of sheep fat cream, a beauty secret brought by Zhuohua from the Southern Dynasty. Nourishing snow skin cream, skin moisturizing jade essence, hair darkening black silk dew, and the special purple gold pill for treating bruises. Zhuohua reclined against the peony pillow, the lingering blush still adorning her eyes. As Ling Lang lifted the brocade blanket, two alarming purple bruises were starkly visible beneath her pure white skirt. Her hand trembled. Just this morning, she had used the purple gold pill to erase her body's amorous marks, and now new wounds had appeared. If the mistress were to know, how heart-wrenching it would be. "It matters not," Zhuohua mused, her gaze fixed on the tassels hanging from the canopy. "Did you discover anything in the imperial garden?" It was during the tea service that the favored consort had someone sprinkle wolf poison powder upon your skirt. By the time I sensed it, it was already too late. Ling Lang was quite skilled in medicine. Wolf poison was not uncommon. A cold glint flashed in Zhuohua's eyes. The agonizing suffering on the sickbed in her dreams, the chilling concoction in her medicine, and the excruciating coldness at her death's door. Everything stemmed from today's unforeseen incident. She let out a sneer. The Weiyila Tay clan indeed wielded great power, but with Lian Xiao's disposition, would he tolerate the external relatives gaining prominence? It was merely a matter of timing. "Your Highness?" Ling Lang was startled by the malice reflected in her mistress's eyes. Zhuohua gradually relaxed her brow. Since it was unwise to act against the favored consort for the moment, it was best to first seize her most cherished favor from the emperor. Whether Lian Xiao was sincere or not was of little consequence. What mattered was to let Alanki watch as the emperor's affections gradually flowed towards her own embrace. Just as Ling Lang tucked the ointment into a gilded lacquer box, the sound of light footsteps echoed from outside the hall. Your Highness, upon greeting, Linglong's skirt fluttered slightly. A decree has arrived from Taiji Palace. His Majesty summons you to his chambers tonight. Zhuohua's fingertips trembled. The unbearable pain from the previous night seemed to surge through her limbs once more. She instinctively touched the bruise on her knee, biting her lip. Your Highness, if it becomes truly unbearable, perhaps. Foolishness. The Emperor just defended me before the favored consort today. How could I then refuse his affection? She gathered her loose strands of hair and reached for the set of gossamer nightwear. After Linglang, her eyes reddened, withdrew. Zhuohua gazed at her reflection in the bronze mirror. The words of Xiao Junyi echoed in her ears. To obtain what you desire, you must be willing to exchange something of equal value. What had that man traded her for? The empire? Power? The reflection in the mirror suddenly broke into a cold smile. Since she had entered this forbidden city, beauty was her bargaining chip, pain her price, and even her soul could be pawned. If great men can bend and stretch, what could she, Zhuohua, not be willing to part with? The mirror reflected a visage capable of bewitching the world. Her raven-black hair cascading over her shoulders, skin glowing like pearls in the candlelight, and the teardrop birthmark at the corner of her eye adding a hint of allure. In a daze, the teasing words of Xiao Junyi resounded again in her ears. Zhuohua, your face, when you furrow your brows and shed tears, is even more enchanting than the courtesans in the brothels. In the recesses of her memory, she abruptly shattered the teacup. How proud she had been then, believing that a noble woman should be as unobtainable as the azure lotus, only to be admired from afar. The teachings of her father in classical texts, the artistic talents imparted by her brother, and the commendations from Xiao Junyi during their moonlit political discussions had all led her to perceive herself as exceptional. Zhuohua's fingertips grazed the mirror surface. Even a gentleman as refined as Xiao Junyi ultimately yearned for the delicate allure of a captivating flower. Lian Xiao professed disdain for the fragile, yet was he not also unsettled today by her tears? The reflection in the mirror gradually crystallized with a frosty gaze. Since all men are enamored by seduction, she resolved to become the most enchanting enchantress. Love? Merely a ruse to toy with the human heart. From this moment forth, she would ensure that even the most powerful men would taste the bitterness of unfulfilled desires, the agony of heartache. Linglong busied herself behind Zhuohua. Once her adornment was complete, Zhuohua lifted her head, redirecting her gaze towards the copper mirror. It revealed a beauty both unfamiliar and familiar. Slightly tilting her head, the sapphire on her forehead radiated a celestial glow. The intricate coiffures of the Southern Dynasty's noble women had all unraveled, cascading like a waterfall of dark silk intertwined with delicate silver chains, each link adorned with pearls the size of grains of rice, swaying gently with her breath. The floral adornment on her brow bore the unique golden chrysanthemum pattern of the purple plains, while her eyes, traced in indigo, echoed the curve of a soaring phoenix. The lake blue palace gown was audaciously tailored, adorned at the waist with peacock feathers, creating ripples reminiscent of azure waves as she moved. Zhuohua caressed the silver bell that dangled between her collarbones, suddenly recalling the simple muslin skirts of the Southern Dynasty's boudoirs. At that time, she resembled a meticulously pruned potted plant, and now, tinkle, upon rising, the jewels adorning her body emitted delicate chimes. Linglong momentarily envisioned a phoenix reborn, shedding its chains. It was time to meet our sovereign. Zhuohua's crimson lips curved slightly, her gown sweeping across the golden-tiled floor, leaving behind a lingering fragrance. Chapter 14. An unbearable affection. The night was as dark as ink, with the golden bells of the phoenix carriage jingling in the wind. As Zhuohua stepped down from the palanquin, supported by the hand of a palace maid, the glazed tiles of Zhuohua hall shimmered under the starlight, resembling a celestial palace. The hall was brightly lit by candlelight. Lian Xiao leaned languidly against the Nine Dragons couch, his dark nightclothes partially unfastened, revealing a bronze chest. The pages of a book emitted a soft crackle between his fingers, and as he lifted his gaze, his pupils abruptly contracted. There stood a woman at the entrance. Seemingly formed from moonlight, her forehead adorned with a sapphire that made her skin appear as pure as snow. The silver chains entwined in her dark tresses sparkled with each step she took, each footfall resonating like a gentle thrum upon his heart. Helian Zhao's throat twitched slightly. He had just returned a person to the Yufu Palace that morning, and before dusk had called for her service, now having dismissed all attendants early. He caressed the spine of the book, suddenly letting out a low chuckle. It was merely an infatuation with her form, after all. A few more encounters, and the novelty would wear off. Unbeknownst to Zhuohua, the tumultuous thoughts swirling within Helian Zhao's mind were profound. She gracefully bowed. "Your servant pays her respects to your majesty." Helian Zhao straightened from the couch, his sharply defined fingers lifting her intertwined delicate hands. No need for such formalities. Before he finished speaking, he abruptly pulled her closer. Zhuohua gasped softly, finding herself enveloped in his warm embrace. Helian Zhao slightly parted his legs, and she perched upon his muscular thigh, her toes just grazing the space between his legs. The hardness of his thigh muscles pressed against her, causing a twinge of discomfort, prompting her to shift ever so slightly. A whisper of fragrance suddenly wafted into her senses. Helian Zhao's gaze darkened as he unconsciously leaned closer, his prominent nose brushing against her neck. The newly shaven stubble on his chin grazed Zhuohua's delicate skin, eliciting a faint sting that made her instinctively flinch. Helian Zhao's arms were thicker than her waist, with an endurance that was remarkable, although she knew that tonight they would share the bed and its inevitable intimacies. She sought to delay the moment just a little longer. Changing the subject, she inquired, "What were you reading just now, Your Majesty?" Her fingertips lightly rested on Helian Zhao's wrist. Helian Zhao had intended to kiss her neck, but halted at her question. He reached for the book beside the couch. "Do you recognize this?" Zhuohua's pupils dilated in shock. It was a manuscript of the records of the grand historian compiled by her father. How could such a confidential text be found in Ziyuan? Was there treachery afoot in the Southern Dynasty? The thought tightened her heart. She should not have asked such an unnecessary question. Yet Helian Zhao seemed unfazed as he presented it to her. Of course, she was aware of her father's work. Was this a test to see if she would relay the information back to the Southern Dynasty to determine whether she was a spy? Zhuohua's mind raced. Her momentary lapse had not escaped Helian Zhao's notice, and pretending to be unaware now would only serve to raise suspicion. "Your Majesty is perusing the Southern Dynasty's records of the grand historian?" she said, her fingertips caressing the pages, genuine delight shining in her eyes. "This was indeed compiled by my father." Helian Zhao raised an eyebrow at her response. It seems that Minister Mu is a rare and capable talent. With a tone imbued with a hint of regret, she mused that such a character, if not a subject of the Southern Dynasties, would indeed be worthy of substantial employment. "I, as a humble servant, express my gratitude to your Majesty for your praise on behalf of my father." Zhuohua's gaze softened, as if lost in reminiscence. In those days, her father devoted himself tirelessly to the crafting of this book, often seen hunched over his desk. In my youthful exuberance, I would linger in the study. Her voice unconsciously softened. Frequently, I would doze off with my head resting on the desk, only to awaken to find my father, one hand wielding a brush to annotate, and the other gently patting my back while recounting the stories contained within. A pure smile graced her lips, not the meticulously crafted allure of her usual demeanor, but rather a glimpse of the girl she once was, peering through the cracks of time. Helian Zhao recalled various descriptions of the eldest daughter of the Mu family from the intelligence reports, which claimed she was raised amidst countless adulations. Observing her now, he found the rumors to hold truth. Initially, he presumed that such a pampered young lady would be no different from Alanki, possessing a haughty and overbearing nature. However, after their recent conversation, perhaps she indeed possessed some measure of intellect? With this thought, his eyebrows arched slightly, curiosity flickering in his eyes. "I have long heard of your father's esteemed name. When time permits, do regale me with the stories he has shared with you." Helian Zhao's tone bore an air of casual indifference. Yet, as he shifted the subject, his gaze abruptly ignited with fervor, his voice deepening. "Tonight, I must attend to matters of significance." Upon hearing this, Zhuohua instantly comprehended the underlying implications a flush blooming on her cheeks. Moments later, Helian Xiao pinned Zhuohua beneath him. Within the lotus canopy, warm fragrances wafted gently. As time slipped away, Zhuohua found it increasingly difficult to suppress her own domineering nature. Although such encounters brought her an exquisite sensation of softness, they were also accompanied by an unbearable pain. It simply would not do. While Helian Xiao favored docile women, if she continuously acquiesced, she feared being at his mercy, enduring torment in their intimate moments. As the saying goes, a crying child receives candy. If she could navigate the situation with prudence and find the right approach, perhaps she could carve out some space for herself. This night, she could bear it no longer. Unable to restrain herself, she began to weep softly, declaring that she did not want this. With that, Zhuohua scrambled forward, curling up in the corner of the bed. In her disarray, having shed all her garments, she hastily seized the quilt and wrapped it tightly around herself, trembling in fear. Helian Xiao, lost in the enchanting atmosphere, was abruptly met with rejection, his movements freezing in place. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead as he regained his composure. A surge of unnameable fury ignited within him. His aura suddenly charged with menace, his gaze slicing toward the cowering Zhuohua in the corner. Caught off guard by this unforeseen turn of events, he hastily grabbed a nearby robe, throwing it on haphazardly. Is my beloved consort courting death? Helian Xiao ground his teeth in frustration. Anyone interrupted mid-course would be ill-tempered. And what more sovereign? Zhuohua trembled at the sight of his darkened expression. However, due to the excruciating pain in her knee, she mustered her courage and stammered. Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. I am truly in pain. Her gaze was pitiful as she looked at Helian Xiao, her eyes glistening with tears, exuding an alluring charm. Helian Xiao furrowed his brows. Last night, he had exhausted her to the point of leaving her body bruised, and today he had restrained himself, exerting little force. How could she be in pain? Confusion stirred within him as he coldly inquired, where does it hurt? Zhuohua gradually pulled the quilt up, revealing her long, fair legs, the bruise on her knee particularly conspicuous. Having been injured that morning, the dim light accentuated its frightening appearance. She lowered her gaze to her knee, where the skin bore a striking shade of purple and blue. The furrows on Helian Xiao's brow deepened. His taut jawline softened ever so slightly. Noticing his change, Zhuohua's eyes glimmered with tears. This bed is too hard. At home, her fragrant wood-carved bed was adorned with 12 layers of soft shoe brocade. Yet this dragon bed, despite being covered with exquisite cloud-patterned silk, still felt delicate. Helian Xiao murmured, this precious flower from the Southern Dynasty is indeed overly fragile. If it weren't for that enticing flush in the corners of her eyes, I would have long since departed. Zhuohua clenched the silk quilt in silence. Had it not been for his relentless advances, would she have found herself in such a predicament? Suddenly, she was pulled into a warm embrace, and Zhuohua was so startled that she forgot to weep. Helian Xiao was taken aback himself. Had he truly allowed her to? As a sovereign, he had always been the one to command respect. Never had he crossed such a boundary. Yet when she gazed down at him with tear-brimmed eyes, the long-lost desire for conquest surged within him more fiercely than before. His gaze locked onto her, taking in the sight of her closed eyes and elegantly tilted neck, utterly captivating. When she had been thoroughly exhausted by him, her right hand gripping the curtain tightly, her nails turning pale, that blend of fragility and defiance only heightened his restless heart. Helian Xiao caressed her slender waist, unable to part with her. Chapter 15. The enchanting lady within the confines of the Zhuohua palace. The delicate silk curtains hung low, enveloping the chamber in a warm and fragrant ambience. The night breeze swept through the courtyard, gently stirring the drapery as if it were a cloud. Yet could not disperse the enchanting atmosphere that filled the room. Zhuohua reclined against a brocade pillow adorned with intertwining peonies, her eyes tinged with a hint of begonia red. The once subtly arched brows, now blurred, framed lips stained with rouge that resembled the crushed blossoms of March. Instinctively, She tightened her grip on the embroidered quilt featuring mandarin ducks frolicking in water, her fingertips trembling ever so slightly. What had just transpired was far more intoxicating than the fabled spirits of the northern frontier. Helian Xiao leaned against the edge of the bed, clad in a half-open dark robe that revealed the glistening honeyed sheen of sweat upon his chest. His gaze lingered on the slender figure curled in the corner of the bed, his throat tightening involuntarily. A seasoned warrior, he found a lingering warmth of her presence more overwhelming than any blade he had ever wielded. He rose to don his dragon robe, striding towards the hall's exit. The Southern Dynasty princess, he scoffed inwardly at the unexpected stirrings of compassion within him. Turning back, he caught sight of her, suddenly quivering like a delicate butterfly. It was merely the night breeze brushing against her bare shoulder, the pale skin still marked with the crimson traces of his earlier loss of control. "Your Majesty," a voice like jade chimed, halting Helian Xiao in his tracks. Her face, partially veiled by cascading tresses, cast shadows over her glistening eyes. The way she bit her lip evoked memories of a fond scene during a hunt. I must ask," she began, her voice laced with an undeniable embarrassment as she sought assistance from the very man who had just claimed her. Her legs felt feeble, as if they belonged to another. And without summoning a maid, "Your Majesty, could you kindly allow Linglong to come in? I truly cannot rise." Helian Xiao, observing the sudden flush that graced her delicate neck, felt a constriction in his throat. He turned away, catching sight of the scattered hairpins on the floor, pearls that had fallen in the heat of the moment, now rolling near his dragon-embroidered boots. "Very well," he replied, his tone brusque, yet his brow furrowed as he turned. How could the noble women of the Southern Dynasty be so fragile, unable to ride like their counterparts from the northern frontier? Perhaps tomorrow, the kitchen should prepare a heartier stew. No, this delicate blossom needed to strengthen her constitution. As Zhuohua watched Helian Xiao's retreating figure, the palace doors closed heavily behind him. A weight pressed upon her chest, a suffocating feeling that she could neither expel nor swallow. This was her predicament. Despite her lofty status as a princess, she was but a pawn in another's hands, discarded once utilized, receiving not even a hint of sympathy. She closed her eyes, suppressing the tumult of emotions roiling within. Having embarked upon this path, there was no turning back. She could endure, and she must endure until— "Your Highness," Linglong's hurried footsteps interrupted her thoughts. Zhuohua lifted her gaze to see Linglong approaching with a lacquered tray, upon which rested a bowl of dark medicinal concoction. The steam rose. It carried an icy chill. Linglong's eyes were slightly reddened, but she merely murmured, "Your Majesty has bestowed the medicine." Zhuohua extended her hand to accept it, a faint smile gracing her lips, as if the bitter draught were not a remedy, but a sweet nectar. "It matters not. Please give it to me." The following day, in the early spring of the imperial garden, the glazed tiles glistened under the warm sun, casting fragmented golden shadows upon the jade-like balustrades. The entire garden was adorned with fragrant blooms swaying gracefully. The flowering crabapple was resplendent, while the peonies shyly held their heads high. Even the moss at the steps exuded a refreshing verdancy. Zhuohua strolled leisurely, accompanied by Linglong, Linglang, and a host of palace maids and eunuchs. As her garments fluttered, her embroidered shoes tread softly upon the fallen petals, silently crushing a few remnants of crimson blossoms. She lifted her gaze to behold the vibrant scene around her, yet her eyes reflected no hint of appreciation, only a thin veil of frost. The scroll of records of the grand historian casually handed to her by Helian Xiao last night appeared inconsequential, yet concealed beneath its surface was a subtle test. Her Jade Fu palace had likely been thoroughly infiltrated by his spies. Not just him, the favored consort Eurytna, basking in imperial favor, eyed the position of the empress with unwavering vigilance. How could she allow a princess from the Southern Dynasty to share in her affections? It was likely that most of the palace maids and eunuchs in her service had their own allegiances. Contemplating this, she gripped her handkerchief tightly, leaving faint creases upon its fabric. What rendered the situation even more precarious was the fact that among her accompanying maids lay a hidden spy planted by Xiao Junyi, whose identity remained unknown to her. How ironic. Xiao Junyi professed to be securing an escape route for her, yet this so-called route was clearly a sword poised above her head. A moment's carelessness could lead to her utter ruin. The schemes of the consort, the suspicions of Hellion Xiao, and the lurking spies had placed her in a state of constant trepidation. Suddenly, she paused, her gaze flickering with a glimmer of resolve. If Hellion Xiao suspected her, why not turn the tables? If she could lead him to mistakenly believe she was a spy, only to subsequently clear her name, it might ease his suspicions. Furthermore, it could potentially unveil the hidden stakes of various factions within the palace. With this thought, a cold glimmer passed through her eyes. When she lifted her gaze once more, she had concealed all her thoughts, genuinely appearing at ease as her fingertips grazed a fully blossomed peony, murmuring softly, "This flower blooms splendidly." Seeing this, Linglong approached with a smile, suggesting, "Your Highness, if you favor it, why not pluck a few branches to arrange in a vase?" Zhuohua chuckled softly. "There is no need. Flowers that are ready to be plucked should indeed be picked, yet some blooms are far more delightful left on the branches. After all, who can say for certain who shall ultimately prevail?" Suddenly, a sharp voice pierced the air. "Oh, isn't this the esteemed consort she, who was so frightened by Mo Sha that she fell to the ground yesterday? Your legs seem quite nimble, managing to stroll the garden so soon." Raising her eyes, Zhuohua beheld Rina, adorned in a rich purple gown, her golden sparrow hairpin swaying gently with her movements, her expression radiating an unmistakable pride. Following her were several palace maids, her entourage more ostentatious than that of higher-ranking consorts. Zhuohua's gaze flickered. This newly favored Manjiu had recently garnered attention by taming Hellion Xiao as cherished eagle, thus enjoying a surge of popularity. With an unruffled demeanor, she gracefully bypassed Rina and approached the esteemed consort Xian, bowing in respect. This humble servant pays her respects to the esteemed consort Xian. The consort offered a faint support, her smile not reaching her eyes. "Sister, please rise." With such exquisite qualities, it is no wonder His Majesty has called upon you for 2 consecutive days. She lightly caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, adding, "Perhaps tonight, I may require your assistance in serving His Majesty." Rina's expression changed abruptly, hastily bending her knee to pay her respects to the consort she. Zhuohua appeared unfazed and instead smiled gently at the virtuous consort. "Sister, you jest. His Majesty is merely curious about the customs of the Southern Dynasty." Having just welcomed this humble servant, her eyes sparkled, and she added, "It is indeed the bond forged over many years of companionship that is truly admirable." The virtuous consort's hand paused almost imperceptibly at her temple. After a decade in the depths of the imperial court, she was no longer the blush-inducing concubine of her youth. Rina's knees trembled as she suddenly stood upright. This humble servant's leg ailment remains unhealed, so I shall take my leave. "Oh," Zhuohua gasped lightly, covering her mouth with a handkerchief. Was it permissible for low-ranking consorts to display such rudeness in the esteemed purple court? She turned to the virtuous consort, her eyes delicately expressing confusion, as if to inquire, "Have I misremembered the rules?" The virtuous consort's expression darkened abruptly. "Manjiefu, sister, do not be angered." Zhuohua gently tugged at the virtuous consort's sleeve. "Perhaps May is feeling unwell? If so, I extend my respects to the esteemed consort she." Rina's voice suddenly rose, startling the birds from the branches. Zhuohua recoiled like a frightened fawn, inadvertently snapping a branch of the flowering crabapple beneath her delicate shoe. "Sister, the tone of your voice trembles. Could it be that you harbor disdain for me?" Zhuohua's voice quivered slightly. The virtuous consort cast a cold glance at Rina's flushed face. This foolish girl truly believed that a touch of the favored consort's arrogance would grant her immunity from decorum. "Kneel." The virtuous consort's voice was soft, yet it caused Rina to shudder. "If you cannot learn the rules today, I shall not hesitate to request the Bureau of Etiquette to teach you anew." Rina's ears echoed with Zhuohua's gentle words, each syllable piercing her heart like poisoned silver needles. This Southern Dynasty temptress outshone those who feigned innocence. Her demeanor was pitiable, yet her words concealed sharpness that left one unable to pinpoint their error, while bitterness simmered within. I extend my respects to the esteemed consort she. Ultimately, she gritted her teeth and performed a proper kneeling salute. Please rise, sister. Zhuohua's tone was as gentle as a spring breeze in March. Yet to man Rina's ears, it was colder than the icicles of midwinter. Just as she was about to respond, she noticed Zhang Dequan, the chief eunuch of Taiji Palace, rushing towards her, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Your Highness, I have searched high and low for you. What brings you such urgency, Eunuch Zhang? Zhuohua inquired, her fingers lightly brushing against her jeweled hairpin, her expression one of surprise. His Majesty has issued a decree. He shall visit Yufu Palace tonight. Zhang Dequan lowered his voice. I feared to delay the hour, and thus came to seek your Highness for preparations. Thank you for your diligence. She turned to the virtuous consort and performed a respectful bow. Sister, I shall take my leave. The virtuous consort smiled gracefully. Sister, do return swiftly. We would not want His Majesty to be kept waiting. Rina clutched her handkerchief tightly, the exquisite silk writhing in her grasp. She stared at Zhuohua's retreating figure until it vanished at the end of the winding corridor, only then realizing a bittersweet taste in her mouth. She had bitten her lip. Chapter 16. Melancholy as the crimson sun began to set, the palace corridors echoed with the deep, somber voice of the emperor, mingling with the resonant sound of the evening drums. How fares the empress today? Wang Yu bowed respectfully, responding, Your Majesty. Her Highness arose only at noon, and after partaking in lunch, she spent some time reading the classic of mountains and seas. At the third watch, she ventured to the imperial garden to admire the blossoms. Helian Zhao's brows knitted slightly. She rose at noon. Since the age of 3, I have never risen later than the hour of the dragon. How could such a frail constitution? His thoughts abruptly shifted to the delicate waist he had held in his palm last night, and his gaze darkened. Perhaps it was time to have the Imperial Horse Agency select a gentle steed for her to practice riding. However, Wang Yu hesitated. Your Majesty. In the Imperial Garden, the Empress encountered Consort Man, and there was a bit of discord. Oh, upon hearing the details of that subtle exchange of wits, a light chuckle escaped the Emperor's throat. He gently tapped his fingers against the gilded sleeve, recalling the sight of his beloved, cheeks flushed yet still maintaining her composure. Beneath that obedient exterior lurked a sharp tongue. Indeed, the southern envoy had delivered a cunning little fox with sharpened claws. As he turned into the vermilion corridor, he unexpectedly spotted Rina approaching briskly, her apricot-colored skirt swaying, adorned with a golden sparrow hairpin that danced chaotically. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Helian Zhao's gaze flicked past her towards the direction of Zhuohua Palace, a fleeting glimmer of mockery crossing his eyes. Such a clumsy coincidence could deceive even the songbirds perched beneath the eaves. Seeing the emperor continue towards Yufu Palace, Rina hastily interjected, Your Majesty. The hawk has refused to eat for the past 2 days, and its feathers have lost their luster. Before she could finish, she caught the emperor's cold glare and swallowed the rest of her words. Not far away, a young eunuch from Yufu Palace, witnessing the scene, turned and fled, startling a flock of cawing crows. Inside Yufu Palace, Zhuohua reclined upon a peony-patterned couch, her pale pink palace attire reminiscent of peach blossoms falling upon snow, accentuating her translucent skin. The nanhua jing she held delicately in her fingers had slightly yellowed, a cherished keepsake from her mother, who had tearfully tucked it into her dowry before her departure. The southern customs now required savoring in this northern palace. Her fingertips brushed over her father's annotations in tiny script on the pages, and she suddenly felt a wave of disorientation. The passage of time in this deep palace was far more arduous than she had imagined. Aside from contending with Helian Zhao, only the books remained to soothe her solitude. Your servant pays respects to the Empress. A timid voice interrupted her reverie. Zhuohua lifted her gaze to see a young eunuch, unfamiliar to her, prostrating on the ground, his collar drenched in sweat. Did Consort Man impede the royal progress? She closed the tome, her jade-like nails glinting coldly in the candlelight. You're quite clever, daring to spy on the emperor's movements. The young eunuch trembled, his forehead striking the cold bricks heavily. I merely wish to alleviate the Empress's burdens. Alleviate burdens? Zhuohua suddenly chuckled softly. Linglong, go see if the lights in Yonghua Palace are lit. As silence returned to the hall, she gazed into the bronze mirror, her reflection revealing remnants of last night's blush at the corners of her eyes. A poignant reminder that Helian Zhao's insatiable demands in recent days clearly indicated he had developed a taste for indulgence. If indeed Manri Na were to intercept, it would be intriguing to see how long that man could endure. Shortly thereafter, Linglong once again entered the palace, reporting, "Your Highness, the lights of Yonghua Palace have been lit." Very well. Zhuohua rose, her flowing sleeves brushing lightly, her stomach empty, and she decided to partake in a meal. As she stepped into the dining hall, a pungent odor overwhelmed her senses. Zhuohua instinctively covered her nose with her delicate fingers, her brows knitted in dismay. Before her lay a table of dishes, grilled lamb ribs, glistening with grease, and slices of horse sausage oozing dark red juices. Even the plate of pickled wild chives exuded a sharp, acrid scent. "Your Highness." Linglong held a gilded hand-washing bowl, hesitating to speak. Today's meal was prepared according to the imperial kitchen standards. Zhuohua's fingers grazed the intricately carved ivory chopsticks. Indeed, how could the northern emperor, raised on rich meats, comprehend the southern people's longing for delicate fish? "Fetch some beef jerky." She finally grasped the jade chopsticks, only to find the jerky rough in texture, akin to coarse sand, a far cry from the tender dompa pork her mother used to make. After forcing down a couple of pieces, her throat rebelled, sourness rising. Zhuohua set down her chopsticks, her gaze lost in the reflection of her visage in the porcelain plate. It seemed that the essence of a political marriage began with taming one's appetite. As night deepened, Helian Zhao emerged from Yonghua Palace, the scent of eagle feathers still clinging to his sleeves. He had intended to gauge the southern princess's temperament through Manri Na, yet unexpectedly, Yufu Palace remained as undisturbed as an ancient well, not even sending a maid to inquire. This composure stirred an inexplicable restlessness within him. Earlier, within Yonghua Palace, Manri Na animatedly spoke of raw meat, her eyes sparkling. "That hawk is most fond of the delicacies I prepare." Before she could finish, the emperor suddenly rose. "Your Majesty, I have state affairs to attend to." He hastily fabricated an excuse and strode away, leaving Manri Na standing there, still holding a piece of raw meat. The night breeze swept past the palace walls, dissipating the self-mocking smile that had lingered on his lips. He had intended to provoke jealousy in that girl, yet found himself agitated instead. Turning through the winding corridors, the lights of Yufu Palace appeared particularly warm against the night sky. Helian Zhao raised his hand to halt the attendant's announcements and entered the inner chamber alone, where he found Zhuohua lost in thought before an untouched table of food. As the candlelight flickered, her once smiling eyes now appeared misty, her delicate fingers absent-mindedly tracing the rim of a celadon bowl, the rouge failing to conceal her pallid complexion. Helian Zhao's heart softened unexpectedly. Was she saddened by his visit to Yonghua Palace? The facade of calm she maintained now resembled a forced smile. His gaze swept over the almost untouched grilled lamb, and he caught sight of the butter she had pushed to the corner. Clearly, she had opted to sulk by refusing her meal. Such childlike jealousy was far more vivid than her usual demeanor of feigned obedience. "My beloved consort." He deliberately increased his footsteps, satisfied to see her nearly spill her tea in surprise. "Do you resent my visit to Yonghua Palace?" Zhuohua hastily rose to bow, her sleeve inadvertently knocking over the book titled Culinary Records of the Southern Dynasty. In a hurried attempt to retrieve something, her hairpin became entangled with the jade pendant at the emperor's waist. As she lifted her gaze, she found herself met with Helian Zhao's enigmatic smile. "Your servant," she began, only to realize that any explanation would be futile. Surely, she could not admit that her melancholy stemmed from her unfamiliarity with the northern cuisine, as I would paint her as overly delicate. Yet, Helian Zhao interpreted her hesitation as acquiescence, and the weight of his earlier frustration dissipated in an instant. He reached out to brush away the faint redness at the corners of her eyes, feeling a hint of moisture, and his voice softened unconsciously. "If that is the case, shall I accompany you in enjoying something delightful?" Zhuohua stared blankly at the suddenly gentle emperor, momentarily unsure whether to feel joy or worry. This misunderstanding. Perhaps it was not so bad after all? Chapter 17. Punishing the palace made Helian Xiao gaze at the cascading tresses of the woman in his arms, deftly unfastening the golden hairpin entwined with the jade pendant. A ripple of emotions surged within him, akin to stones cast into a spring pool. Could it be that she had developed feelings for him? The words she spoke upon their first meeting, expressing admiration for his heroic bearing, echoed in his mind. A woman's affection is often rooted in a longing for beauty, power, or virtue. With dominion over vast territories and possessing a countenance that inherited the profound contours unique to the Zhuohua imperial lineage, it would not be unreasonable for a princess of the southern dynasty to harbor such sentiments. Yet, the emperor's gaze darkened slightly. He had witnessed too much insincerity. Every beauty in the harem wore a mask to navigate their existence. He had never cared to fathom the complexities of a woman's heart. Leaning closer, his lips nearly brushed against her alabaster earlobe. Is my beloved feeling resentful at the dining table? Lost in thought? Helian Xiao felt a tightening around his waist as her petite form pressed against him, her rapid heartbeat palpable even through the fabric. I thought. Her voice muffled against the dragon-embroidered fabric, tinged with a hint of grievance. Your Majesty did not come tonight. As he gently lifted her chin with his fingertips, Helian Xiao was unaware of the tenderness in his own gesture. In that moment of locked gazes, he caught a glimpse of his own reflection in her clear eyes. So it seemed that even the sovereign could be entranced by a mere woman. Clearing his throat, he hastily took his seat, his dark sleeves brushing against the teacup, oblivious to the spill. Has my beloved finished her meal? Zhuohua did not respond directly, instead inquiring. Has your Majesty dined? Helian Zhao's gaze swept over the nearly untouched dishes before resting on her delicate waist, barely large enough to be encircled by his hand. So fragile. How could she withstand? She must eat more. If he claimed to have dined, she would surely refrain from partaking. I have not, he replied. Zhuohua's hand holding the chopsticks hesitated slightly. The esteemed one in Zhuohua Palace did not even prepare dinner for Helian Xiao. She lowered her eyes, concealing her doubts, and softly proposed, Then may I dine with your Majesty? Indeed, Helian Xiao answered succinctly, yet his gaze burned with intensity. Zhuohua felt as if his gaze were a tangible force, causing her fingers to tremble slightly as she held the chopsticks. Regaining her composure, she placed a piece of beef, barely edible, into her own bowl, while the gamey lamb and blood sausage were all transferred into Helian Zhao's jade bowl. Linglong, witnessing this, hastily picked up silver scissors and meticulously cut the beef into slender strips. Helian Zhao's eyes flickered with interest. Was it customary for noble women of the southern dynasty to dine with such finesse? He observed as Zhuohua delicately separated a strand of meat into 3 bites, savoring each morsel as if it were a rare delicacy. Why does your Majesty not eat? She raised her gaze, meeting the depths of his penetrating stare. My beloved is enchanting, Helian Xiao remarked, his fingertips lightly tapping the table's edge, even dining with an ethereal grace. Zhuohua's long eyelashes fluttered, a blush blooming upon her cheeks. Aware that this was merely the emperor's playful banter, she nevertheless feigned a shy demeanor. If he enjoyed the sight, let him behold to his heart's content. After all, she could still manage to eat in front of such a handsome face. I am full, she declared. However, after only a few bites, she set down the jade chopsticks and rose to serve him, saying, Let this humble servant withdraw. Helian Xiao abruptly interrupted, prompting the maidservants to begin clearing the dishes. Zhuohua stood frozen in place. Wasn't she promised companionship at the meal? How had it turned into her dining alone? Unobtrusively, she rubbed her stomach, feeling the coarse meat lodged in her throat, foreseeing a sleepless night ahead. In the inner chambers, Zhuohua donned a simple silk nightgown that cascaded like moonlight over her delicate curves. The unique ice silk of the southern dynasty shimmered under the illumination of the palace lamp, flowing with a watery sheen, each pleat seemingly carved with meticulous care. Such exquisite craftsmanship was truly unattainable by the weaving bureau of the northern lands. Helian Xiao sat at the edge of the bed, his imposing figure shielding her petite form completely. A palace maid knelt to remove his dragon-patterned boots, but the figure hidden in the emperor's shadow suddenly spoke, "Your Majesty." Her soft fingers climbed to his shoulder, her silken hair brushing against his neck, leaving a trail of subtle fragrance. Lin Xiao's back tightened. How could she be so brazen in front of the maid? This humble servant wishes to light lanterns at Tay Pool to celebrate and pray for my father's birthday. The emperor's gaze darkened. Lanterns? Prayers? Was she attempting to use this as an opportunity to send a message to the Southern Dynasty? His large hand suddenly clasped around her slender waist. Before she could react, she found herself seated upon his lap. The calloused pads of his fingers traced up from her ankle, sending shivers through the layers of her silk attire. "Your filial piety is commendable," he remarked, his fingertips pausing at her sensitive knee, relishing the tremor of approval that coursed through her. "Thank you for your grace, Your Majesty." Zhuohua replied, has similar rendiant. As the maid removed the emperor's dragon-patterned boots, she did not retreat, but advanced. "Your Majesty, shall I assist with your change of attire?" Zhuohua's gaze sharpened as she turned to look. There stood a maid in a peach-pink palace outfit, her lips painted more vividly than the peach blossoms in the imperial garden. What a carefully adorned vixen! Noticing her stare, the maid hastily lowered her head. "Very well." Lin Xiao's expression remained indifferent, his arms slightly outstretched, granting permission. Zhuohua's fingers dug into her palms, yet she maintained a composed smile. Had this treacherous maid been in the Southern Dynasty, she would have long since had her tongue cut out and been thrown into a snake pit. Gradually, she rose from Lin Xiao's lap. He appeared oblivious, allowing the maid to draw closer. The young maid gently unfastened the jade belt and audaciously slipped her hand beneath the dragon robe. Bang! A sudden, muffled sound shattered the stillness of the chamber. Zhuohua looked up to see the maid fly several feet away, akin to a kite severed from its string, crashing heavily against the gilded screen. A spurt of blood erupted, staining the meticulously laid Persian carpet. "Your Majesty, spare me." The maid struggled to rise, her forehead smeared with blood and powder, pitifully kneeling in supplication. Lin Xiao leisurely adjusted his clothing, his gaze icy and terrifying. "Wang Yu." The old eunuch entered at the sound, followed by two burly matrons. "Send her to the military camp." For simple words rendered the maid's face ashen. "No, Your Majesty, please have mercy." Amidst the piercing cries, the palace maid was silenced and dragged away, leaving behind a disordered trail of blood on the ground. Zhuohua stood frozen in place, her previously surging anger now transformed into sheer astonishment. She gazed at Hellion Zhao's austere profile and suddenly grasped the unsettling truth. Who was the true audience for this grim display meant to intimidate? Chapter 18, warning. The towering figure of Hellion Zhao loomed above. His long fingers grasped Zhuohua's chin, applying just enough pressure to render her immobile. "What's wrong, my beloved consort? Are you afraid?" Zhuohua's aelicious fluteret, the tyrannical and capricious emperor of Ziyuan, as whispered in the tales of the Southern Dynasty, had finally cast aside the facade of tenderness he had worn for the past 2 days. She forced herself to maintain her composure, yet a flicker of panic lingered in her eyes, not feigned but instinctual. The audacity of that maid was beyond measure. Whatever punishment the emperor deemed fit would be justified. Her voice was gentle, but her fingertips discreetly tightened around the silk quilt. Hellion Zhao chuckled softly, his breath brushing against her cheek. "The master of the palace, yet allows a lowly maid to entice me right before her eyes. My beloved consort, what punishment do you think is warranted?" Zhuohua instinctively knelt upon the couch, her pristine white dress cascading like moonlight. "As I have just taken charge of the palace affairs, I have been remiss in my duties. I beseech Your Majesty for forgiveness." She tilted her face upward, allowing a single tear to hang delicately upon her lashes. The emperor's gaze darkened. This little vixen had mastered the art of feigning innocence and cunning. He leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. "Remember, I despise betrayal above all else. Today, I spare you from bloodshed in your palace only because of my interest in you." Zhuohua caught a glimpse of her own reflection in his deep-set eyes. Hellion Zhao's warning was both a reprimand and a declaration. From the moment she stepped into Ziyuan, she became his possession. "I understand," she replied obediently, lowering her gaze. Suddenly, Helian Xiao released her. Since the Southern Dynasty had sent Zhuohua as a consort, it was a trade for a fleeting peace between their nations, along with valuable resources like Ziyuan's superior warhorses. Now that she had been offered to Ziyuan, Zhuohua could only belong to Helian Xiao. He hoped she would grasp this notion. Any hint of treachery on her part, any attempt to act as a spy for the Southern Dynasty, would lead to consequences beyond her comprehension. His warning stemmed from a lingering interest, a desire not to see such exquisite beauty extinguished too soon. But alas, the night was fleeting. Helian Xiao pressed her into the silk quilt. The cloud-like bedding sank slightly beneath their weight. His gaze shifted. Such softness must be the ice-silk tribute from the southern regions. No wonder she often furrowed her brow in the Zhuohua palace, finding his dragon bed too hard, as his fingertips traced the delicate skin at her waist. Helian Xiao recalled a fleeting glance upon entering the Yufu palace. The gilded screen embroidered with the misty rains of Jiangnan, the jade table adorned with unopened ink orchids. And even the incense was the unique of the Southern Dynasty. This palace had long been transformed into her own sanctuary. A soft whimper from Zhuohua interrupted his reverie. Helian Xiao's expression darkened as he leaned down to bite the alabaster-like curve of her neck. After the clouds dissipated and the rain ceased, Helian Xiao donned his robe, and they each went to bathe. Upon returning to the chamber, droplets cascaded down his well-defined chest. Suddenly, he felt a sharp sting and looked down to see several red marks on his skin. She had clawed him fiercely, resembling an agitated cat. "My beloved consort?" The empty chamber echoed with silence. The sound of water ceased in the bathing area, yet no figure appeared. As Helian Xiao entered the inner chamber and lifted the final layer of the delicate gauze curtain, the mingling scents of dragon saliva and the unique fragrance of a woman enveloped him. There he beheld Zhuohua, languid and somewhat fatigued, reclining upon a satin-soft pillow. Her back, as white as jade, was adorned with nothing but a loosely tied, blush-colored peony bodice, with silk ribbons cascading down the edge of the bed. Beside her, her devoted maidens, Ling Long and Ling Lang, delicately held exquisite jars as they applied ointments upon her skin, particularly attending to the marks left by Helian Xiao with meticulous care. Ahem! Helian Xiao cleared his throat, his voice deep and imbued with authority. "What are you doing?" "Your Majesty." Zhuohua propped herself up, her dark tresses cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders, artfully concealing half of her spring-like allure. "This snow-skin balm is most beneficial for the skin." Ling Long knelt nearby, cradling a small jade jar, and explained, "In response to your Majesty, the Empress's skin is delicate. We are applying a nourishing balm for her." Helian Xiao's gaze darkened as he stepped forward and seized the jade jar. This balm. He brought the small container to his nose, inhaling the familiar, ethereal fragrance of orchids that lingered, an aroma often associated with Zhuohua. He cast his eyes down upon the kneeling maidens. "Your Southern Dynasty's methods of skincare are indeed meticulous." Ling Lang quickly bowed her head. "In response to your Majesty, this snow-skin balm is concocted from 18 medicinal ingredients, including white atractalodes, pearl powder, and jade beauty powder, which the Empress has been accustomed to since childhood." Noticing the red marks upon his chest, Zhuohua extended her delicate finger, scooping a dab of the luminous balm from the jar. "Your Majesty, forgive me. May I apply some upon you as well?" Her fingertip lightly touched his sturdy chest, the cool balm melting into his skin, leaving a whisper of the orchid scent. Helian Xiao's breath hitched. The figure before him, just emerged from a bath, glowed with a soft pink hue, droplets of water still clinging to her hair, rendering the peony bodice even more vivid. He abruptly grasped her wrist, feeling the rapid pulse beneath her tender skin. "Continue attending to your Empress." He released her hand, his voice lower than usual. "I shall take my leave." Zhuohua watched the Emperor retreat almost in a panic, lightly biting her lower lip. In the days they had spent together, she had never witnessed Helian Xiao moved by her beauty, once believing he was truly impervious to allure. She reclined back onto the couch, allowing her maidens to meticulously apply the fragrant balm upon her shoulders and neck. The copper mirror reflected a subtle smile playing at the corners of her lips. This delicate game of soft versus strong had only just begun. Chapter 19, Establishing Rules. The following day, Zhuohua reclined languidly upon her couch, a light blanket draped over her form. Her demeanor both languorous and imbued with an undercurrent of icy severity. The young eunuch who had come to report that Hellion Shao was intercepted by the favored concubine, Manjiu, knelt trembling on the floor, quaking like a leaf in the wind. All the attendants within the Jade Fu Palace stood behind him, heads bowed, afraid to breathe. Their hearts filled with confusion and trepidation, utterly unable to fathom the intentions of their mistress. Zhuohua spoke in a leisurely manner. I have only been in the palace for 3 days, devoting my time to serving His Majesty, and have yet to discipline the attendants of Jade Fu Palace. Yet, it seems you have completely disregarded all decorum. Her voice, gentle yet sharp as ice, caused the temperature within the chamber to plummet. The eunuch on the floor stammered in fear. I dare not, my lady, I dare not. I meant no harm. The other attendants were aware of the eunuch's actions from the previous day and had heard rumors regarding the plight of the maid Yushi, who had been dragged from her quarters and sent to a place resembling a military camp. The implication of a maid being sent to a military encampment was clear. She was to be consigned to a life of servitude. However, they were oblivious to the specifics of Yushi's transgression that warranted such a severe punishment, and their hearts were heavy with sorrow, yet they dared not express their sentiments. Zhuohua paid no heed to the thoughts of the attendants. In her former home, the rules she established were sacrosanct, and none among the maids dared to defy them in the slightest. To her, there was no need to discuss the bonds of master and servant with these palace attendants. A strict application of rewards and punishments was the true path to governance. Stringent penalties for transgressors and generous rewards for those who adhered to the rules would suffice to ensure that everyone fulfilled their roles diligently. Those with pure intentions and no hidden agendas would naturally reap numerous benefits from her, leading to a smooth and stable existence. Conversely, those harboring ulterior motives could only tread cautiously, living in constant fear of their misdeeds being exposed and enduring their days in anxious trepidation. Who was the head eunuch? Zhuohua inquired, her gaze lifting slightly. Li De, standing before the assembly of attendants, hastily stepped forward, bowing respectfully. This servant greets the esteemed lady. It was my negligence that allowed Xiao Linzi to abandon his post yesterday. Please forgive me, my lady. Xiao Linzi was the very eunuch who had left Jade Fu Palace without permission the day prior. I believe it is time to firmly establish the rules of Jade Fu Palace, Zhuohua declared, sitting upright as the blanket slipped to her waist. She toyed with a lock of hair at her temple, her eyes sharpening with resolve. From this day forth, no attendant of Jade Fu Palace shall step outside the palace gates without a legitimate duty. Should an outing be necessary, prior notification must be given to Ling Long and Ling Lang, who will arrange for a trustworthy companion to accompany you. The attendants gasped internally, realizing the implications of such restrictions on their movements, yet none dared to voice their concerns. Furthermore, guards shall be assigned to monitor the perimeter of Jade Fu Palace at all times, with shifts changing every 2 hours and no slackening of vigilance permitted. Should any suspicious individuals approach, there is no need for notification. They are to be apprehended immediately. Henceforth, a system of mutual oversight would be instituted within Jade Fu Palace. Maintain a vigilant watch over one another. Should you discover anyone contravening the regulations established by this esteemed palace, or covertly communicating with individuals from other quarters, be they maidservants or eunuchs, know that upon verification of such transgressions, the informer shall be rewarded with 100 taels of silver and promoted 2 ranks. As for the transgressors, death awaits. Zhuohua's gaze was fierce as it swept over the assembly. Do not harbor any illusions. This harem is rife with those yearning for ascendance, and do not allow others to seize upon your missteps to curry favor with me. The assembly felt a shiver run through them, torn between the allure of generous rewards and the chilling threat of severe punishment. Over the past 3 days, they had witnessed the gentle demeanor of the lady in the presence of His Majesty and had heard whispers of her supposed frailty. Today, however, their previous impressions were utterly shattered. As Zhuohua laid down the law, Ling Long and Ling Lang observed from the sidelines, exchanging glances. A few had already succumbed to anxiety, their foreheads beaded with sweat, their eyes betraying their trepidation. Which of these palace attendants did not fear for their lives? Those willing to act as informants were either ensnared by secrets or motivated by the lure of wealth. It was the latter who were the easiest to catch. Zhuohua looked upon the increasingly reverent faces of the attendants, her gaze settling on the kneeling Xiao Linzi. As for you, Xiao Linzi, for your unauthorized departure from the palace and your attempts to discern His Majesty's whereabouts, seeking to incite rivalry between me and consort man, thereby disrupting palace regulations, I shall consider this your first offense. You are hereby relieved of your duties in the Yufu Palace and will serve in the Laundry Bureau instead. Xiao Linzi felt as though he had been granted a reprieve. The esteemed consort, she was indeed formidable. Fortunately, he was merely being sent to the Laundry Bureau, and he would surely find a way to return. Zhuohua's gaze turned to Li De, her expression neutral. Li De, as the head eunuch, you have failed to properly oversee your subordinates. Thus, I shall impose a penalty of 1 month's salary upon you. Should similar incidents arise again, my leniency will not be so readily extended. Li De hastily knelt, expressing his gratitude for the lady's clemency, pledging to serve diligently and uphold palace regulations henceforth. Listen closely. I have little tolerance for trouble and will not permit anyone to scheme within my domain. Should anyone dare to defy my commands or collude with other quarters, let the fate of Yunshi serve as a cautionary tale for you all. Zhuohua surveyed the room with an icy glare. You may all take your leave, and remember my words well. The attendants felt as though they had narrowly escaped a dire fate and hurriedly withdrew. Once they had departed, Zhuohua languidly reclined against her soft pillow. Linglong, she called. At your service, the maid replied. Attend to matters at the Laundry Bureau, and ensure someone keeps watch over Xiao Linzi. A sharp glint flashed in her eyes. She was determined to discover whose hand reached so far. Linglong understood and whispered, Rest assured, my lady, I shall see to it immediately. Yet, regarding the dismissed maidservant, no rush, Zhuohua mused, playing with the jade bracelet on her wrist. After all, those who were favored by His Majesty would inevitably reveal their true colors. The substantial dowry she had brought was now poised to prove its worth. Today's act of killing the chicken to warn the monkey serves not only to establish authority, but also to make the suspicious emperor realize that she, Zhuohua, has never been a soft persimmon to be easily manipulated. I intend to make him aware that the delicate touch gliding over the brocade coverlet, adorned with entwined patterns, is merely a effet ade of fragility. To secure a foothold in the purple realm, mere beauty is insufficient. She must also be of utility to Hellion Xiao. In this world, all individuals are bound together by mutual interests. She aspires to become the sharpest sword in Hellion Xiao's grasp, compelling him to willingly elevate her to a position of prominence. The imperial consort, she murmured, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in her eyes. The Wiyilate clan wields immense power, having long been a thorn in the emperor's side, and she, perfectly poised, can become the most formidable weapon. As for the position of empress, Zhuohua caressed the dragon-patterned sachet at her pillow, a remnant left by Hellion Xiao the previous night. She aims to gradually claim the most exalted position in the realm, step by step. Chapter 20. Learning to ride horses at Zhuohua Palace. The palace is adorned with opulence. Alanki sits gracefully on a carved Nanma chair, her poised demeanor accentuated by her splendid palace attire. Your Highness, the consort she from the Southern Dynasty is indeed a formidable figure. Our informants placed in Yufu Palace face tremendous challenges in relaying messages, she remarks with a disdainful chuckle. Initially, I feared that His Majesty might truly develop feelings for her due to her beauty. However, my father has informed me that the princess sent from the Southern Dynasty is likely a spy. Thus, His Majesty's affection for her must be mere pretense. As she speaks, she delicately plays with a silk handkerchief. At that moment, Qing Lian, who has been standing by, suddenly recalls something and steps forward. Your Highness, I've heard that in 3 days, it will be the birthday of Consort Shi's father. She has received His Majesty's permission to release lanterns in the palace to pray for blessings. However, Qing Lian hesitates. Consort Shi has been frequently traversing the palace lately, inspecting every lake, river, and pond suitable for releasing lanterns. I find it rather puzzling. Releasing lanterns is merely a gesture of goodwill, and any location would suffice. Your Highness, could it be that consort she is scheming something? Seated nearby, Manry Na interjects eagerly. Qinglian, do you know where consort she intends to release the lanterns? Replying to the esteemed lady. It seems to be by the Jade Belt River in the northern part of the Imperial Garden. Upon hearing this, Manry Na claps her hands in sudden realization, exclaiming, Your Highness, I understand now. Consort she must be attempting to convey messages to the outside world through the Jade Belt River. Alanki raises an eyebrow, intrigued. Oh, pray tell. How so? Manry Na stands, pacing within the hall as she elucidates. Consider, Your Highness, the Jade Belt River is a tributary of the Imperial River, the only waterway in the palace that connects to the outside world. Consort Shi's meticulous choice of the Jade Belt River for releasing lanterns surely indicates her intention to transmit information back to the Southern Dynasty. Alanki's expression shifts to one of surprise and excitement. Could it be that Consort Shi is indeed a spy sent from the Southern Dynasty? Manry Na recalls the day she led His Majesty to her Zhuohua palace, hoping to monopolize his affections, only for him to ultimately favor Yufu Palace. Moreover, Consort she had previously humiliated her before the virtuous consort. She has long harbored disdain for the alluring Consort Shi, and now, hearing of her potential treachery fills her with secret delight. Consort she is truly courting disaster. Unable to contain her exhilaration, Manry Na promptly suggests to Alanki, Your Highness, should we not immediately inform His Majesty of Consort Shi's treasonous intentions? Alanki raises a hand to smooth her hair, her expression composed. Let's not act hastily. She turns her sharp gaze to Qinglian and commands, Find a way to ensure our people in Yufu Palace discover precisely what message consort she intends to transmit. Even if I must expose the Empress Shi, I must ensure that she is caught in the act, leaving her no opportunity for rebuttal. Qinglian slightly bent her knee and replied, Yes, Your Majesty. Meanwhile, in the Taiji Palace, Helian Xiao sat behind a grand dragon desk, diligently reviewing a mountain of memorials. Clad in a resplendent yellow dragon robe and adorned with a crown, his expression was cold and stern. At that moment, a petite palace maid entered the hall. She was a spy planted by Wang Yu in the Yufu Palace, serving as a second-class maid and always proceeding with utmost caution. Today, her successful exit was entirely due to Wang Yu's meticulous planning, cleverly gathering several palace attendants under the guise of training from the Internal Affairs Office, thus skillfully avoiding the stringent rules set by Empress Shi. Your Majesty, the recent actions of Empress Shi have indeed been rather unusual. She has nearly explored all the rivers within the palace. Perhaps she. The maid refrained from speculating on her master's behavior, choosing instead to report the facts. The river chosen by Empress Shi for releasing lanterns is the Yudai River. Helian Xiao did not pause his writing, his brow remaining unwrinkled, as if all was anticipated. On the day of her father's birthday, anything that flowed through the Imperial River must be thoroughly inspected. Not even a fallen leaf could escape scrutiny. Yes, Your Majesty, the maid promptly replied, stepping aside. Wang Yu, standing nearby, pondered silently. Over the past month, the majority of the Emperor's favor had been bestowed upon the Empress of Yufu Palace. If the Empress could remain compliant with her current status and the Emperor's affection, she could live a life of luxury and ease, even as a princess of alliance. However, should she truly betray the Emperor and act as a spy for the Southern Dynasty, given the Emperor's ruthless nature, her fate would be nothing short of tragic. Once the maid withdrew, Wang Yu also quietly exited the hall. Helian Xiao finally set down his brush, gazing into the distance with deep, contemplative eyes, tinged with a hint of coldness. In truth, he had already condemned Zhuohua in his heart, merely waiting for her father's birthday to solidify her crimes, ensuring she was caught red-handed. Zhuohua's recent actions unmistakably hinted at her identity as a spy. Yet at this moment, he found himself conflicted about how to deal with her. Should he strip her of her title and relegate her to the cold palace? Yet, the thought of her radiant beauty withering away in such a place stirred a twinge of reluctance within him. Since he did not wish to see the delicate flower tarnished for the time being, he resolved to monitor her, imprison her, and make her the lowest ranking maid by his side, until his disdain for her was complete. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, Helian Xiao felt an inexplicable agitation rising within him. He rose and strode to the palace door, inquiring, "Where is Empress Shi at this moment?" Wang Yi was taken aback. The emperor had actually set aside his memorials to inquire about the whereabouts of Empress Shi. It was still early in the afternoon. However, he dared not ask further and quickly responded, "Your Majesty, Empress Shi is at the horse grounds, where the imperial guards are teaching her to ride." Helian Shao acknowledged with a simple then commanded, "Prepare the imperial carriage. I shall go to the horse grounds." The sun blazed high in the sky, and the horse grounds were surrounded by neatly arranged fences with lush green grass beyond. At this moment, within the confines of the horse arena, Zhuohua found herself astride a magnificent steed beset by discomfort. In the past, during the Southern Dynasty, she had undertaken the endeavor of learning to ride. However, each time the horse quickened its pace, the saddle would chafe at the tender inner thighs, rendering her experience nothing short of torturous. Observing her plight, both her brother and Xiao Junyi urged her to relinquish her pursuit, and after much contemplation, she decided to no longer force herself. "My lady, your posture while riding is incorrect. Today marks the 3rd day of my instruction, yet you have yet to master even a simple canter. If His Majesty inquires, I find myself at a loss for words," spoke Qi Ying, the emperor's personal guard, whose presence exuded a commanding aura and whose stature was remarkably upright. Recently, he had been assigned the task of teaching the favored concubine Shi to ride. Zhuohua felt a surge of irritation. What was Helian Shao playing at? With so many skilled equestrians among his court's beauties, why must she be compelled to learn as well? "Master, my back aches terribly. I simply cannot maintain an upright posture. His Majesty commanded you to teach me, yet here I am, managing to sit upon the horse myself," she retorted. Qi Ying, merely in his 20s, maintained a deliberate distance from Zhuohua, fully aware that her extraordinary beauty was not something an ordinary man could easily withstand. He recalled the first time she had addressed him as master, at which point he had promptly declined the title. Yet, she had stubbornly persisted, seemingly unfazed by the potential consequences should the emperor hear such a term. At this moment, as Zhuohua spoke with a tone laced with playful coaxing, Qi Ying felt a rush of warmth sweep across his face. "My lady, I shall remain behind you. Please ride in circles around the arena." He steadied his thoughts and replied. With a slight furrow of her elegant brows, Zhuohua nodded, then gently tugged at the reins, prompting the horse to begin its leisurely gait. Her form swayed gracefully atop the steed, exuding a unique charm despite her evident inexperience. Before long, Helian Zhao's carriage arrived at the arena. As he disembarked, his gaze fell upon the serene scene of Zhuohua and Qi Ying riding together. Qi Ying, as the emperor's guard, was naturally tall and striking, displaying an effortless elegance. Meanwhile, Zhuohua donned fitted riding attire that accentuated her slender waist. The two, of similar age, exchanged smiles, seemingly engaged in light conversation. From a distance, they appeared as a pair of perfect companions. Helian Zhao's eyes darkened, and deep within them, it seemed a tempest was brewing. Chapter 21. Anger and Whip. The expansive horse ranch, adorned with lush greenery, meets the azure sky, creating a breathtaking vista. Zhuohua and Qi Ying leisurely ride their horses, maintaining a comfortable distance that allows for conversation. Oblivious to the arrival of Helian Shao, they continue their ride. The attentive, stable hands, however, quickly notice His Majesty's presence and promptly bring forth his beloved steed, Xueqiu. Xueqiu, a magnificent creature of purest white, with flowing mane and powerful, elongated legs, stands ready. With a swift motion, Helian Shao mounts Xueqiu, and with a slight squeeze of his legs, the horse gallops towards Zhuohua and Qi Ying. Suddenly alerted by the sound of thundering hooves, Qi Ying instinctively turns his head. The emperor has arrived. Without a moment's hesitation, he dismounts and respectfully stands aside. His head bowed. In an instant, Helian Shao rides up alongside Zhuohua, his figure appearing particularly imposing under the sunlight. Zhuohua instinctively gasps, "Your Majesty? Did I not instruct you to learn horseback riding? Is this how you repay my guidance?" Before Zhuohua can respond, he lowers his gaze, directing his piercing eyes towards Qi Ying. As the one tasked with teaching the empress, is this the extent of your diligence? Qi Ying trembles and immediately kneels on one knee. Your Majesty, I beg for your forgiveness. It is my failure for not adequately instructing Her Highness. Your Majesty, my instructor is truly excellent. It is my own ineptitude that hinders my learning. This matter bears no fault on my teacher, she interjects. Helian Xiao turns his attention back to Zhuohua. Instructor? In the past, other consorts had sought the palace guard for lessons to enhance their riding skills. To him, there was no impropriety in the relationship between guards and consorts under the open sky. Thus, when the idea of having Zhuohua learn to ride crossed his mind, he casually instructed Wang Yu to find a guard for her tutelage, if they were willing to risk familial disgrace for illicit affairs. Helian Xiao would not stand in their way. Most consorts would strive to maintain a respectful distance from the guards, but she, on the other hand, openly referred to him as instructor. Qi Ying, upon hearing Zhuohua's address, felt a jolt of shock. He cautiously raised his eyes and caught sight of the emperor's increasingly darkening expression, a chill racing up his spine. Your Majesty, the empress is indeed capable of riding and likely requires no further instruction from me. I shall take my leave and not disturb you and Her Highness. With a cold grunt, Helian Xiao flicked his sleeve. Qi Ying, feeling as if granted a reprieve, hastily remounted and galloped away. Zhuohua softly inquired, Your Majesty, what troubles you? You appear to be upset? Helian Xiao fixed his gaze upon Zhuohua, the flames of anger still smoldering in his eyes. He coldly replied, You, as the esteemed empress, dare to address a guard as instructor. As my consort, how should I refer to him? Zhuohua bit her lips slightly, eager to defend herself. I merely called him instructor in passing while Qi Ying was teaching me to ride at the ranch. Her hands nervously twisted the reins, her expression one of innocence. Have you learned then? Zhuohua lowered her head and murmured, I have some skill in horseback riding, but she hesitated, revealing her reluctance to ride, partly due to the painful chafing on the inner thighs, and partly because her horsemanship was lacking, making the ride an uncomfortable ordeal. Understood? Helian Xiao repeated. Zhuohua hesitated before nodding. Then let me see how my beloved consort has fared after 3 days of practice, he declared, cracking the whip in his hand with a sharp snap against the horse's flank. Caught off guard by Helian Xiao's sudden action, Zhuohua's expression changed in fright, and she instinctively tightened the reins. The horse neighed and bolted forward, galloping wildly. The wind whipped past her ears, and having never ridden such a fast horse, fear consumed her heart. What madness had overcome Helian Xiao? Watching the trembling Zhuohua on horseback, Helian Xiao felt a pang of regret wash over him. His earlier suspicion of her duplicity, pretending to be weak before him while secretly relaying messages to the southern dynasty, had already troubled him. Encountering her riding with Qi Ying and addressing her as master only fueled his anger, prompting this reckless act. Now, seeing her in such distress, he gripped the whip tightly. His lips pressed into a hard, straight line. Without further hesitation, he mounted his horse and pursued her. Zhuohua, heart racing like thunder, felt intense pain radiating from her palms and inner thighs, causing her brows to furrow. The rough reins, jostling with the horse's movements, scraped her skin, drawing blood. Yet, she could not relinquish her hold. At this speed, a fall could lead to severe injury or worse. However, her strength was waning, and she struggled to maintain her position on the galloping beast. She could only bend over, trying to steady herself on the horse's back. Aware that Helian Xiao was right behind her, she abandoned all other thoughts and, with a quivering voice, pleaded, Your Majesty, I was wrong. I cannot ride. Please make the horse stop. I do not wish to ride anymore. Helian Xiao, close behind, was already anxious for her safety. Hearing her pitiful cries, he quickened his pace to reach her, then whistled sharply. The horse, as if responding to his command, reared up before coming to a halt. Yet, with her strength depleted and her hands bloodied, Zhuohua could not maintain her grip on the reins, and she suddenly felt herself weightless, plummeting from the horse's back. In an instant, Helian Xiao's heart leapt into his throat. Acting swiftly, he leaped onto the horse's back, using it as leverage to propel himself toward her falling form. Catching her in his arms, he embraced her waist as they landed, but Zhuohua's legs had grown weak, and her body was uncontrollable, causing her to collapse. He held her horizontally in his arms. At that moment, Zhuohua kept her eyes closed, tears still glistening on her long lashes, her face pale. When she realized she had not fallen to the ground, but had been saved by Helian Xiao, rather than gratitude, a surge of anger welled up within her. The suppressed nature she had held back for so long erupted in full force after this harrowing moment. As she relentlessly pounded her fists against Helian Xiao's chest, she lamented, "Your Majesty, if you wish for my demise, there are far simpler methods." Helian Xiao embraced her, allowing her to strike him without resistance. Furrowing his brow, he remarked, "Did you not claim to have mastered horseback riding? I recall you practiced for 3 days." He had anticipated her proficiency, only to discover that she could not even control the horse. Helian Xiao felt little from her feeble blows, yet he caught a whiff of blood. His expression turned grave as he leaned down, only to find that her clenched fist was seeping crimson, a stark contrast against her delicate, fair hand. Chapter 22. Whimsical disputes. The imperial carriage glided along the broad palace path, adorned within with opulent decorations and tapestries embroidered with auspicious dragon and phoenix motifs. Inside, Helian Xiao sat with Zhuohua, whose delicate visage was taut, her expression as frigid as ice. This marked the first occasion in a month since her entry into the palace that she had displayed such a temper in his presence. Observing her demeanor, an unfamiliar sensation stirred within him. Were it not for his arm resting upon her waist, she would likely have distanced herself considerably. Though his recent act of cracking the whip had indeed been somewhat inappropriate, riding was a commonplace skill in Zhuohua, one that all were expected to master. How could anyone sustain such injuries? Even if the women of the southern dynasty were traditionally delicate, the consorts in his harem had shown no fear in riding and archery to win his favor. How could it be that Zhuohua, after merely a quarter of an hour on horseback, had so grievously injured her hand? As the emperor, Helian Xiao prided himself on his nobility, and the notion of offering an apology was utterly inconceivable. He could tolerate Zhuohua's frosty demeanor, but only because she had been hurt. His large hand wandered over her waist, exuding a subtle sense of pressure. "I recall you, my beloved consort, asserting your ability to ride. I merely assisted you with a crack of the whip. Subsequently, you implored me to halt the horse, and I complied. Yet you, lacking skill in horsemanship, fell from the saddle, and I hastily came to your aid. What, pray tell, is the rationale behind your current disposition?" Having wept profusely in the horse arena, Zhuohua had already released a considerable amount of her pent-up emotions. Now, she had regained some semblance of rationality. After striking Helian Xiao, she noted his lack of anger and contemplated pushing her advantage, hoping to elicit a reaction from him. Otherwise, she feared he would increasingly disregard her feelings. However, upon hearing his words, which laid the blame squarely upon her shoulders and accused her of ingratitude, her ire reignited. Yet, she found herself at a loss for words. In the southern dynasty, the men around her had always showered her with affection, accommodating her every whim. But Helian Xiao was relentless. The more she pondered, the more her frustration grew. Yes, it was all her fault. She had lied about mastering the art of riding, and she deserved this injury. Perhaps she should have perished from her fall, thus avoiding vexing his majesty further. Zhuohua's heart seethed with indignation. Though she struggled to formulate a rebuttal, she was adept at being obstinate. As she spoke, she averted her gaze slightly, unwilling to meet Helian Xiao's eyes. He found himself momentarily speechless, caught off guard. That was not his intention. He merely wished for her to understand that the fault was not entirely his own. He cleared his throat, striving to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere. "Very well, if you do not wish to ride in the future, then do not. Riding is a simple enough endeavor that anyone should be able to master." Who could have anticipated that Zhuohua would be so inept? The imperial carriage came to a halt before the gates of Yufu Palace. The curtains swayed gently as Zhuohua was the first to alight from the carriage. Helian Xiao remained seated within, his brows arched in surprise. Originally, he had approached the horse grounds in a fit of anger to seek her out, yet now, the tide seemed to have turned. It was she who was incensed. Very well, once he gathers evidence of her betrayal, she shall find herself weeping and pleading for mercy. Helian Shao flicked the ample sleeves of his dragon robe and strode forward with confidence. Throughout the past month, Zhuohua had consistently displayed a submissive demeanor before him. As docile as a gentle fawn, Helian Shao was aware that she was deliberately putting on an act. Yet he found himself secretly yearning for her to shed her fade and reveal her true self. Today, her anger exuded an intriguing charm. After disembarking from the imperial carriage, Zhuohua waited deferentially at the side, knowing that as a consort, she could not walk ahead of the emperor. As Helian Shao passed by her, he cast a fleeting glance in her direction and continued on his way. Zhuohua struggled to move her feet, but the searing pain radiating from her inner thighs made her instinctively clench her fists, her heart swelling with a profound sense of grievance. Helian Shao had caused her injury, and not only could she not express a hint of resentment towards him, but she also had to feign frailty in his presence, pleading for his compassion. With this thought, Zhuohua lifted her head and glared fiercely at his towering figure ahead. Helian Shao, you better pray that you do not come to like me, for I will not hesitate to utter the most hurtful words. You have wounded me, and I shall repay you in kind. As Helian Shao walked ahead, he seemed to sense the intense gaze upon him, and a smile crept onto his lips. Yet, as he continued, he felt the distance between them grow. He halted, turning to look back. There he saw Zhuohua walking with a peculiar gait, her steps slow and somewhat rigid. What was wrong with her legs? Zhuohua puffed out her cheeks, gritting her teeth. It's nothing. At that moment, Ling Lang spotted the return of the consort from afar and hurriedly approached, offering her support. She immediately noticed the wound on Zhuohua's palm and exclaimed, "Your Highness, how did your hand get injured?" "It was from the reins while riding. It's nothing serious." Ling Lang, filled with concern, quickly turned to Ling Long, saying, "Ling Long, you support the consort. I shall fetch the ointment." Helian Shao observed Zhuohua being helped by the palace maid yet still moving at a painfully slow pace, and he recalled how her skin bore bruises at the slightest pressure in bed. Had her legs also been injured while riding? He swiftly approached her, furrowing his brow. "What are you trying to prove?" As he spoke, he stretched out his arms and picked her up, carrying her towards the inner chamber. Once inside, Zhuohua reclined against the couch, while Helian Shao took a seat beside her. At that moment, Ling Lang returned with the ointment. Just as she was about to apply it to Zhuohua's wound, the latter suddenly opened her hands, presenting her injured palm to Helian Shao. "It's all your fault. Your Majesty, my hand has become like this because of you. You must apply this ointment for me, or I shall not comply." Her voice was sweet and tender, and her playful demeanor was exceptionally captivating. Helian Shao had never favored such effective behavior from women, yet at this moment, he found it oddly endearing. He reached out, taking the ointment from Ling Lang, and began to apply it to Zhuohua's hand. Zhuohua placed her delicate hand upon Helian Shao's broad palm. In contrast, her fingers appeared even more slender and exquisite, resembling jade in their softness. At that moment, Helian Shao felt a pang of regret for blemishing such a work of art. She was akin to a finely crafted porcelain, beautiful yet fragile. Why compel her to engage in coarse tasks when her mere presence was a delight? The wounds on her hand were soon tended to. "Is your leg injured as well? Shall I assist you with the ointment?" Zhuohua lowered her gaze, softly replying, "No need, my lady-in-waiting Ling Lang can manage. It is unnecessary to trouble your Majesty." Observing her bashful demeanor, Helian Shao found amusement and playfully teased. "Where has my beloved consort been? Have I not seen you before? Let me apply it for you." Zhuohua, both embarrassed and vexed, puffed her cheeks and snatched the ointment from his grasp, pushing him away. "Your Majesty, please step outside. I only require Ling Long's assistance." Seeing her genuine shyness, Helian Shao ceased his teasing, stood, and exited. While he was waiting outside the hall, earlier, the emperor had appeared troubled while reviewing memorials in the study, but now, as he emerged, the previous gloom had vanished, replaced by a subtle joy. Just moments ago, consort she had been in a quarrel with him. Logically, the emperor should be seething with anger, yet his mood had seemingly improved. Initially, his anger stemmed from suspicions of consort she's betrayal, having heard rumors of her frequent inquiries about rivers within the palace, suggesting she might be relaying messages to the southern dynasty. However, It now appeared that even if his suspicions were valid and consort she had indeed betrayed him, the emperor seemed disinclined to impose severe punishment. How perplexing. The emperor was known for his ruthless methods, showing no mercy towards traitors. Unable to contain his curiosity, he raised his eyes towards the direction of Yufu Palace. Could it be that consort Xi's unparalleled beauty was the reason? Renowned in the southern dynasty for her charm, she presented a stark contrast to the spirited women of Ziyuan. Having spent considerable time in Ziyuan, perhaps the emperor had grown weary of such beauty and found himself captivated by consort Xi's allure. The more Wang Yu pondered, the more plausible it seemed. Should consort Xi gain even greater favor, and the emperor's taste shift, it was likely that courtiers would soon scramble to present more beauties from the southern dynasty in hopes of winning his approval. Chapter 23. Lanterns on the Water at the Jade Fragrance Palace. The ambience was tranquil and elegant. The afternoon sun filtered through intricately carved window grilles, casting a warm glow upon the exquisite beauty couch by the window. Zhuohua reclined gracefully upon it, her figure resembling a breathtaking portrait of a noble woman. Delicate gauzy curtains fluttered gently in the breeze, harmonizing with the swaying willow branches outside, enhancing the poetic charm of the scene. Linglong and Linglang sat attentively on a small stool in front of the couch, diligently tending to Zhuohua's nails. "How goes the matter, Your Highness? Our Aru has been devising ways to escape the palace. Azzi, who shares a room with her, secretly informed me that Aru seems intent on winning her over, constantly lamenting about the lack of freedom in the Jade Fragrance Palace, even complaining about your generosity in rewards." As Linglang spoke, she continued her meticulous work. "Following your instructions, I deliberately exposed the letter to Aru, and, as expected, she took the bait and stole it. Later, she quietly returned another letter, but it was clearly a forgery." Linglong chimed in, adding, "They have no idea that the letter they believe to be from you is actually a copy I had Azzi forge. Few from the purple origin can write in the Southern Dynasty script. Even recognizing a few characters is commendable, so they naturally cannot discern the authenticity." A glimmer of approval flashed in Zhuohua's eyes. "Well done. It seems Aru is indeed aligned with the concubine. I shall await the concubine's move to expose me." 3 days later, as night fell, the banks of the Jade Belt River were enveloped in serenity. The luminous moon hung high in the sky, casting its silver radiance and transforming the river's surface into a shimmering expanse. At the riverbank, Zhuohua donned a gown of golden-threaded shoe brocade adorned with pearls, flowing elegantly around her. Beside her, Linglong and Linglang were ever present. Behind them, a line of palace maids and eunuchs stood in orderly formation. In front, several servants held high palace lanterns, their bright flames dispelling the surrounding darkness and illuminating the area. Linglong carried a delicate basket filled with pre-written messages. Lita stood beside Zhuohua, cradling a beautifully crafted lantern, resplendent with vibrant colors and fluid lines, the patterns on it lifelike. "Your Highness, the lantern you have crafted is truly exquisite. In my many years in this palace, I have never beheld such a finely made lantern," Lita exclaimed with a beaming smile. Linglong smirked slightly, responding, "Lita, you may not be aware, but the relationship between the princess and our master has always been close. In previous years, during our master's birthday, the princess would always be by his side. This year, being far away in a foreign land, the princess personally designed the patterns on the lantern to convey her sentiments." The two exchanged playful banter, while Zhuohua wore a subtle smile, reaching for the lantern. Subsequently, she rolled the messages into small scrolls and placed them inside the lantern. Before long, one by one, the lanterns lit up on the Jade Belt River, drifting gently along the current like scattered stars descending into the water, transforming the surface into a dreamlike spectacle. Suddenly, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from behind. Zhuohua turned to look. The imperial concubine, Olanki, adorned in resplendent palace attire, exuded an air of noble elegance, while the virtuous consort, Saya, maintained a composed demeanor, her expression serene. Following closely behind them was the favored maid, Manrina, whose eyes glimmered with a mix of pride and urgency. Upon spotting Zhuohua, Manrina raised her voice, declaring, Your Imperial Highness, Your Virtuous Highness. I must report that Shi Fei is a spy for the Southern Dynasty. She intends to convey intelligence to the south under the guise of today's Lantern Festival. Zhuohua's eyes widened in disbelief as she swiftly retorted, Lady Manrina, today marks my father's birthday, and my participation in the Lantern Festival has been graciously permitted by His Majesty. How dare you slander me without justification? Shi Fei, your arguments are futile, Manrina scoffed coldly, turning her gaze to the imperial concubine and the virtuous consort, asserting confidently, Your Imperial Highness, Your Virtuous Highness. If we retrieve the lanterns from the river and examine their contents, the truth shall become apparent. Desperation surged within Zhuohua as she implored, Your Imperial Highness. Your Virtuous Highness, please do not let Lady Manrina's unfounded accusations tarnish my heartfelt intentions towards my father. Her eyes pleaded, hoping to sway Alenki and Saya. Yet Alenki, observing Zhuohua's resistance, became increasingly convinced of her guilt. With a slight tilt of her head and a haughty demeanor, she remarked, Shi Fei, if you are indeed innocent, why fear the examination of the lanterns? Let us gather all the lanterns from the river, and my people shall scrutinize them. If there is nothing amiss, your innocence will be restored. Without hesitation, she commanded, bring forth all the lanterns from the river. Linglong reached out to steady Zhuohua, fearing that she might faint from the sudden turn of events. The imperial concubine and Lady Manrina, witnessing Zhuohua's panic, felt an even greater sense of triumph. Envisioning her disgrace at being caught red-handed, for the past month, Zhuohua had garnered excessive favor from His Majesty. Alenki, who had harbored feelings for the emperor for years, had always taken measures to eliminate any woman who garnered his special attention. However, given Zhuohua's status as a princess of the Southern Dynasty, she could not act against her lightly. Now, witnessing the emperor's increasing affection for Zhuohua, Alenki could hardly contain her indignation. Today, seizing irrefutable evidence of Zhuohua's betrayal would ensure that she would never rise again. Linglong supported Zhuohua, her fingers discreetly brushing against her arm. Understanding the signal, Zhuohua realized that Helian Xiao had arrived. She had chosen the Jade Belt River as the venue for the lanterns, having meticulously planned and familiarized herself with the surroundings. The central figure in her scheme was Helian Xiao. Her objective was to gradually dispel his suspicions and restore trust. Zhuohua surmised that Helian Xiao would undoubtedly dispatch personnel to thoroughly investigate everything along the Jade Belt River to the Imperial River, leaving no stone unturned. Yet, she remained untroubled, for she had never entertained the notion of conveying messages to the Southern Dynasty, and thus Helian Xiao would uncover nothing. With no discoveries through other means, Helian Xiao's inherent caution and suspicion would surely compel him to personally inspect the lanterns she had released. Zhuohua's gaze swept over the uniquely shaped rockery not far away, where Helian Xiao was currently concealed behind it. Near the Jade Belt River, this was the only place that allowed Helian Xiao to hide while observing his surroundings. The position Zhuohua occupied was meticulously chosen, enabling her to become the focal point of this drama, while ensuring that Helian Xiao could witness everything clearly from behind the rockery. Soon, she would perform splendidly for him. Behind the rockery, Helian Xiao, clad in luxurious black attire, blended almost seamlessly with the dense night. His tall stature and commanding presence made it impossible to conceal the innate regal authority even while shrouded in darkness. Beside him stood Wang Yu, attending to his needs. The two stood there, keenly engrossed in the unfolding spectacle. Initially, Helian Xiao believed that Zhuohua's choice to release lanterns by the Jade Belt River was merely a feint, with the true intention being to ascertain the river's bearings in order to convey messages through more clandestine means. However, to his surprise, his thorough investigation of the vicinity yielded no results. This outcome led Helian Xiao to ponder whether he had overestimated Zhuohua. Perhaps she truly intended to convey messages via the lanterns. Did she not realize that to do so would result in her being caught red-handed? Foolishness. Nevertheless, he found delight in Mana's revelation of Zhuohua's intentions. After all, he could not be the villain in this narrative. Chapter 24. The lanterns by the Jade Belt River moved. Zhuohua's beautiful eyes widened in shock as she watched the eunuchs bend down to retrieve the floating lanterns from the river. Her heart tightened in an instant. Stop! I have received His Majesty's permission to release the lanterns in the Jade Belt River. Who dares to touch them? Alanki sneered dismissively. Shifei, today, these lanterns are a necessity for me. Do not futilely attempt to obstruct me any longer. Manrina approached, her expression condescending. Shifei, are you truly confused or merely pretending? You have been wandering throughout the palace, investigating every river, yet have chosen precisely this Jade Belt River. She paused slightly before continuing. The Jade Belt River is a branch of the Imperial River, directly connected to the outside world. You have seduced His Majesty with your wiles, gaining his permission to release the lanterns, all to convey messages outside. As she spoke, she tilted her head slightly, exuding an air of arrogance. The Empress Dowager has ordered the retrieval of the lanterns for the safety of Zhuohua. Your insistence on interfering. What does that reveal about your intentions? Xianfei stood quietly to the side, her demeanor calm and silent. She had come merely to witness. Zhuohua's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Your Majesty, I chose to release the lanterns in the Jade Belt River with no ulterior motives. I have visited this river multiple times because its willows are graceful, and the water is clear, making it an exquisite setting that embodies the essence of willows swaying by the water's edge, shimmering waves reflecting the stars. Geographically, it faces south, drawing in the harmonious energy of heaven and earth, perfectly aligning with the atmosphere for lighting lanterns in honor of my father's birthday. My sole intent is to pay homage to my father. I never considered it a branch of the Imperial River, nor did I know it could transmit messages to the outside world. Alanki listened to Zhuohua's words, her brow furrowing in confusion. She had little understanding of poetry and could not grasp the significance of direction or ambience. I cannot understand what you are saying. Regardless of your eloquent reasoning, I must inspect these lanterns today. Zhuohua, unwilling to see her heartfelt intentions go to waste, continued her desperate explanation. Your Majesty, it is now the time of the first watch. In the Southern Dynasty, there are sayings like, the moon rises over the willow tips at the first watch, wishing for a long life of peace, and the moon shines upon the courtyard trees, blessing the years of parental love. The first watch is the most auspicious moment to express blessings for loved ones. Thus, I specifically chose this time to release lanterns for my father. Do you intend to thwart my sincere gesture? Zhuohua had long considered these arguments before the scheme was devised. Additionally, after spending a month with Helian Shao, she had become aware of his preferences. He enjoyed horseback riding and archery, hunting and taming beasts, yet he also had an appreciation for the military strategies and poetry of the Southern Dynasty. Zhuohua understood that Helian Shao lurked in the shadows. Few in the harem of Zhuohua were versed in the poetry of the Southern Dynasty. Recognizing this as her advantage, she intended to exploit it, seizing the opportunity to showcase her knowledge before Helian Shao today. Do not attempt to deceive me with your verses from the Southern Dynasties. Who could discern the ulterior motives lurking within your heart? Alanki waved her hand in irritation. Observing Alanki's unwavering demeanor, Zhuohua's expression of grievance became increasingly pronounced. She delicately extended her hand, retrieving a handkerchief from her sleeve to gently dab at her tears. If you have long harbored suspicions that I am a spy for the Southern Dynasties, why did you not obstruct me sooner? Why must you appear at this moment? Today is my father's birthday, a day when I earnestly wish for his happiness and safety. Are you intent on humiliating me? I have left my homeland, married far away to Zhuohua, and devoted myself entirely to serving your Majesty, never once wavering in my loyalty. I have always held my sisters in high esteem. Why must you press me so mercilessly today? The lanterns symbolize my longing and well wishes for my father, each one crafted with my own hands, imbued with my heartfelt dedication. Tears streamed down Zhuohua's cheeks like pearls released from their string, dampening her delicate visage. If your highness insists on scrutinizing me, how shall I maintain my dignity within the palace henceforth? I implore you, esteemed consort, to remember our bond as sisters in the harem, to extend your grace, and not allow my filial piety to be in vain. With that, She knelt weakly upon the ground, her resplendent gown unfurling like a peony in full bloom. Spreading across the floor, Alanki gazed at the kneeling Zhuohua, astonished by her eloquence. The stream of rhetoric flowed like a barrage of firecrackers, leaving her momentarily speechless. Yet, she could not fathom why Zhuohua would feign such vulnerability, oblivious to the fact that it only irked her further. How foolish! I am no man. Regardless of how frail and helpless Zhuohua appears, I shall harbor no pity. Moreover, tonight, she was determined to uncover the truth behind those lanterns. Alanki's brows furrowed fiercely as she exclaimed, "Impudent! You are accused by Manjiu, and I am merely adhering to palace regulations in my inquiry. Yet you persist in obstructing me. What are your true intentions? You temptress! No wonder the emperor dotes upon you so." Unbeknownst to Alanki, every gesture and word from Zhuohua was intended for the hidden Hellion Shao, observing from the shadows. While Alanki remained perplexed by Zhuohua's poetry, Hellion Shao listened intently. Hearing her recited verses, Hellion Zhao's brow tightened in the darkness. He had initially perceived Zhuohua as a mere decorative vase devoid of substance, yet she was anything but. Furthermore, her recent discourse was logical and effectively clarified the doubts surrounding her. However, Hellion Shao, consumed by suspicion, would not easily place his trust in her without incontrovertible evidence. Even as he felt a twinge of empathy for her pitiable state, he remained concealed, not daring to stir. Before long, the eunuchs deftly retrieved several of Zhuohua's lanterns. She weakened, collapsing onto the ground in a feeble kneel. Her hair hung disheveled beside her cheeks, adding to her air of vulnerability. The eunuchs presented each lantern to her, and Rina, with an air of arrogance, accepted one of the lanterns. Upon catching sight of the letter nestled within the lantern, the corners of Rina's mouth, which had previously been uplifted, fell in an instant. She leaned closer to Alanki, whispering with a frown, "Your Highness, perhaps we should summon a lady-in-waiting." She was utterly unfamiliar with the characters on the letter. Alanki shot Rina a disdainful glance, secretly deriding her lack of knowledge. Subsequently, she gestured for a lady-in-waiting to approach. The lady-in-waiting respectfully took the letter from Rina's hands and unfolded it for a meticulous examination. She recited aloud, "To my father, as constant as the moon in its phases, as radiant as the rising sun, as enduring as the southern mountains, unyielding and unbroken, like the appearance of the pines and cypresses, may you forever embody these virtues." Rina and Alanki listened in utter bewilderment, their brows furrowed throughout. Alanki was particularly exasperated. She harbored a deep disdain for the flowery expressions of the southern dynasties. What purpose did they serve? Slightly tilting her head, she signaled the lady-in-waiting with her eyes, inquiring, "Is this a letter of treason?" The lady-in-waiting shook her head. Observing this, Rina hastily snatched a second lantern from the eunuch. Once more, the lady-in-waiting received the letter, her brow slightly furrowing as she read the blessings inscribed. As the Qinhuai reflects the moon, as the vast sea stirs the sands, as the southern ridge stands tall, free from cracks and pitfalls, like the proud pines against the snow, may all prosper in eternal fortune. Upon finishing, the lady-in-waiting again shook her head. Unyielding, Rina continued to present the remaining 4 letters to the lady-in-waiting for inspection. Each time, the lady-in-waiting shook her head, indicating that none of the letters contained any treasonous content. Rina's eyes widened in disbelief, while Alanki's furrowed brow deepened, her silence heavy with incredulity. "Impossible it cannot be," Rina murmured incessantly, her voice a frantic whisper as she, like a frenzied beast, overturned each lantern in a desperate search for incriminating evidence. There must be some hidden treasonous words among these lanterns. Perhaps the messages conveyed were concealed with cunning. Zhuohua, witnessing Rina's frenzied state, felt a mix of anger and urgency. She fought back the tears welling in her eyes. "Lady you have thoroughly examined the letters in the lanterns. You must trust that I have not transmitted any messages. These lanterns were crafted by my own hands, imbued with my devotion. Please do not wantonly destroy them." As she spoke, she bit her lip, rising from the ground and reaching out to reclaim the lantern from Man Rina's grasp. Yet in that moment, Man Rina paid no heed to Mu Zhuohua's pleas, her focus solely on unearthing the so-called evidence. With each frantic movement, the once exquisite lanterns quickly fell to ruin, losing their former elegance and beauty. Mu Zhuohua gazed in despair at the desecrated lanterns sprawled on the ground, her heart aching with each tear that rolled down her cheeks. Hidden behind the artificial mountain, Helian Shao observed the scene, his brows knitted tightly in concern. His gaze towards Man Rina was profound, a hint of danger flickering in his eyes. Wang Yu shivered at the side, as Mu Zhuohua noticed Man Rina's foot crushing the fallen lanterns. Her fury could no longer be contained. She closed the distance, stepping forward to push Man Rina away. With a loud and accusatory voice, she inquired, Man Zhuohua, have you completed your examination? Have you discovered what you wish to find? Though I hail from a southern dynasty, I am also His Majesty's personally conferred she-concubine. Do you intend to humiliate me, a high-ranking consort, in such a manner? Man Rina was unexpectedly shoved by Mu Zhuohua, causing her to stagger. However, the delicate she-concubine, lacking in strength, instinctively pushed back in reflex. Yet, despite her minimal exertion, Mu Zhuohua found herself tumbling backwards to the ground. Man Rina's eyes widened in terror. She was momentarily bewildered, uncertain whether Mu Zhuohua's fall was deliberate or a result of her own loss of control over her strength. Alenki and the Xian concubine were taken aback by Man Rina's actions. After all, the she concubine held a higher status and was a princess of the southern dynasty. How could she have been so brazenly pushed to the floor? Alenki gritted her teeth, thinking incompetent in success, yet proficient in failure. Now that the she concubine has gleaned nothing, Man Rina has also injured her. How can I protect her before His Majesty? At that moment, a deep and authoritative voice suddenly resonated through the chaos. Preposterous! The crowd turned towards the source of the voice to find His Majesty standing not far away. Clad in a black dragon robe, he emanated an aura that was both chilling and formidable under the moonlight. Chapter 25. The Fall of Talent. The servants bowed before His Majesty. The atmosphere was tense, with Helian Zhao's countenance as stern as ever, his silence commanding the room. He strode directly towards Mu Zhuohua. Having not commanded the others to rise, the palace maids remained kneeling, and several concubines maintained their half-crouched positions. Too fearful to stand or even breathe audibly, Mu Zhuohua lifted her gaze, her vision blurred by tears, and beheld a hand extended towards her. Indeed, Helian Shao, the valiant hero, appeared at just the right moment. Had she not been aware of his orchestration behind the scenes, she might have felt like an unsuspecting little rabbit, unwittingly leaping into a den of wolves. Cautiously, she placed her hand in his. With a gentle pull, Helian Shao aided her in rising. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, she had flung herself into his embrace, lamenting, Your Majesty, I truly did not disseminate any information. I'm not a spy for the Southern Dynasty, Wu. Though momentarily taken aback, Helian Shao maintained his composure, tenderly stroking her hair as he reassured her. Rest assured, I shall uncover the truth and ensure you are not wronged. Turning to the assembly, he commanded, You may all rise. Guifei, what transpired this evening? In Helian Zhao's arms, Mu Zhuohua couldn't help but scoff internally. Did he truly not know? Alenki, witnessing Mu Zhuohua nestled against the emperor, felt her perspective broadened. Is this the demeanor of women from the southern dynasty? The women of Ziyuan would never adopt such a posture. Grinding her teeth in frustration, Alenki suppressed her ire and replied as calmly as possible, Your Majesty, it was concubine man who informed me that Shi Fei is a spy for the southern dynasty, attempting to use the lanterns to convey messages through the Yudai River. As I oversee the trivial matters of the harem, I cannot allow any traitors among the concubines of Ziyuan. Thus, I ordered the lanterns of Shi Fei to be retrieved for inspection. And what was discovered? Helian Shao inquired. His gaze sharp. Alanki's expression soured. The lantern of Shi Fei had revealed no issues at all. How vexing. She had thought that by obtaining the letter Mu Zhuohua had written to the southern dynasty from Yufu Palace, she would catch her red-handed today, thus removing this thorn from her side. Yet, it appeared Mu Zhuohua had not used the lantern to relay any messages. Could it be that she employed a more covert method? Even if Zhuohua managed to evade capture today, as long as she was indeed transmitting information to the Southern Dynasty in secret, Alanki would surely find a way to seize evidence, ensuring Zhuohua would never rise again. Helian Zhao's gaze turned to Man Rina, who was trembling in fear, her head bowed, too intimidated to speak. The inspection necessitated breaking the lanterns and pushing Shi Fei to the ground. Upon hearing this, Man Rina understood that the emperor was questioning her. Kneeling on the ground, her voice quivered as she pleaded, "Your Majesty, I beg your pardon. I was merely anxious to thoroughly inspect the lantern inside and out, and in my haste, I inadvertently damaged Shi Fei's lantern. As for pushing down the Empress Shi, I assure you, it was not my intention. It was she who first shoved me, and I hardly used any force." While speaking, she discreetly lifted her gaze to gauge the emperor's reaction. Helian Zhao's eyes, sharp as blades, fixated on Man Rina. "Are you implying that the Empress Shi fell on her own accord?" He had witnessed everything clearly from behind the rockery, where Man Rina had indeed pushed Zhuohua to the ground. Were it not for the abominable treatment that Zhuohua had suffered, which stirred a sense of compassion within him, he would not have intended to reveal himself tonight. Man Rina felt as though she was being pricked by needles. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. I shall not act so recklessly again. Today, my impatience got the better of me." After speaking, she turned toward Zhuohua in the emperor's arms, saying, "Your Majesty, I merely accidentally pushed you." Although it was true that her push was unintentional, it remained an undeniable fact that the Empress, she was a spy from the Southern Dynasty. Man Rina, undeterred, implored, "But Your Majesty, I possess further evidence that the Empress, she is indeed a spy from the Southern Dynasty. She must have sensed something amiss, which prompted her to devise alternative means to convey messages. You must not trust her so easily." Zhuohua glared at Man Rina with eyes filled with fury, questioning, "Man Jiu, upon my arrival at Ziyuan, what grievance could you possibly hold against me that compels you to repeatedly slander me?" Man Rina raised her head and proclaimed loudly, "Your Majesty, my maid Aching is acquainted with Aru from the Yufu Palace. Not long ago, Aru handed a note to Aching, which I recognized as being penned by the Empress she herself. As she spoke, she produced a note from her sleeve, holding it high with both hands and respectfully presenting it to Helian Zhao. Even though bringing the note obtained from the Yufu Palace directly to the emperor may expose her unsavory methods of gathering evidence, it could be deemed a case of wounding herself while striking the enemy. Yet, should she succeed in confirming the Empress Shi as a spy, it would be a significant accomplishment, well worth the risk. Helian Zhao took the note and unfolded it for examination. The note read, "The Emperor of Ziyuan has received a historical account penned by Prime Minister Mu, fearing that there may be spies in the court. A thorough investigation is requested." Beside him, Zhuohua also read the contents of the note, her eyes immediately reddening with distress. "Your Majesty, this is not my handwriting. Why would Man Jiu fabricate such lies to slander me?" Man Rina coldly scoffed, retorting, "Empress Shi, at this point, you dare to argue? Why not summon Aru immediately for a confrontation to see what you have to say?" Zhuohua stood tall, responding with conviction, "What need is there for confrontation? The handwriting on this note is vastly different from mine. Any discerning eye can see it is forged." Helian Zhao scrutinized the seemingly neat, yet utterly lacking in vigor script on the note, and a judgment began to form in his mind. He turned to Wang Yu, commanding, "Present the note taken from the lantern to me." Wang Yu hastily retrieved the note and unfolded it before Helian Zhao. The emperor's gaze swept over the note, revealing that Zhuohua's writing on the lantern stationery was an impeccable small script, elegant and fluid, exuding the grace of a refined lady. In stark contrast, the handwriting on Man Rina's note was entirely different. The note from Man Rina was evidently a mere imitation crafted by the unlettered people of the Ziyuan tribe, who lacked comprehension of the Southern Dynasty script. Helian Zhao's heart seethed with anger as his gaze pierced through Man Rina like a blade. What a fool she was, unable to grasp even the basics of the Southern Dynasty's characters, yet audaciously attempting to ensnare others with such ignorance. Upon sensing the oppressive intensity of His Majesty's gaze, a chill gripped Man Rina's heart, causing her to tremble even more violently. Before she could utter another word, Helian Zhao's frigid voice cut through the air. Man Jiu has falsely accused consort Shi, committing 2 offenses, defaming a superior and assaulting consort Shi. Both crimes shall be punished, demoted to a commoner, and confined for 6 months. Man Rina felt as if the world was spinning beneath her. With tears streaming down her face, she pleaded, "Your Majesty, I am wronged." This note was indeed taken from Yufu Palace. It serves as undeniable evidence of consort Shi's treachery. Before Helian Zhao could respond, Zhuohua interjected, "Man Jiu, the handwriting on that paper bears no resemblance to mine. It is clearly a forgery orchestrated by you. How despicable of you to employ such clumsy tactics to slander me." With that, she turned to Helian Zhao, her expression earnest and her tone sincere. "Your Majesty, I have never authored such a letter. When I learned that Your Majesty had read the book personally compiled by my father, I felt nothing but pride and never entertained any other implications. During idle chatter in the palace, I may have boasted about this to my close maid. Could it be that the maid named Eru, mentioned by Man Jiu, overheard our conversation and thus prompted her to fabricate this accusation against me?" Helian Zhao's cold eyes fell. "Man Rina, what more do you have to say? Truly a fool, being manipulated and driven without the slightest awareness, and in the end, sold out yet still feeling gratitude." Confronted by such folly, Helian Zhao's murderous intent surged within him, akin to the parasites in the court he had long wished to eliminate, having followed his father into battle from a young age. The rumors of his inherent brutality were not unfounded. In the past, he relished the thrill of slaughter on the battlefield, as if an inexhaustible energy coursed through his veins. With immense power at his disposal, any slight misstep by those around him could lead to dire consequences. Later, upon conquering the Jin dynasty and ascending to the throne, his ambitions swelled even further. However, the ravaged Ziyuan desperately needed peace and recuperation, rendering immediate conflict with the southern dynasties imprudent. Moreover, during his initial campaign against the Jin, he had bribed high-ranking officials within the southern dynasties to secure their non-interference, allowing him to focus on his conquest. Thus, for the time being, Helian Zhao had to relinquish any ideas of external expansion and redirect his efforts towards internal governance. Yet, the habits forged through years of warfare made it difficult for him to suppress his inherent brutality. Consequently, he began to immerse himself in the culture of the southern dynasties, learning chess, poetry, and even delving into Buddhism. Whenever his violent impulses threatened to overwhelm him, he would retreat to the hunting grounds, where the blood of beasts would quell his bloodlust. Gradually, this practice helped him to temper his inner rage. In recent years, he had been striving to master his desire for violence, seeking self-cultivation and inner peace. Chapter 26. The farce concludes. Man Rina knelt on the ground, trembling, acutely aware of the murderous aura emanating from his majesty. Had it not been for her knowledge that the note had been stealthily taken from the Yufu Palace and was not a result of her scheming, she might have succumbed to the meticulously crafted words of concubine Shi. The arguments presented by concubine Shi were both logical and substantiated. All the evidence provided by the noble consort had been deftly dismantled by her. Such meticulousness and cunning were truly remarkable. Yet, she was indeed wronged. Concubine, she must undoubtedly be a spy from the southern dynasty. However, at this moment, she found herself at a loss for words. Man Rina understood all too well that if she insisted on accusing concubine Shi without any irrefutable evidence, a grim fate awaited her. In this life-and-death situation, clarity returned to Man Rina's mind. Though reduced to the rank of a mere talent, as long as the noble consort remained, there was still a possibility for her resurgence. Given the noble consort's influence, Your Majesty, it is my jealousy that has clouded my judgment and led me to slander concubine Shi. I am willing to accept any punishment. She declared, her earlier arrogance completely vanished. Alanki, observing the resolution of today's affair, clenched her fist tightly hidden within the voluminous sleeves of her garment. Her gaze was fixed upon Zhuohua, who clutched the emperor's sleeve, appearing fragile and pitiful. Alanki had underestimated this concubine Shi from the southern dynasty. She had initially believed she could easily topple her today, only to find that it had instead garnered her sympathy before His Majesty. Your Majesty, the talent Manrina acted out of momentary confusion and has committed this grave mistake. As the one in charge of the palace affairs, it was my impatience that caused concubine she to suffer. I wish to offer the treasured pearls gifted to me by my father to concubine she as a token of apology. I hope she might graciously accept them, Alanki said, suppressing her fury while forcing a seemingly gentle smile. Her tone, while appearing sincere, concealed a sharp edge, making it difficult to refuse. Zhuohua lowered her head, grasping Helian Zhao's sleeve. Thank you, noble consort, for your kind intention. I am willing to accept. Helian Zhao cast a downward glance at her. He noticed her eyelashes fluttering, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a profound sense of helplessness. His heart tightened. She was being coerced into accepting the apology by the noble consort. Enough, it is quite late. Wang Yu, escort concubine she back to the palace, he commanded. Zhuohua's expression darkened. It seemed that today's events were coming to a close. The only one truly wounded was Manrina. Given Helian Zhao's current control over the harem dynamics, he would not easily allow the noble consort to suffer humiliation. Today, the most she could be accused of was poor management, which would not affect her significantly. In contrast, Manrina, having both slandered and offended her, was under the scrutinizing eyes of all. As the saying goes, when gods clash, it is the mortals who suffer. Zhuohua felt no pity for Manrina. Those who opposed her deserve their fates. Fortunately, Zhuohua had not intended to bring down the noble consort from the outset. Her foremost priority was to earn Helian Zhao's trust. Soon, Manrina withdrew. The wise consort, seeing that matters had settled, also paid her respects to Helian Zhao and Alanki before taking her leave. Wang Yu then arranged for Zhuohua to ascend the palanquin and return to the Yufu Palace. In the blink of an eye, only Helian Zhao, Alanki, and the entourage of palace servants brought by Alanki remained by the banks of the Yudai River. Helian Zhao stood facing the Jade Belt River, his hands clasped behind him, the ample sleeves of his robe gently swaying in the breeze as he fell into deep contemplation. Alanki hailed from the Woilati clan, a once mighty tribe renowned across the northern grasslands. In times past, the ancestors of the Helian clan had vanquished the Woilati, subsequently securing their elevated status in Ziyuan. In recent years, Helian Zhao had fought alongside his father, the Khan, and the Woilati clan had proven their valor on the battlefield, thus solidifying their power within Ziyuan. However, Helian Zhao knew all too well that Zen, ravaged by war, desperately needed a period of rest and recuperation. He secretly plotted to reclaim the Southern Dynasty, intending to promote its culture in hopes of fostering Ziyuan's development. Yet, the Woilati clan vehemently opposed this notion, fixated instead on achieving unification through military might, deriding the Southern culture. To them, curved sabers and iron steeds were the true instruments of conquest. Helian Zhao, however, deemed their perspective myopic, asserting that cultural heritage was the foundation of lasting peace. The Woilati's resistance was fundamentally a stubborn adherence to the old customs of the grasslands. They perceived only the fleeting might of force while neglecting the profound influence of culture. Although the Southern Dynasty had been established for merely 2 centuries, its cultural lineage spanned a millennium. If Ziyuan failed to embrace and acknowledge Southern culture, any military unification would be superficial, incapable of genuinely securing their rule. Once Ziyuan's cavalry set foot on Southern soil, the populace's deep-seated cultural identity could not be easily severed by swords. Such rebellion would ignite like wildfire, impossible to extinguish. Among the Woilati, Alanki's father, Badr, had become the most significant obstacle to Helian Zhao's reforms within Ziyuan. Helian Zhao allotted himself 2 years, vowing to uproot these bureaucratic impediments to his vision. He had discerned the machinations of Alanki and her father, Badr, behind recent events. The forged letter was likely a result of Alanki receiving information from Badr. Why did Alanki wish to eliminate Zhuohua? Was it merely out of jealousy? No. The primary motive was Badr's desire to disrupt the facade of peace between Ziyuan and the Southern Dynasty. With Zhuohua's demise, even if the Southern Dynasty lacked the capability to attack Ziyuan in the short term, their vigilance would undoubtedly heighten. This would compel Helian Shao to engage militarily with the southern dynasty sooner than planned, for he could not afford to allow them time to amass forces. This scenario played perfectly into Bader's hands. He had longed for a military unification of the southern dynasty, while simultaneously seeking to prevent Helian Shao from nurturing more southern officials within the court, which would thwart his ambitions. In the shadows, Helian Zhao's gaze grew increasingly profound and inscrutable. If Zhuohua were not a southern spy, pitting her against Alanki might facilitate his plans. Alanki observed Helian Shao's imposing silhouette, her heart lodged in her throat. What could he be contemplating? Did he suspect her involvement in orchestrating this farce against Shi Fei through Manrina? Alanki cared deeply for the emperor and valued his every opinion of her. From a young age, she was cherished within the Wu Yilati clan, her demeanor marked by arrogance and capriciousness. Yet before His Majesty, she consistently endeavored to present a bright and understanding facade, fearing that she might leave an unfavorable impression in his heart. After a moment's hesitation, Alanki approached his side. "Your Majesty, I must confess that my actions today were reckless. My sole concern was for the safety of Ziyuan. Given that consort, she is a princess of the southern dynasty. Her status is delicate. Upon hearing the accusations from Lady Man, I could not afford to be complacent, which led to my thorough investigation of consort Shi, ultimately resulting in a misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please forgive me." Helian Shao emerged from his contemplation. "The fault lies with Lady Man. My beloved, you acted in accordance with palace regulations, and there is nothing improper in that. The hour is late. Perhaps you should return to the palace and rest." Alanki, relieved that His Majesty did not hold her accountable, felt a sense of calm wash over her, yet still harbored a glimmer of hope as she hesitantly inquired, "Then, Your Majesty, will you be visiting Zhuohua Palace tonight?" Chapter 27. Punishment of Aru. As the night descended, Zhuohua returned to the Yufu Palace. The palace gates stood ajar, illuminated by brilliant lights within. The palace maids were neatly arranged on either side, bowing their heads in deference. Zhuohua glided past them, her gown flowing like a stream of clouds, leaving a magnificent arc upon the ground. Aru, mingling among the maids, trembled, her hands instinctively clutching the edges of her garment. Zhuohua seemed to sense something amiss and halted before her. "Are you Aru?" Aru lowered her head, catching sight of the exquisitely embroidered shoes of the Shi Fei before her. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and she trembled uncontrollably, hurriedly kneeling and replying, "Your Highness." "I am." "Rise, why do you tremble so? Am I truly that fearsome?" Zhuohua's tone remained gentle, yet her words sounded like whispers from the grim Reaper to Aru. Shakily, she stood, her legs quaking beneath her. Zhuohua extended her right hand, cradling Aru's face and leaning in slightly to whisper in her ear, "Have you heard? Consort man has been demoted to a talent and imprisoned for 6 months. Tell me, whose person are you? Consort man's or the noble concubine's?" Aru's pupils dilated in shock, her mouth opening in silence. "If you are consort man's person, then it appears no one can save you. I shall flay you alive. But if you belong to the noble concubine..." Zhuohua deliberately elongated her words. Aru had just seen the emperor's attendants escorting the Shi Fei back to the Yufu Palace and understood that the noble concubine's schemes against the Shi Fei had failed. However, she remained uncertain of the specifics. As the Shi Fei approached her directly, she realized her identity might have been exposed. Yet without evidence, the Shi Fei could not act rashly. Kneeling, Aru spoke with tears and desperation. "Your Highness, I belong to no one. I know nothing." Zhuohua smiled indifferently. "I do enjoy those who are stubborn. How dull it would be if you were to beg for mercy right away." Her gaze was playful as the tip of her shoe, adorned with golden peonies, pressed down upon Aru's hands resting on the ground, grinding slightly. Aru, in pain, yearned to withdraw her hands, but "I prefer obedient maids." Aru dared not resist, gritting her teeth to endure. Zhuohua lifted her foot and commanded, "Bring her in. I shall interrogate her myself." With that, she elegantly raised her wrist, flicked her sleeve, and strode into the palace. Aru collapsed on the ground, gazing at her reddened hands, despair flooding her heart. In the main hall, the flickering candlelight created an atmosphere excessively oppressive. Zhuohua lounged at the top, appearing relaxed and casual. Aru knelt trembling in the center of the hall, while the other palace maids held their breath, daring not to make a sound as they stood in two lines. Aru, I grant you one final opportunity. Will you confess willingly, or shall I compel you to confess? Upon hearing these words, Aru felt an inexplicable sense of calm wash over her. It seemed the Shifei lacked concrete evidence to prove her wrongdoing. How could the Shifei dare to resort to torture? If the Shifei truly attempted to extract a confession through coercion, she would certainly inform the noble concubine. She suffers, yet she will not allow consort Shi to remain unscathed. For a concubine to inflict punishment independently is indeed a grave offense. In due course, the noble consort will surely extricate herself from Yufu Palace, denounce consort Shi, and subsequently seek accolades from the noble consort. Contemplating this, Aru summoned her courage and raised her head, exclaiming, "Your Highness, I am wronged. How can you act in such a manner, coercing a confession?" Zhuohua regarded Aru's defiance with a cold smile within her heart. She refrained from informing Aru that Mana had already betrayed her. After all, witnessing pleas for mercy is certainly entertaining, yet witnessing defiance is far more to her liking. With a deliberate grace, Zhuohua lifted a teacup filled with scalding tea from a nearby table. She strolled leisurely to Aru's side and crouched down. Then, tilting the cup, the steaming liquid cascaded down onto the back of Aru's hand. Aru let out a piercing scream, instinctively attempting to withdraw her hand. However, Li Do was quick-witted and firmly restrained Aru, rendering her immobile. Zhuohua, pleased with Li Do's attentiveness, raised an eyebrow. Only the astute merit her favor. Your Highness, spare me. I am truly innocent. Should the noble consort learn of your unlawful punishment, you too shall face severe consequences. Seeing consort she remain unmoved, Aru invoked the emperor, crying out, "Ah, if his majesty were to know of your cruel heart behind closed doors, he would surely despise you." Zhuohua methodically finished pouring the hot water, standing up and passing the empty cup to the awaiting Linglong. A faint, enigmatic smile played upon her lips as she echoed, "Cruel?" with a dismissive scoff. She leaned closer to Aru and whispered, "If cruelty incites fear, what harm is there in my becoming a venomous woman? As for the emperor, he cannot discern the goodness of my heart. However, he is very much aware of my beauty. Certain truths are only meant for the ears of dying foes. She would not waste them on the ordinary." Aru was taken aback by consort Shi's audacious words, cloaked in a guise of benevolence. At that moment, Linglong promptly offered another cup of tea to Zhuohua. Playing with the teacup, her gaze fell upon Aru once more, and she softly inquired, "Aru, will you not speak?" Aru, like a cornered beast, was overtaken by a fierce resolve, glaring fiercely at Zhuohua. She bellowed, "Your Highness, if you possess the courage, then kill me. I shall never confess to deeds I have not committed." "Ah, a spirited one, I admire that." Zhuohua leaned down again, grasping Aru's chin, her elegant nails digging into her skin. Then, the scalding tea was poured directly into Aru's mouth. Aru thrashed desperately, her body writhing like a fish cast ashore. Yet, Lita's grip was unyielding, and the entire cup of tea was forced down her throat, flowing down her esophagus. Soon enough, Aru found herself at a loss for words. Reduced to anguished wails, the surrounding attendants bowed their heads in silence. How utterly chilling. Is this truly the countenance of consort Shi? Zhuohua looked down from her lofty position at the writhing and tormented Aru, a cold smile gracing her lips. "Do not claim that I have not afforded you the opportunity to speak. Even if you wish to now, your voice would fail you. Allow me to be candid. Just moments ago, by the Jade Belt River, the favored consort before both the Empress and His Majesty explicitly stated that it was Aru from the Yufu Palace who conveyed messages to her, falsely accusing me of being a spy for the Southern Dynasty, and even daring to suggest that you confront me about it." Leaning slightly closer to Aru, her tone mimicked that of recounting a trivial matter. "Yet, I promptly dismantled all of the favored consort's evidence. Pray tell, what use is your obstinate silence?" She lowered her voice to reveal the truth to Aru. "Moreover, the note you provided to the favored consort was meticulously forged by my hand through a Z. I have long been aware of your schemes. It matters not whether you are a pawn of Manrina or a Lanky. Your fate is sealed death. As a mere servant, how dare you seek to engage in the competition of your betters? Worthless wretches are fit only to become fertilizer. Aru's eyes widened in shock. The favored consort had orchestrated this from the very beginning. She desperately attempted to voice her objections, but all that emerged from her throat were incoherent sounds. No, consort, you cannot execute me. No, you mustn't. Only Ling Long and Ling Lang heard Zhuohua's words, along with Li De, who stood nearest. A tempest of emotions surged within him, and it felt as though the blood in his veins had frozen. Everything that transpired today was a trap laid by the favored consort. He instinctively raised his gaze, only to meet Zhuohua's sly, enigmatic eyes. Li De trembled in fear, collapsing to his knees. His voice quivered yet remained resolute as he proclaimed, "Your Highness, Aru has betrayed you. Her crimes are indeed heinous and deserving of death. I am willing to alleviate your concerns and devise a means to deal with her, assuring that when I report back to the Empress, I shall declare her sudden demise, sparing you any entanglement in this matter." "Very well, Li De. You may prove to be quite useful." Zhuohua turned to take her seat at the head of the table. "Thank you, Your Highness." The other palace attendants stood by. Though they knew not the specifics of Aru's transgressions, they were struck pale by the ruthless measures taken against her, their hearts chilled to the core by her agonized wails. In the midst of this suffocating tension, a deep, authoritative voice suddenly resonated. "What is all this commotion?" Chapter 28. A decree of death in an instant. Aru seemed to glimpse a glimmer of hope in the abyss of darkness that engulfed her. To escape the dire predicament she found herself in, she resolved to reveal the cruel methods of consort Shi to His Majesty. With an unfathomable surge of strength, she broke free from Lida's grasp, crawling desperately toward the Emperor. Her disheveled hair fell in disarray, her appearance a pitiful sight. Yet her gaze toward the Emperor sparkled with a flicker of hope. As she reached the feet of Helian Shao, she struggled to part her lips. Her tongue was blistered from the scalding tea, and her lips were swollen, rendering her visage tragically woeful. She extended her battered hand, similarly marked with angry welts and blisters from the hot water. Her eyes pleaded as she gasped, "Your Majesty, save this servant, the consort. She abuses her power and seeks to execute me." Her words were fragmented, hoarse, and painful to hear. Zhuohua rose calmly and approached Helian Shao, bowing gracefully before him. Helian Zhao's gaze shifted between Aru and Zhuohua as he inquired in a deep voice, "What has transpired here?" With a feigned expression of grievance, Zhuohua replied, "Your Majesty, she is the Aru that the cunning tongues have spoken of. She betrayed me, and when I demanded the truth from her, she remained unrepentant, even daring to speak disrespectfully to me. Thus I punished her." Aru, in her desperation, shook her head vigorously. Straining to hold her head high, she attempted to defend herself. No, it is not. Consort She coerced me into confessing." Helian Shao furrowed his brow, glancing dismissively at Aru, ignoring her plea. He then took Zhuohua's hand, leading her to the elevated seat where they both sat down. "Having betrayed your master, you must face punishment," he declared. Those words struck Aru like a bolt of lightning. No, Your Majesty," she lamented, still unwilling to concede defeat, lifting her injured hand in a desperate attempt to reveal consort Shi's malice. Yet, Helian Shao merely cast a fleeting glance at her before his attention returned to Zhuohua. Severely injured, he mused. "I had thought my consort Shi to be gentle and delicate, yet I did not anticipate such a ruthless side." His tone carried a hint of mockery, yet a serious undertone lingered beneath. From the moment Zhuohua tenderly poured tea into Aru's mouth, Helian Shao had arrived at Yufu Palace. All the palace maids had been summoned to the main hall by Zhuohua, and none had perceived his presence. He stood in the shadows, observing everything unfold. Unbeknownst to Zhuohua, Helian Shao would visit Yufu Palace that night. However, she was aware that among the palace attendants were Helian Zhao's spies, and every move she made could be scrutinized by him. Her punishment of Aru was, in fact, a performance intended for Helian Zhao's eyes. For the past month, Zhuohua had maintained an appearance of fragility before him. Yet prolonged deception without a hint of vulnerability would only arouse his suspicion. Helian Xiao had remarked more than once that she bore little resemblance to the Zhuohua he had investigated. Today, she was falsely accused by Manrina, and her heartfelt prayers for her father were ruthlessly shattered. If she were to return to the palace merely to weep in weakness, it would appear insincere. Naturally, she ought to be enraged, even to the point of losing control. In the presence of the favored consort, she had no choice but to concede. Yet, when confronted with Eru, could she not retaliate fiercely? Only thus would her actions convey authenticity. However, when Helian Xiao described her as ruthless, Zhuohua was momentarily taken aback. She swiftly rose and knelt upon the ground, her expression defiant. I acknowledge my fault. Today I was wronged by man, and my intentions to pray for my father have turned to vapor. As Shi Fei, I have been wantonly insulted by lower-ranking consorts, and my heart is filled with indignation, which compelled me to vent my frustrations on Eru, thus violating palace regulations. It is I who am ruthless, and I willingly accept my punishment. Upon hearing Helian Zhao's characterization of Shi Fei as ruthless, Eru felt a renewed glimmer of hope. Wishing only for the emperor to punish Shi Fei appropriately and advocate for her, Helian Xiao gazed deeply at Zhuohua, who remained kneeling. As the emperor, he was inherently suspicious. Although Zhuohua had extricated herself from the incidents of the evening unscathed, Helian Xiao still harbored doubts about whether she had foreseen Manrina's accusations, allowing her to escape unscathed at Jade Belt River. Yet, upon witnessing her merciless treatment of Eru in Yufu Palace, his suspicions began to dissipate. If she were not genuinely incensed, how could Zhuohua have suddenly revealed her concealed nature? After all, since her arrival at Ziyuan, she had masqueraded as a harmless little rabbit, presenting herself as exceedingly delicate and utterly dependent. Were it not for her seething anger today, she would never have acted in such a manner. Helian Xiao slightly bent down, lifting the kneeling Zhuohua and placing her upon his lap. Tonight, my beloved has suffered injustice. Punishing a mere palace maid is hardly a transgression. Since she has betrayed you, whatever punishment you desire, I shall acquiesce. Zhuohua exhaled in relief, leaning against Helian Zhao's shoulder, her smile radiant as she said, bestowed death. From the moment of her birth, she had inhabited the pinnacle of power, and intrinsically, she shared the coldness of those noble women long ensconced in authority. The lives of mere servants were of little consequence. Only those she deemed useful would garner her attention. As for those who betrayed her, why keep them to risk a bite in return? Helian Zhao's gaze remained fixed upon Zhuohua, his eyes profound, resembling an unfathomably deep and frigid pool. At this moment, she seemed to perfectly embody the image conveyed to him in the intelligence reports from his shadow guards. Arrogant, willful, unwilling to endure hardship, and intent only on causing harm to others. In the Southern Dynasty, Zhuohua indeed possessed the capital to behave in such a manner. As the daughter of the prime minister, her status was exalted, but more crucially, she had beside her a doting and indulgent Xiao Junyi, who permitted her every whim. No one dared to defy her. Noticing Helian Zhao's prolonged silence, Zhuohua's delicate brows furrowed. She opened her glistening eyes, the corners slightly reddened from her earlier weeping by Jade Belt River. Is it merely death that you deny me, your majesty? Helian Xiao remained silent, curious to see what further words she might utter. Zhuohua did not disappoint his expectations. A look of discontent crossed her features as she candidly expressed the thoughts that weighed heavily on her heart. Had it not been for Eru inadvertently mentioning to the favored consort that His Majesty had perused the book compiled by her father, how could the favored consort have so cunningly exploited this information to slander her? Today marks her father's birthday, and with the two nations separated by vast distances, she is unable to fulfill her filial duties or even send a gift. All she wished for was to light a few lanterns within the palace to convey her blessings to her father. Yet her intentions were ruthlessly thwarted. It is one thing for the favored consort to bully her, but now even a palace maid dares to betray her. If Eru is not dealt with severely, how can she maintain her dignity in Yufu Palace? As she spoke, she turned her head away, suggesting that if His Majesty deemed her actions unreasonable and cruel, he could simply disregard her words. She would not wish to burden him. She paused, her expression tinged with sorrow. After all, with no one in Ziyuan to protect her. She had come to Ziyuan to marry and had long resigned herself to the potential of being bullied, insulted, or even meeting her demise. By the end, her voice had dwindled to a whisper, understood only by Helian Xiao, who held her close. Chapter 29. Seeking her, Zhuohua wished to descend from Helian Zhao's lap. Yet he firmly grasped her waist, intensifying her feelings of grievance with each utterance. It was merely the decree of death for a palace maid. One would expect Helian Xiao to acquiesce, unless he were truly a paragon of virtue. In the past, during the Southern Dynasty, Xiao Junyi had ruthlessly eliminated many for her sake. Once, while shopping, she was insulted and harassed by a scion of the Zhao royal family. Upon learning of this, Xiao Junyi had him imprisoned in the dungeon, where he met a torturous end. There was also the incident involving a maidservant of the Southern Dynasty's Grand Princess, who had spoken disrespectfully to her. Without regard for the Grand Princess's dignity, Xiao Junyi had the maid bound before her, compelled to apologize, and ultimately sold off, with rumors suggesting that the maid met a grim fate thereafter. Even her own maid, who had inadvertently allowed her to catch a cold, faced Xiao Junyi's wrath. Though the specifics of the punishment were unclear to her from that moment on, the maidservants who attended her were all excessively cautious, fearful of incurring his displeasure. Xiao Junyi's affection once led her to believe wholeheartedly in his love for her. Thus, within the realm of dreams, she willingly succumbed to that sentiment. However, realization dawned upon her. Everything Xiao Junyi had granted her had never transcended his self-interest. To him, those were mere byproducts of power. When confronted with the choice between true power and her, Xiao Junyi had unhesitatingly chosen the former. The version of herself within those dreams seemed utterly foolish. She had willingly forfeited the opportunity to align herself with the powerful in Ziyuan for his sake. In the dichotomy of power and Xiao Junyi, she foolishly opted for the latter, envisioning a life of togetherness, ultimately leading to her demise, which she deemed deserved. Yet, perhaps fate had bestowed upon her the clarity to perceive the outcome. Henceforth, she resolved to love only herself. However, having resided in Ziyuan for over a month, did Helian Xiao truly harbor no affection for her, merely contemplating the execution of a traitorous maid? He hesitated. He was indeed inferior to Xiao Junyi. At least Xiao Junyi had bestowed upon her the finest of everything, whereas Helian Xiao seemed to regard her with suspicion and a desire for exploitation. He coveted her beauty, yet refused to provide her with proper protection, allowing her to endure the injustices of the inner palace. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, Zhuohua clenched her jaw tightly, a flicker of barely perceptible indignation flashing in her eyes. Helian Xiao was not hesitating over whether to execute a ruse. He was observing Zhuohua. He watched as she, with her innocent and ethereal visage, effortlessly uttered the decree of death, causing a jolt within him. Listening to her assertively pronounce life and death, the innocent cruelty of her words stirred within him an inexplicable thrill. Helian Xiao was inherently cold and detached. On the battlefield, slaying foes and taming beasts served as his outlets for pent-up brutality. Yet, at this moment, he beheld a reflection of himself in Zhuohua. He was taken aback by her sudden revelation of her true self before him, igniting within him an unprecedented resonance, a long-forgotten fervor surging anew. Each of her words and every glance seemed to challenge his limits, yet he found himself utterly unable to resist. Helian Xiao sensed the struggle of the person in his embrace. Finally regaining his composure, he gently coaxed her. "Wang Yu, did you not hear what Shifei said? The maid A Ru is to be executed. Take her away." He wrapped his arms around her waist, adding, "Do not speak of life and death. In Ziyuan, I shall certainly protect you." Zhuohua murmured, "Your Majesty must keep your word." Deep down, she remained skeptical. Nevertheless, Helian Zhao's outward promise was better than nothing at all. Observing her compliance, he caressed her cheek, seemingly offering comfort. The palace attendants, having overheard the emperor and Shifei's casual decision regarding Aru's fate, turned pale, a chill settling within their hearts. It was not uncommon for the concubines of the harem to privately punish errant maids. However, It was rare for Shi Fei to openly display such a ruthless side before the emperor, and his lack of reprimand only intensified their trepidation. Aru was swiftly taken from the main hall. Witnessing this, Wang Yu gestured for all the attendants to withdraw. He, along with Ling Long and Ling Lang, approached the entrance of the hall, where Wang Yu attentively closed the door, severing the connection between the interior and the outside world. Instantly, the atmosphere within the hall transformed into one of serene subtlety. With everyone dismissed, Zhuohua gracefully slipped from Helian Zhao's embrace. Yet, as she took a few steps, Helian Zhao quickly followed, encircling her waist with both hands and effortlessly lifting her onto a nearby table. He positioned himself on either side of her, their proximity intensifying. The dim light cast a warm glow upon their nearly flawless faces, enhancing the enchanting ambience. Zhuohua momentarily froze, a flicker of panic crossing her eyes. Nevertheless, she pouted slightly, playfully questioning, "What does your majesty intend to do?" "I wish to uncover just how many surprises my beloved Shi Fei holds that I am yet unaware of," Helian Zhao replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. Upon hearing this, Zhuohua felt a sense of dissatisfaction. Did the emperor still believe it excessive for her to eliminate a maid who betrayed her? Had he merely pretended to defend her, all the while judging her harshly in his heart? Initially, she concealed her true nature in his presence for the sake of survival. Yet she could not hide forever, especially since she felt no remorse for her actions. Helian Zhao certainly did not deem her actions excessive. On the contrary, he found her nonchalant attitude and perplexed demeanor even more appealing. A Zhuohua who was both useful and endearing was precisely the sharp blade he desired in his hand. His sole objective was to ascertain that she was not a spy from the Southern Dynasty. After all, the events of today were insufficient for him to fully relax around her. He intended to test her in his own way, hoping that this innocent yet cruel little rabbit would not disappoint him. Helian Zhao reassured her, "My beloved, it is certainly not excessive. It is all the fault of that maid. Today, the most innocent and wronged one is undoubtedly you." Zhuohua appeared genuinely comforted, her lips curling into a proud smile, as if it were her natural state. Helian Zhao could not help but let out a soft laugh. Zhuohua raised an eyebrow slightly, her eyes sparkling with vitality. In an instant, the atmosphere within the hall shifted dramatically. Helian Zhao cast a gaze upon Zhuohua, his expression growing increasingly profound, imbued with an air of mystery and danger. It dawned on her, albeit belatedly, that Helian Zhao's imposing figure had encircled her within his domain. She instinctively recoiled, a surge of unease flooding her heart, as if she had become prey under the scrutiny of a ferocious beast, poised to be devoured at any moment. She hesitantly lifted her gaze, only to be ensnared by the abyssal depths of Helian Zhao's obsidian eyes. "My lady is weary today and desires rest," Zhuohua feigned composure. And as the words left her lips, she swiftly darted from beneath Helian Zhao's arm. Helian Zhao paused momentarily, turning to watch her retreating figure. She fled towards the bedroom, her slender waist swaying, long hair cascading behind her. But where could she possibly run? Helian Zhao strode forward, heading toward the chamber. As Zhuohua burst into the bedroom, an inexplicable wave of panic washed over her. Although she had gradually acclimated to the complexities of her relationship with Helian Zhao over the past month, she still felt a tremor of fear whenever faced with him, especially in the bedroom. Regardless of her pleas for mercy, Helian Zhao remained deaf to her entreaties, resolute in his desires. Upon entering the chamber, Helian Zhao found it shrouded in darkness. Yet, moonlight filtered through the window, and being a seasoned martial artist with keen senses, he had no trouble navigating the night. His gaze fell upon the grand bed, and he reached out to draw back the curtains, only to find it empty. A slight frown creased his brow as he surveyed the surroundings. The desolate room deepened the intensity of his gaze, and his fingers absently stroked, a habitual gesture when he was lost in thought. "My beloved, where have you hidden?" He called, but received no reply. Helian Zhao began to pace slowly, scrutinizing his surroundings. Strangely, rather than anger, he felt a peculiar intrigue. Once caught, her pleas for mercy tonight would be futile. Meanwhile, Zhuohua concealed herself behind the largest pillar in the chamber, robust enough to completely obscure her form as the curtains swayed lightly. Moreover, she had extinguished all the lamps along her path, leaving the chamber enveloped in darkness. Surely, he would not find her, would he? Yet deep down, she understood that evasion was futile tonight. However, instinctive shyness and fear compelled her to hide. After all, no one had ever informed her that serving a man could be so harrowing, as if it demanded the very essence of her being. Holding her breath, she strained to listen as Helian Zhao's footsteps drew nearer, each step echoing heavily against her heart, causing it to thunder with trepidation. Chapter 30. Hiding. As Helian Zhao focused his mind, he gradually discerned the direction in which Zhuohua was concealed, most likely behind those sturdy pillars. With this thought, a playful smile crept upon his lips, imbued with a sense of determination. My beloved consort, will you willingly emerge, or must I personally drag you out? Should you choose the latter, do not blame me for my lack of restraint. Hidden behind the pillar, Zhuohua felt her cheeks puff up in indignation. Helian Zhao's temperament was truly insufferable. When has he ever known moderation? The more she wept, the more exhilarated he became. Even if she obediently stepped out, would Helian Zhao simply let her go? Contemplating this, Zhuohua bit her lip, resolutely refusing to respond. Once again, the chamber fell into a profound silence. However, Helian Zhao noticed a curtain swaying gently around one of the pillars. In an instant, the corner of his mouth lifted further, and he approached that pillar. Leaning slightly against its sturdy frame, he taunted, "My beloved consort, do you truly believe that hiding here will keep you hidden from me?" Zhuohua, concealed behind the drapery, dare not make a sound. She understood she could not escape. Yet, she was unwilling to surrender so easily to his whims, biting her lip and remaining silent. Helian Zhao let out a soft chuckle. He extended his long fingers to lift a corner of the curtain, his movements languid and deliberate. My patience is quite limited, and should you choose to reveal yourself now, I might be gentler with you. But should I have to drag you out myself? His voice trailed off, suddenly taking on a deep, dangerous tone, and you must consider the consequences carefully, my beloved consort. A shiver ran through Zhuohua, her cheeks instantly flushing. Helian Zhao knew how to use such threats against her. She instinctively clenched her sleeves, murmuring softly, "Your Majesty, why must you be so forceful? I was merely jesting with you." Her voice was soft and tinged with guilt. "Just." Helian Zhao raised an eyebrow. "I cannot underestimate my beloved consort as jest, for after all, you are one who can so casually utter the words bestowed death. How can I afford to take you lightly?" Zhuohua's heart tightened. Has Helian Zhao not killed enough? Was it so difficult to accept that she merely ordered the execution of a treacherous maid? Why cling to it so? To Helian Zhao, killing was as simple as a nod, but her earlier guise as a naive rabbit had been so convincing that the stark contrast astonished him. Biting her lip, Zhuohua's voice softened involuntarily, laced with a hint of appeasement. "It was my fault to hide from your Majesty." Helian Zhao swept aside the curtain. Unprepared, Zhuohua was exposed to his gaze. Instinctively, she took a step back, trying to evade his eyes, but Helian Zhao was quicker, seizing her wrist. He leaned closer, his warm breath sending shivers down her spine. "Is it too late to realize your mistake now?" Zhuohua glared at him. How daring of Helian Zhao to push his advantage. If so, she too would not relent. "This evening, I have been subjected to such disgrace my heart, once brimming with hopes for my father's birthday, now lies in desolation. Even now, I remain engulfed in sorrow. Yet, your Majesty has arrived. And not only are you displeased with the punishment of a treacherous maidservant, but your thoughts seem solely consumed with matters of intimacy with me." Her voice dwindled into a whisper, and she finally averted her gaze, murmuring, "Your Majesty does not like me at all." With that, her long lashes trembled, concealing the fleeting glimmer of disappointment in her eyes. Despite having previously feigned the submissive demeanor that Lord Helian favored, coupled with her innate and exquisite beauty, was it still insufficient to win his affection? Could it truly be that he harbors no feelings for her? As such thoughts circled in her mind, Zhuohua found herself lost in uncertainty, even questioning her own worth. Lord Helian forbade her from bearing children if she could not earn his affection. How could she establish her place in Ziyuan? The frailty of her earlier days in Zhuohua, when she had no one to rely on, surged back within her. Lord Helion believed that punishing Manna would quell her inner fury. After all, she had managed to coldly discipline a maidservant, so he presumed her anger must have dissipated. Yet, this was far from the truth. Upon witnessing her vulnerable and pitiable demeanor, Lord Helion suddenly found himself averse to seeing her in such a state. Instinctively, he sought to soothe her. In a few days, I shall send gifts to the emperor of the southern dynasty. Since it is the birthday of my beloved's father, I shall also extend this gift on your behalf. What say you? Zhuohua liftet hergaze. Is this truly the case? At last, he had done something to bring her joy. Lord Helion nodded, asking if she was no longer sorrowful. The shadows in Zhuohua's eyes began to lift. She should not doubt herself. Regardless of the eventual outcome of her life, all she needed was to strive with all her might to live splendidly, indulging in wealth and glory, relishing in the admiration of thousands. Having come to this realization, she cautiously inquired, "Might your majesty send my father a message of reassurance? Just to say that I am well in Zhuohua, so that my father, mother, and brother need not worry." Lord Helion responded with a non-committal hum, acknowledging her request. As for Zhuohua's earlier lament of his indifference, they both chose to overlook it. In Lord Helion's mind, the relationship between him and his consort was far from that of ordinary spouses. It was rather one of subjects, sustained solely by mutual benefit, where romantic affection was a luxury, both impractical and unattainable. However, to speak candidly, did he harbor feelings for Zhuohua? Initially, her docility and fragility piqued his interest, yet that spark merely compelled him to wish to unveil her fade. Today, having witnessed her innocence intertwined with a fierce resolve, an inexplicable sensation surged within him. Perhaps it could be termed as affection. It had been far too long since he had cherished anything or anyone. Lord Helion's hand caressed Zhuohua's cheek, tracing the curve of her lips, his body inching closer, enveloping her in his aura. "Are you pleased? Then perhaps it is time for me to derive some pleasure as well." Cornered, Zhuohua had no choice but to tilt her head back to meet his gaze. Images of his ferocity flooded her mind, causing her heart to flutter with trepidation. She could only relent, pleading, "Your Majesty, please spare me." As she spoke, she twisted her body in a playful manner. Helion Shao gazed at her, his pupils seemingly ablaze with an inner fire. The mere sound of her voice ignited a fervor within him. How could such an alluring woman exist? Was she pleading for mercy or yearning for love? Unable to contain the surging impulse within, Helion Shao leaned down, asserting his dominance as he captured her lips with a forceful kiss. His kiss brimmed with possessiveness, leaving Zhuohua momentarily breathless. Soon, her body succumbed to his embrace, her delicate form rendered weak as she leaned submissively against him, surrendering to his will. Sensing her compliance, the tumultuous flames within Helion Shao subsided slightly. He released her, resting his forehead against hers, his breath heavy as he rasped, "Will you still try to escape?" Helion Shao was perplexed by how to bring joy to both of them. She resisted so fiercely, yet did she not also harbor affection? Zhuohua, panting, her eyes clouded with a hint of confusion, shook her head. Helion Zhao's gaze deepened further. He lifted her hands above her head, pinning them against the column behind her. Gradually, their garments began to accumulate at their feet. The man, with his bronze-hued skin and robust physique, contrasted sharply with the woman, whose skin was as delicate as snow, fragile and ethereal as they began to entwine intimately. The drapery hanging from the column fluttered down, barely concealing their tightly intertwined forms. Time slipped by unperceived. Zhuohua, pressed against the column, gasped softly, on the verge of tears from the overwhelming sensations. Under the man's relentless advance, she could no longer bear it and reached out, grasping Helion Zhao's chest. He felt a twinge of pain in his heart and warned, "Do not leave marks upon me." Zhuohua glared at him defiantly, yet daunted by his command, she reluctantly withdrew her claws, forming her fist and striking it against his chest. Only officials may ignite the flames, while commoners must not even light a candle. 3 days hence, I shall partake in a hunt, where I shall revel with my ministers. During the hunt, I shall remain bare-chested, If they see the marks you leave upon me, what a disgrace it would be. This is the custom of Zhuohua. The sturdy figures of horsemen are their pride. Zhuohua responded with a few muffled sounds, her voice indistinct, leaving one to wonder if she truly comprehended his words. Chapter 31. The Palace of Hunting within the sleeping quarters. The candlelight flickered back to life. The two figures, draped in night garments, lay nestled in bed. Zhuohua felt utterly languid, her delicate face pressed against Helian Zhao's warm chest. His hand rested casually upon her shoulder, occasionally caressing her gently. In 3 days, I shall depart the palace for a hunt. Do you recall? He lowered his gaze slightly, observing Zhuohua in his embrace. He had mentioned it earlier, but concerned that she might have been too dazed to fully comprehend, he reiterated his words. Zhuohua's face remained flushed, her eyes tightly shut, as if still lost in the recent tempest of emotions. Yet, she had heard him clearly. I shall not go, she murmured softly. She was unskilled in horseback riding and feared that her presence would be futile. The journey would be arduous. And the memory of the month-long carriage ride from the southern dynasty to Zhuohua lingered painfully in her mind, a discomfort she was unwilling to endure again. Helian Zhao furrowed his brow, surprise flickering in his eyes. Am I to spend 2 months at the hunting palace, and you choose not to accompany me? Have you forgotten the duties of consort? For this excursion, the ladies of the harem were either devising ways to curry favor with the favored consorts or subtly orchestrating encounters to gain his attention, while others sent an array of delicacies to the Taiji palace, all in hopes of securing an invitation to the hunting grounds. Yet here she was outright refusing. As Zhuohua's mind cleared slightly, her beautiful brows knitted together. In the southern dynasty, does the emperor not hunt for merely a few days? 2 months of hunting. Your Majesty? She could not help but inquire. The hunting palace lies on the outskirts of the imperial city, adjacent to the Li Mountain, a favored hunting ground of mine. To embark on a short excursion would be an excessive display of resources, an unworthy endeavor. Helian Zhao patiently elucidated, pausing before continuing. Moreover, I shall be selecting military officials for the Zhuohua court at the hunting grounds, which will naturally require considerable time. Once he finished explaining, he probed further. Why do you wish to abstain? I assumed Your Majesty's hunt would last only a few days, and you are well aware that I cannot ride. Coupled with the fatigue of travel, I fear I would be unwell. Zhuohua's voice dwindled to a whisper, as a more significant reason remained unspoken. The thought of enduring the food of Zhuohua, which had never suited her palate, particularly the roasted meats, was daunting. Should you prefer to remain at the hunting palace? The carriage ride is but a day's journey. Is that too much to bear? She wished to avoid appearing overly sensitive, yet since her arrival in Zhuohua, she had experienced a myriad of grievances and discomfort that she had not encountered in the past decade. The transition from luxury to frugality was no small feat. She had already adapted considerably since her arrival, yet the prospect of Helian Zhao's 2-month absence was unsettling. Since Your Majesty will be away for 2 months, I shall naturally accompany you. If I do not see you for that long, I shall miss you dearly. Her voice was gentle, laced with a hint of affection, as her fingers playfully tapped against Helian Zhao's abdominal muscles. Helian Zhao responded with a soft hum, clearly pleased with her reply, and tightened his embrace, preparing to drift into slumber. On this journey to the palace, he intended to grant her the utmost freedom, hoping she would remain composed and refrain from engaging in improper conduct. In the dim light, Helian Zhao's gaze deepened, fading into a tranquil silence. 3 days later, as dawn broke, golden rays cascaded upon the imperial palace. A grand procession departed from the palace, making its way towards the Lishan Palace. At the forefront of the procession was, of course, Helian Zhao's carriage. Even during the journey, he remained encircled by official documents, unable to find a moment's respite. As the caravan paused midway for rest, Wang Yu lifted the carriage curtain and entered with a cup of hot tea, setting it down before him. Helian Zhao rubbed his weary brow. The prolonged focus on the documents had left him feeling dizzy. He picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Just as Wang Yu was about to quietly withdraw, Helian Zhao suddenly inquired, "Is concubine she well today?" He recalled Zhuohua mentioning 3 days prior that the rigors of travel could be taxing, prompting his question. Wang Yu replied, "Your Majesty, I noticed that the meal brought to concubine Xi's carriage remained largely untouched before it was taken away. It seems she has little appetite today. However, I'm not fully informed about her other conditions. Would your majesty like me to inquire with her personal maid? Helian Xiao frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. No need. Having lived in comfort in the Southern Dynasty, she will naturally experience some discomfort during this taxing journey, but should not pose a significant issue. Furthermore, we shall soon arrive at the palace, where she can rest properly. With this thought, Helian Xiao redirected his focus back to the official documents, continuing to attend to state affairs. As the sun began its descent, painting the sky in hues of orange and red, they finally arrived at the palace. Helian Xiao was the first to alight from the carriage, followed by the concubines who descended in succession, creating a lively atmosphere. Concubine Alanki radiated her usual brightness and vitality. The virtuous consort, occupied with the management of the inner palace, did not accompany them to the Lishan Palace. With the support of Ling Long, Zhuohua stepped down from the carriage, her steps somewhat unsteady and her complexion pale, having scarcely eaten due to her lack of appetite. Helian Xiao cast a casual glance at her, his brow instinctively furrowing. Alanki shot a disapproving look at Zhuohua, who appeared feeble. Having grown up on horseback, Alanki could not fathom why Zhuohua seemed so weak after merely a day's journey. She approached Helian Xiao, saying, "Your Majesty, I am accustomed to residing at the Moon Laurel Palace each year. Would it be acceptable for me to stay there once again this year?" The Moon Laurel Palace was originally the residence of the queen, but as Helian Xiao had yet to establish a queen and Alanki as a favored consort, wielded authority in the palace, such a request had never been denied. Thus, Helian Xiao nodded in agreement once more. To him, it was merely a courtyard. Alanki cast a triumphant glance at Zhuohua, recalling the night she had invited the emperor to Zhuohua Palace, only for him to abandon her. Citing concubine Xi's grievances and her status as a Southern Dynasty princess in need of consolation. Though Alanki was acutely aware that His Majesty could never harbor affection for a princess of the Southern Dynasty, and that the peace between the Southern Dynasty and Ziyuan was merely a fade, she could not suppress her jealousy, for she was genuinely in love with His Majesty. He had once declared that he would establish a queen only after unifying the realm, and Alanki had long harbored hopes for the position of empress. After all, whether it was His Majesty's daily affection, the privilege of choosing to reside in the Moon Laurel Chi-Fong within the palace, or her own noble lineage, she believed herself entirely deserving. Alanki withdrew her gaze from Zhuohua and continued, "The virtuous consort is absent this time. Originally, consort she could have stayed in the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion belonging to the virtuous consort, but it is currently under renovation. It seems that consort she will have to make do with residing in the Dewy Jade Pavilion." The Moon Laurel Chi-Fong and the Orchid Fragrance Pavilion were the only two courtyards adjacent to His Majesty's Zikin Imperial Garden within the palace. This palace had been constructed during the former Jin Dynasty, and initially, there was only the Moon Laurel Chi-Fong beside the Zikin Imperial Garden. However, the Jin Emperor had a particularly favored concubine, and to be able to spend every night by her side, he had built another courtyard adjacent to the Zikin Imperial Garden. Apart from these two courtyards, all others were situated at a distance from the Zikin Imperial Garden. Helian Xiao did not elaborate on these arrangements, merely stating with a detached demeanor, "The arrangements made by the noble consort are sufficient." "Yes, Your Majesty." Chapter 32. The moonlit pool plan within the secluded garden of the Imperial Palace. Twilight descended. Since His Majesty relocated to the temporary palace, ministers and generals arrived one after another, while the advance guard of the Imperial Guards had already settled in. Feng Lan, rubbing his aching temples, noticed the faint shadows beneath his eyes, a testament to the exhaustion from days of relentless activity. The preparations for the Grand Hunt, the deployment of the Imperial Army, the reception of envoys, all matters required his personal attention. At this moment, finally free, he had no time to change out of his official robes and hurried to report. In the pavilion, Helian Xiao was engrossed in a solitary game of chess, clad in a dark brocade robe that accentuated his imposing presence. His slender fingers cradled a white jade piece that gleamed with a soft luster. Upon noticing Feng Lan's arrival, He inclined his head slightly, gesturing for him to take a seat. Your Majesty exhibits a refined interest, Feng Lan remarked, placing a black piece on the board, instantly filling the air with a palpable tension. He raised his gaze to assess the emperor's expression, inquiring, I have heard that consort she has been frequently by your side these days. How fares the noble consort? With a deft move, Helian Zhao's white piece intercepted the path of Feng Lan's black piece. I have my own calculations, merely testing the waters, he replied, his eyes dark as ink. If she is truly innocent, she shall become a sharp blade in my hand. Otherwise, his unspoken words dissolved into a cold smirk. In recent days, he had intentionally bestowed favor upon Zhuohua, allowing her unrestricted access to the imperial palace and, quite casually, involving her in matters of state. Even when she expressed a desire to venture outside the palace, he readily acquiesced. The shadows had been monitoring her day and night. Yet no abnormalities had surfaced. This only served to kindle his suspicions. Feng Lan nodded in understanding, a flicker of realization in his eyes. Your Majesty intends to use the noble consort as a means to test consortship? Helian Zhao gazed intently at the chessboard, yet his mind was clouded by the image of those clear, autumn-like eyes. Whether she was diligently preparing ink for him or the momentary sparkle in her gaze upon learning of her outing, such pure joy, could it truly be so perfectly feigned? Helian Zhao let out a thoughtful hum. Feng Lan's eyes subtly shifted, grasping the emperor's intentions. So, your Majesty plans to use consort Shi as a weapon to unsettle the noble consort? Before consort Shi entered the palace, the noble consort's favor was nearly unmatched. But now, Feng Lan understood the daughter of the general all too well. Proud as a peacock, she would not tolerate anyone encroaching upon her share of favor. The sharp sound of a black jade piece striking the board jolted Feng Lan from his reverie. He observed the emperor's long fingers hovering above the board, a white piece landing in a seemingly desperate position surrounded by black pieces, yet remarkably carving out a sliver of hope. A desperate snake reveals its fangs. Helian Zhao's gaze, fixed upon the chessboard, seemed to pierce through the intricate lines, envisioning a broader battlefield. The Waialatishi clan has been entrenched in the court for years. I shall force them to reveal their true colors swiftly. Feng Lan swallowed hard, hesitant words twisting upon his tongue before finally escaping. Does Your Majesty have a foolproof strategy in place? The only response was a prolonged silence. Feng Lan suddenly felt a chill at the nape of her neck. Those women in the imperial harem, vying for beauty and favor, would never comprehend that their passionate lovers were coolly calculating the fate of each chess piece. She sighed inwardly. The beauties within this deep palace, if they were to truly invest their hearts, would find themselves akin to moths drawn to a flame. And the emperor before her had long since forged his affections into the icy authority of power, with cunning flowing through his very marrow. Yet it was precisely this ruthlessness that warranted the vastness of the Zhuohua lands. Feng Lan mused, a shiver of awe coursing through her. As she contemplated, Wang Yu approached. Bowing deeply, Your Majesty, he whispered, his voice barely audible. I have followed your instructions and invited consort Shi to the moonlight pool for a bath tomorrow evening. He stole a glance at the emperor's expression, aware that the favored consort had already devised a plan upon learning of this arrangement. The sound of chess pieces meeting the board abruptly stilled. What plan? His voice was eerily calm. The favored consort intends to create a pretext to ensnare Your Majesty tomorrow. And then, he swallowed hard, arranging for the crown prince Arslan to accidentally wander into the moonlight pool. The air in the pavilion instantly thickened. Feng Lan's grip on the chess piece tightened. Such treachery, to tarnish a woman's honor, was perhaps the cruelest of tactics. Helian Zhao slowly placed his piece on the board. The crisp sound of the jade chess piece striking the board resonated ominously. With a snap, the black dragon piece was severed in half. When he raised his gaze, a frost seemed to crystallize in his eyes. Hasn't Arslan been complaining of weakness in his waist and knees lately? His long fingers lightly tapped the board, instructing the physician to prepare a tonic for him, one potent enough. Wang Yu understood and lowered his head, beads of sweat forming at his temples. The so-called tonic was, of course, a potent aphrodisiac. He discreetly wiped his sweat with his sleeve, inwardly lamenting the perilous nature of the favored consort strategy, seeking to ruin consort, she while choosing the most provocative method imaginable. Fenglan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. At this moment, she was utterly unconcerned about her repeated defeats at the emperor's hands. Her heart was filled solely with admiration for him. The emperor's meticulous thoughts and ruthless methods toyed with the women of the harem, instilling fear in all. Reflecting on Zhuohua, who once thrived in the southern dynasty, but now found herself embroiled in the intrigues of the Zhuohua harem, a pang of sympathy stirred within Fenglan. What a pitiable little rabbit. Arriving in Zhuohua, she found herself trapped between wolves and tigers, her future path surely strewn with thorns. Chapter 33. Terror at the bath. A delicate mist enveloped the moonlight pool, as the silvery moonlight pierced through the thin fog, scattering a sprinkle of shimmering brilliance upon the water surface. Zhuohua gracefully treaded upon the glass lanterns held by the palace maids, making her way to the pool's edge. As the night breeze caressed her, the gossamer fabric of her ethereal gown fluttered slightly, accentuating her enchanting figure. Everyone may withdraw, she gently raised her jade-like hand, her voice resonating like a clear spring cascading over stones. Once the maids bowed and retreated to the corridor, Zhuohua stepped into the warm waters of the pool. Her dark tresses were loosely gathered, secured only by a few plain silver hairpins. As the steam rose, she appeared almost as if a celestial being had descended from the heavens, radiating an otherworldly beauty. Her fingertips grazed the warm water, yet a shadow flickered in her eyes. The recent peculiar behaviors of Helian Xiao within the palace had set off alarm bells in her mind. Were it not for that prophetic dream, an ordinary woman might have long succumbed to the emperor's tender snares, much like the delighted and oblivious Alenki. But she was acutely aware that this was merely a meticulously orchestrated test by Helian Xiao. Helian Xiao must suspect that she bore secret orders from the southern dynasty, compelling him to tighten the noose around her. As for the individuals arranged by Xiao Junyi, they would likely only act once she had truly captured the emperor's heart. Two men of immense power, one the emperor of Zhuohua, the other the crown prince of the southern dynasty, both viewed her as a mere plaything. Contemplating this, a hint of derision graced her lips. She narrowed her eyes, allowing the warm water to cascade over her alabaster shoulders. At this moment, her foremost priority was to gain Helian Xiao's trust. Despite her cautious demeanor in recent days, she remained perplexed by the inscrutable intentions of the emperor, whose depths resembled an endless sea. Leaning against the white jade wall of the pool amidst the rising steam, the gentle flow of water caressed her every inch, dispelling the weariness accumulated over the past several days. Her long eyelashes drooped, and she felt herself teetering on the edge of slumber within the misty haze. Someone is coming. No reply came. Zhuohua abruptly opened her eyes. Water droplets cascaded down her suddenly taut spine, washing away the previous sense of tranquility. It was too quiet. Something was amiss. She swiftly propped herself up, sending a splash of crystalline water into the air. Surrounded by swirling mist, her porcelain skin glistened like pearls. Yet she had no time to care for her composure in that moment. Was someone plotting against her? Barefoot, Zhuohua stepped onto the cold blue bricks, hastening towards the clothing rack, but froze in her third step, rustling. It was the sound of fabric brushing against itself, soft, yet piercingly loud in the stillness. Not the light footsteps of the maids, but the sound of a man's boots crunching over gravel. Helian Xiao? She turned her head toward the source of the sound, her damp hair brushing against her collarbone. The smile on Zhuohua's face abruptly faltered. What met her gaze was not the cold, austere features of Helian Xiao, but rather a drunken, unfamiliar man, his attire disheveled, his steps unsteady, and his bloodshot eyes clouded, as if dulled by liquor and desire. Arslan, her blood ran cold in an instant. The man's murky gaze lingered on her, shamelessly roaming from the damp tips of her hair to her dripping collarbone, and then to... A sharp scream shattered the fog. Zhuohua instinctively rushed toward the coat rack, her fingers trembling as she hastily draped the thin garment over herself. The silk clung to her damp, cold skin, yet it could not shield her from the nauseating gaze that pierced through the air. Such a beautiful creature, Arslan grinned, the scent of alcohol mingling with his greedy breaths. He had never encountered such an alluring maiden before. He staggered closer, his boots trampling over the droplets of water she had just shed, one step after another. Zhuohua pressed her fingertips into her palm, her chest rising and falling violently. Helian Xiao, what was he doing? Where had he gone? Outside the moonlight pool. The night was chillingly dark. Helian Xiao stood with his hands clasped behind him, the dark dragon robe billowing sharply in the night breeze. He should not have come. Arsling had already been drugged, and the hidden guards lurked nearby. Zhuohua was not truly in danger. Yet, the image of her misty-eyed gaze lingered in his mind. What she felt fear. That thought pierced his heart like a fine thorn, silently embedding itself deep within. By the time he realized it, he had already reached the palace entrance. A sudden scream echoed within the hall. Helian Zhao's fingers clenched tightly, his knuckles widening, and the veins in his arms bulging beneath the sleeves of his robe. Wang Yu, drenched in cold sweat, whispered, "Your Majesty, should we send someone?" "Wait," he interrupted, his voice cold as ice. "Not enough. She must be driven to utter despair, forced to witness Alanki's treacherous scheme as she teetered on the brink of collapse. Only then would she harbor a hatred so profound, so visceral, that she would stop at nothing to confront Alanki." The cries within the hall grew increasingly frantic. Yet Helian Xiao remained as still as a statue, his eyelashes betraying no tremor. Little did anyone know that his palm was already pierced by his own nails, blood seeping forth. Inside the hall by the misty hot spring, Zhuohua stood barefoot. Arsling prowled like a ravenous wolf, eyeing its prey, his murky gaze scanning her form. He ripped open his collar, revealing a chest flushed with an unnatural hue. "My beauty, do not hide. Just surrender to me." Zhuohua forced herself to take a deep breath. Her nails dug deeply into her palm, the pain jolting her from her initial panic. "I am the Empress." Bestowed by His Majesty, she lifted her chin defiantly. "Leave now, and I shall pretend nothing has occurred." Arsling burst into laughter, the stench of alcohol pouring forth with his heavy breaths. What pretense of dignity! He violently kicked over a nearby incense burner. "His Majesty and the Empress are clearly at the Ningxing pool tonight." Zhuohua turned and fled. Arsling's footsteps echoed behind her, each step sending tremors through her heart. Just as she was about to reach the palace doors, suddenly, a chill ran down her back. The sound of her silk garment being brutally torn apart resonated painfully in the stillness of the hall. Zhuohua stumbled to the ground, her long black hair cascading like a waterfall, barely shielding her exposed skin. "Get away!" she screamed fiercely, gripping the remnants of her clothing tightly against her chest. Bang! The palace doors were violently kicked open. Helian Zhao's gaze instantaneously fixated on the figure curled up on the ground. Zhuohua resembled a frightened young beast, her damp, gauzy dress clinging disheveledly to her form, delicate fingers gripping the tattered fabric at her chest. Beneath the dim glow of the palace lanterns, her exposed skin appeared painfully pale, droplets of water still clinging to her collarbone, quivering slightly with her rapid breaths. In that moment, the haze of intoxication left Arsling completely. His knees crashed heavily against the ground. "Your Majesty, I pay my respects." His voice quivered, lacking coherence. Helian Xiao did not spare him even a glance. He advanced, the black dragon-embroidered boots thudding against the stone floor. He crouched before Zhuohua, his broad back casting a complete shadow over her. The warmth of his dragon robe draped over her shoulders, the motion of tying the sash remarkably gentle, contrasting starkly with the brutality displayed moments prior when he had kicked the door open. As the fabric brushed against her, Zhuohua caught the familiar scent of dragon's saliva, mingled with a hint of blood. "Drag him out." The guards immediately lifted the limp Arsling, dragging him out of the hall like a lifeless dog. As the palace doors closed once more, faintly echoed Arsling's pitiful pleas for mercy, quickly muffled by the heavy doors. Enveloped in the swirling heat, Zhuohua nestled within the dragon robe, her damp lashes trembling incessantly. She fixated on a vague point on the ground, her pupils still slightly dilated from lingering fear. A strange, Dull ache blossomed within Helian Zhao's chest. This was amiss. He had every step under control. Air sling could not harm her in the slightest. Yet, as she shivered like a rain-soaked fledgling, a fissure appeared in his once proud rationality. The moment he reached out, Zhuohua flinched violently, retreating as her back collided with the cold palace pillar, oblivious to the impact. "Don't touch me." Her hoarse cry erupted within Hall, the last note trembling with fragmentation. "It is I." Helian Zhao softened his tone, his fingertips hovering half an inch from her sleeve. The usually decisive emperor now spoke in a voice tender as one soothing a frightened child. "It is all right." Zhuohua sudenidiftet hergaze. When her blurred vision finally focused on that familiar face, something sharp detonated in her eyes. "I will gouge out his eyes." Her voice surged, each word dripping with anguish. "That despicable beast. How dare he? How dare he?" Tears cascaded suddenly. She bit down fiercely on her lip. Yet a sound akin to a young animal's whimper escaped. Ultimately, all her fierce words morphed into broken sobs as she buried her face in her knees, her fragile shoulders heaving violently beneath the dragon robe. Chapter 34. Disdain? Helian Zhao's brow furrowed sharply. The broken sobs of Zhuohua jolted him into realization. Under the complex constraints of the Southern Dynasty's rigid etiquette, women had long transformed the concept of chastity into a shackle. This stood in stark contrast to the carefree spirit of the women of Zhuohua who galloped across the grasslands. He instinctively tightened his arms, cradling her leg with one hand and lifting her effortlessly. The girl was as light as a feather. He leaned down, his lips almost brushing her damp hair, whispering, "I have gouged out his eyes." The words dripped with a metallic scent of blood, yet were spoken in the gentlest tone. Zhuohua buried her face into his shoulder, her sobs fading into intermittent gasps. Helian Zhao unconsciously pressed a hand against his chest, where a strange, sour ache churned. His fingers instinctively curled, wrinkling the dragon robe into grotesque folds. Wang Yu, upon seeing the emperor approaching with the delicate figure enveloped in the dragon robe, hastily lifted the curtains of the imperial sedan. Inside the sedan, Zhuohua straddled Helian Zhao's lap, her tear-stained eyes glistening with unshed tears. As her sobs gradually subsided, she suddenly tilted her face upwards, her moist gaze piercing into the depths of the emperor's eyes. "Your Majesty, having invited me to this rendezvous, why must you leave me to guard an empty pool?" Helian Zhao's broad hand began to roam slowly across her back, tracing the delicate contours of her shoulder blades beneath her thin garment. "The imperial concubine encountered a snake, and I went to investigate. It turned out to be a harmless grass snake." Zhuohua's eyelids fluttered downwards. Memories surged forth, a venomous smile from Alanki, the relentless schemes that encircled her. Now, in this foreign land, even the emperor's embrace felt insincere. Upon entering the inner palace, she had kept her distance from Alanki for the sake of survival. It seemed that retreat only invited further malice. The serpent grew bolder in its treachery. How had that outsider breached the sanctity of the emperor's bathing chamber? Helian Zhao's fingers brushed through her tousled hair. "Many new officials have taken residence in the palace. I shall investigate this matter thoroughly." Zhuohua suddenly relinquished her strength, obediently nestling back against his chest. "And what will happen after the investigation?" "It will merely reveal a scapegoat." A cold smile curled at the corners of her lips. "Alanki, should you dare to reach out, do not blame me for severing your claws. The position of the imperial concubine, the glory of your family, I shall ensure you witness it crumble to dust, piece by piece." In the imperial garden of Zicheng, twilight filtered through the silk curtains. Clad in a flowing lavender gown, Zhuohua lay languidly upon the soft couch, the silk fabric rising and falling with her breath, outlining a heart-stirring silhouette. She rested her head on Helian Zhao's knee. He held the spine of the Chronicles of the Southern Dynasty, its pages long untouched. Something was amiss. His once prized rationality seemed to be devoured by an unfamiliar emotion. When he had seen her weep, that pang of heartache had struck him unexpectedly. What if one day, iron cavalry breached the borders of the Southern Dynasty? When the flames of war reached the walls of the palace where she had grown up, and those faces connected by blood fell one by one into pools of blood. At that moment, the look in her eyes would surely be filled with hatred, would it not? Helian Xiao suddenly became acutely aware of an absurd truth. He had initially believed that his fascination with Zhuohua stemmed merely from her feline-like cunning. He had always harbored disdain for fragile, delicate flowers, yet he found himself unexpectedly captivated by the occasional display of her hidden claws beneath her delicate exterior. Her deliberate stubbornness and precisely calculated acts of defiance ignited within him a thrill akin to taming a quarry. However, at that moment, this Southern Dynasty woman, who could not even draw a bow, instilled in him an unprecedented sense of hesitation. She would not accompany him across the vast plains, lacked understanding of military strategy, and was so dainty and delicate that she shattered his preconceived notions of the type of woman he would find appealing. Helian Xiao absently caressed her cascading locks with his fingertips, the texture more intoxicating than the finest silk. This realization tightened the line of his jaw and ignited a dangerous glimmer in his eyes. Zhuohua lay upon his legs, her mind swirling with the images of the evening, compelling her to seek confirmation of something. Suddenly, she propped herself up, the silk hem of her gown whispering against his knees. Her abrupt movement shattered Helian Xiao's thoughts in an instant. Momentarily taken aback, before he could utter a word of inquiry, she had straddled him, her knees sinking into the soft couch on either side. From this angle, he could clearly see the sudden constriction of her pupils and the unnatural movement of his Adam's apple. As her lips brushed against his neck, she inhaled the familiar scent of dragon's saliva. Her kisses, akin to falling plum blossoms, landed one after another upon his taut skin, but became disordered as they reached his collarbone. "What is wrong?" Helian Zhao's voice emerged deeper and more hoarse than usual. She feigned ignorance, gently tugging at his collar with her teeth, only to be abruptly halted by a grip akin to iron upon her shoulder. In the moment she was forced to look up, the tears she had long held back cascaded down once more. She beheld Helian Zhao's brow furrowed deeply. "Why won't your majesty touch me?" The tail end of her thought choked in her throat, transforming into a whimper. "Did that man from earlier tonight catch your majesty's eye, leading to disdain for me?" "Ridiculous!" Helian Xiao exclaimed, taken aback by her line of thought, interrupting her words. In Ziyuan, it was not uncommon for women to remarry after a divorce from their husbands. Moreover, his ancestors had often taken the wives of tribal leaders as spoils of war during their campaigns across the northern grasslands. Thus, he would not take tonight's events to heart. Not to mention, he had orchestrated the entire affair himself, although Alanki had a hand in it. He had permitted it. He had deliberately arranged for Zhuohua to meet by the moonlight pool, near the residences of court ministers, instructing the servants to refrain from disturbing them, so they could relish their moment together, all to lure Alanki into action. He was well aware that Alanki would learn of these arrangements and would seek to deal with Zhuohua. Yet, he had not anticipated that Alanki would go so far as to send a man to dishonor her. Even upon discovering Alanki's schemes, Helian Xiao chose to go along with the unfolding events for the sake of his own plans. Originally, he believed that Zhuohua would merely be frightened, forgetting that as a woman of the Southern Dynasty, she had been confined to her boudoir since childhood, where even the sight of a man was considered taboo. Upon witnessing her startled expression, prompted by his slightly harsh tone, Helian Zhao's heart softened. He gently clarified, "You were startled today. I refrained from approaching you out of pity. Yet, you let your imagination run wild. Tonight, I wish for your majesty to hold me." Zhuohua gazed at him with her tearful eyes. Such pure and clear eyes made Helian Xiao feel an overwhelming sense of shame for his own baseness. He had initially cautioned himself not to invest too much of his heart in this woman, but upon her utterance, the tension within him snapped. Seeing him remain unresponsive only deepened Zhuohua's confusion. Could it be that Helian Xiao truly found her repugnant? She leaned closer to his ear and whispered, "Tonight, your majesty, let me tire you out. Otherwise, I fear I shall be unable to sleep through the night." The thought of that loathsome man from earlier left her anxious and restless. Furthermore, from the perilous events at the moonlight pool to her current position in the Zikan Imperial Garden, she could sense a rare glimmer of pity in Helian Zhao's gaze. He might be aware that Alanki was behind tonight's incident, Yet due to the formidable family forces supporting her, Hellion Xiao found it difficult to take action against her at this moment. Thus, Zhuohua resolved to make Hellion Xiao feel even more guilty. The terror she experienced tonight would not go unacknowledged. Ever since Xiao Junyi abandoned her for power, Zhuohua understood that she must relinquish any unrealistic fantasies regarding men, especially the hope that Hellion Xiao would choose her over his ambitions. She merely sought to survive within the depths of the palace, to live with dignity and ensure that those who betrayed and conspired against her would pay the price they deserved. Hellion Xiao set aside the book he had been idly holding and extended his hand to rest on her lower back. Her slender waist was shorter than his palm, and with a gentle grasp, he could easily secure her. He lifted her slightly, his throat dry as he stated, "Then do not beg for mercy tonight." Chapter 35. The king of Qi seeks mercy. Last night, Zhuohua succumbed to extreme fatigue, her body nearly fainting, and finally fell into a deep slumber. Upon awakening, golden sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. As she gazed outside, the sky appeared as blue as a sapphire, with wisps of white clouds drifting leisurely. Rubbing her drowsy eyes, she felt utterly drained, with every muscle aching. Under the attentive care of the palace maids, she allowed them to assist her in dressing and freshening up. "Where is His Majesty?" The maids attending to her hailed from the Zikin Imperial Garden. Unlike the Taiji Palace, the Zikin Imperial Garden was not as grand in scale, lacking the division of front and back halls, rendering it impossible for Zhuohua's own maids to enter. After all, in the Imperial Palace, the front hall of the Taiji Palace was never a place where concubines could tread. In the Zikin Imperial Garden, the residence of Hellion Xiao was in close proximity to his study. Although the Zikin Imperial Garden was the largest court in the temporary palace, Hellion Xiao had established a rule that none but his most trusted subordinates could enter. As the maids busily attended to her, they respectfully replied, "Your Majesty is in the study." Once she completed her simple grooming, her long, ink-black hair was arranged to be smooth and glossy, adorned with a plain hairpin that accentuated her delicate features. After a brief moment of organization, she made her way toward the study. A dedicated passage connected Hellion Xiao's sleeping quarters to the study. One merely needed to traverse a tranquil corridor to access a small door leading directly inside. During her stay at the temporary palace, Zhuohua had accompanied Hellion Xiao in the Zikin Imperial Garden daily and was well acquainted with the layout. With a gentle creak, she pushed open the back door of Hellion Xiao's study. Instantly, the atmosphere, which had been so tense it felt as if it could drip with water, was dispelled by a refreshing breeze. The king of Qi, kneeling on the floor, instinctively lifted his gaze. Though he had never seen consort Qi, her unparalleled beauty had long been the talk of the town since her arrival at the banquet in Ziyuan. Now, witnessing her in person, he found her reputation wholly justified. The king of Qi silently marveled, though he quickly averted his eyes. No wonder His Majesty dotes on her so. How unfortunate for his own son. Zhuohua was momentarily taken aback, for she had not anticipated that, nearing lunchtime, Hellion Xiao would still be in audience with the ministers. Realizing that her unannounced intrusion was rather inappropriate, she turned to leave. However, Hellion Xiao's steady voice resonated. "Since my beloved consort has arrived, why depart?" Zhuohua turned back, perplexed. Yet, as Hellion Xiao had spoken, she would not defy his will. Approaching Hellion Xiao, she knelt in homage. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." Hellion Xiao extended his long arm and effortlessly pulled her onto his lap, the motion both natural and affectionate. Surprised, Zhuohua instinctively glanced at the kneeling king of Qi below. What was Hellion Xiao intending? Hellion Xiao nonchalantly lifted his gaze toward the king of Qi. "This is the king of Qi. Last night, it was his second son, Arsling, who mistakenly intruded into the moonlight pool." The king of Qi hastily lowered his head, respectfully stating, "I pay my respects to consort Qi." Zhuohua's gaze instantly turned icy. The son of Prince Qi had clearly not been raised properly. Today, in a display of utter humiliation, Prince Qi had set aside all dignity to personally visit the palace and plead for an audience with His Majesty. He had knelt in the study for a full hour, his knees aching unbearably as he hoped for His Majesty's mercy towards his son. Yet now, He found himself chastised by a foreign princess, igniting a surge of unnamable rage within him. Prince Qi lifted his head to address Zhuohua, saying, "Your Highness, my son accidentally stumbled into the moonlight pool last night while intoxicated. It was not intentional. Since your Highness is unharmed, might I implore His Majesty to pardon my son?" "Unharmed?" Zhuohua scoffed coldly. "I am the consort of His Majesty. Yet Arslan committed such an egregious act, tarnishing the royal family's reputation. If Prince Qi were a man of reason, he would resolve this matter himself to avoid further disgrace to the royal name. What face do you have to plead for leniency from His Majesty?" Zhuohua was already troubled by the shock and grievances of the previous night, and facing Prince Qi, the pent-up fury in her heart found its voice, and her words were anything but polite. Alone in the Zun, as long as Helian Xiao did not wish for her demise, offending a few individuals was of little concern. Moreover, she sensed something peculiar in Helian Xiao's demeanor today, as if he harbored a deeper intention. Since he had vowed to gouge out Arslan's eyes yesterday, his character would not allow him to go back on his word. But now, having her remain, did he intend for her to bear the burden of this offense? Having lived a life of luxury and privilege for many years, Prince Qi was unaccustomed to such confrontation, and his anger reached a boiling point, leading him to exclaim, "Your Highness, even if punishment is warranted for Arslan, there is no need to gouge out his eyes." Zhuohua feigned ignorance, turning instead to playfully nuzzle against Helian Xiao. "Your Majesty, my body and heart belong entirely to you. Arslan's eyes beheld what they ought not to have, and gouging them out is already a great mercy from the royal family. This way, we preserve the royal dignity while also sparing Arslan's life. Truly a win-win situation." However, Prince Qi deemed such punishment excessively severe. "Your Majesty, is Prince Qi dissatisfied with your judgment?" "You." Prince Qi trembled with rage at Zhuohua's words, yet he found himself at a loss for rebuttal. "What my beloved consort says is indeed reasonable. I have merely gouged the eyes of a man who coveted my beloved consort. Prince Qi, do you understand that the transgressions of Arslan, if pursued by me, could warrant the annihilation of his entire clan?" Helian Zhao's dark eyes bore into Prince Qi with an unspoken sense of oppression. Yet internally, he felt a surge of delight. Her astute thoughts and every utterance struck him precisely, revealing her potential as a captivating consort. "Your Majesty," Prince Qi was drenched in cold sweat, unable to muster more than a few words. Helian Xiao narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze at Prince Qi laced with a hint of menace. "Does Prince Qi intend to remain, hoping to sway my decision?" Witnessing the enthrallment of His Majesty by the consort, Prince Qi dared not continue his plea. As a seasoned minister, he had witnessed the emperor's past reign of terror and understood that once the emperor became enraged, he could strike without mercy. Helian Xiao relaxed against the back of his chair, idly toying with Zhuohua's hand, his gaze languid, yet concealing a sharp intellect, quietly awaiting the Prince of Qi's decision. He would not let Arslan escape, for he intended to reveal to the prince that the favored consort, Alanki, had lured Arslan to the moonlight pool, hoping to orchestrate a scheme against Zhuohua. At that moment, would the prince despise the emperor, or would he unleash his wrath upon the Woilati clan, who had covertly plotted against his son? The prince glanced once more at the emperor, who was intimately engaged with consort Qi, his lips pressed tightly together, his chest heaving with indignation. Finally, he gritted his teeth and declared, "This humble servant takes his leave." Although his son was known to indulge in beauty, he would not act without discretion within the palace. Who could be orchestrating the downfall of his son from the shadows? As the prince turned to depart, his eyes were clouded with malice and bitterness. Chapter 36. A reluctance to eat Zhuohua leaned against Hiliangxio's embrace. The previous day's unexpected intrusion by Arslan had cast a shadow over her mood. In that moment, her heart was filled with indignation, leaving her little room to consider the myriad details. Yet now, upon reflection, something seemed amiss. Typically, she would not allow Ling Long and Ling Lang to stray far from her side. However, yesterday, Wang Yu had specifically informed her that special palace maids were prepared to attend to her needs, rendering her own maids unnecessary. At the time, Mu Zhuohua thought to herself that Liangxiu would never harm her. Even if he had ulterior motives, they would likely revolve around their intimate relations. However, Liangxiu's recent actions had led her to entertain different suspicions. In the initial days at the palace, Liangxiu had subjected her to numerous tests, attempting to ascertain whether she was a spy for the Southern Dynasty, something she was acutely aware of. Today, Liangxiu's overt affection for her was unmistakable, and various signs suggested that he intended to utilize her against the Lanky. Moreover, Liangxiu's timely arrival yesterday was rather suspicious. Although Arslung had not truly encountered her, Liangxiu, as an emperor, had remained remarkably calm during the previous night, even refraining from issuing a command to punish Arslung, opting instead to wait until today. Could it be that Liangxiu had long anticipated a Lanky's schemes, perhaps even covertly fanning the flames? Given Liangxiu's current demeanor, if the Prince of Qi were to discover that his son had fallen victim to the favored concubine, his nature would undoubtedly lead him to stand against the Weyila clan. At that point, Liangxiu would not need to lift a finger. He could simply reap the rewards. Furthermore, within the harem, her deep-seated animosity towards a Lanky would compel her to seek retribution, ensuring that a Lanky would be eliminated. Even more troubling, Liangxiu had conveniently prepared a scapegoat for the infamous act of blinding Arslung, none other than herself, Mu Zhuohua. After all, it was his favored concubine who had clamored for Arslung's eyes to be gouged out. This emperor was merely avenging his beloved concubine. Leaning against Liangxiu, Mu Zhuohua's gaze remained placid, yet concealed within it was a chilling resolve. Ah, what a cunning emperor he was! Were it not for her prior knowledge of his intentions towards the favored concubine and the Weyila clan, as well as her understanding that his affection for her was merely superficial, how could she perceive the underlying truths? Had she been oblivious, arriving at Ziyuan without contesting for favor, she might have faded away quietly, much like a fleeting dream. Conversely, should she vie for his affection, she risked becoming a mere pawn in Liangxiu's game, perhaps unaware of her own demise until it was too late. With such thoughts swirling in her mind, Mu Zhuohua's heart hardened, yet her body, nestled against Liangxiu, grew increasingly delicate, as if conveying an endless dependence upon him. I was unaware that the man from last night was the Prince of Qi. In a moment of impulse, I wished to gouge out his eyes. Would Your Majesty find this troublesome? Mu Zhuohua understood that Liangxiu had precisely gauged her character, confident that she would not let Arslung off easily, which is why he had deliberately retained her to play the role of the villain. My beloved concubine suffered grievances yesterday. Even if Arslung were to perish 1,000 times, it would not quell my anger. How could I possibly be troubled? He replied, My dear concubine has a kind heart. Mu Zhuohua extended her delicate arm, embracing his neck, and sweetly murmured, Thank you, Your Majesty. How disingenuous, and all for her sake? Sweet words are easily spoken. However, within the confines of the Ziyuan Palace, her survival hinges on her value to Liangxiu. Even though she is acutely aware that he schemes against her and exploits her, she must still act in accordance with his desires. This is the harsh yet pragmatic nature of mutual benefit. Your Majesty, it is time for lunch, Mu Zhuohua gently reminded. Liangxiu acknowledged her with a simple then raised his voice to command, Wang Yu, serve the meal. At his behest, the palace attendants gradually arranged the dishes in the dining hall. The two of them entered the hall and seated themselves at a beautifully adorned table, intricately carved with dragons and phoenixes. Mu Zhuohua gazed at the array of Ziyuan delicacies before her and momentarily forgot her aversion to these dishes. With little enthusiasm, she picked at what she could eat, barely managing to take a few bites before setting her chopsticks down. Liangxiu, tall and muscular, stood at an impressive height, his physique well-defined. After the morning court sessions, he would often train vigorously, boxing and practicing archery, resulting in an enormous appetite, nearly double that of an average man. Not to mention, the few bites Mu Zhuohua had taken barely compared to his consumption. Noticing her minimal use of chopsticks, Liangxiu furrowed his brow slightly. Could it be that she was still troubled by the distressing events of the previous night, thus lacking an appetite? What troubles you? Have you no appetite? I am full, she replied. Yet, Helian Xiao simply extended his chopsticks, picking up a piece of oily roasted lamb and placing it in her bowl. His tone, though calm, left no room for objection. Eat. He had heard that in the Southern Dynasty, women were often compelled to eat less for the sake of maintaining a slender figure, or due to their family's strict disciplinary measures. However, Helian Xiao did not appreciate such frivolous customs. To him, a woman should be vibrant, her form radiant and alluring. Zhuohua stared at the lamb in her bowl with disdain, yet she could not afford to display her feelings outwardly. It would be disrespectful to reject the delicacies of the Zhuohuan people. Grasping her chopsticks, she hesitated for a considerable time, but ultimately did not take a bite. Turning to face Helian Xiao, she looked him in the eye, her expression earnest as she reiterated, "Your Majesty, I truly am full." She feared that consuming the piece of meat would provoke her to vomit, as she found the strong odor of the Zhuohuan lamb unbearable. Just a piece of meat. Can it truly upset your stomach? Helian Xiao continued to eat, indifferent to her plight. After all, if riding lessons couldn't teach her, surely he could fatten her up a bit? Pressing her lips together, Zhuohua mustered her resolve and forced the lamb into her mouth. She struggled against the overwhelming taste that threatened to make her retch, chewing hastily before swallowing. However, mere moments after swallowing, her stomach churned violently. An intense wave of nausea surged within her. She could not hold back any longer. Instinctively, she covered her mouth and leaned forward, ready to expel the contents of her stomach. Before the maids could bring a spittoon, Zhuohua lost control and bent over, vomiting onto the floor in a chaotic mess. A foul stench wafted through the air. She stood frozen, a tumult of fear, embarrassment, grievance, and anger swirling within her. Heliang Zhao's hand, poised with chopsticks, suddenly halted. After being leered at by a stranger the previous night, she now found herself in such a disgraceful state before Heliang Xiao, feeling as though her upbringing and dignity as a noblewoman of the Southern Dynasty were being trampled underfoot. Unable to contain her temper, she exclaimed, "I've already stated that I do not wish to eat." For the first time in his life, Heliang Xiao was met with a woman's scorn. And for such an inexplicable reason, confusion was evident in his eyes. The palace maid serving nearby trembled in fear, scarcely daring to breathe. The usually gentle concubine, she had raised her voice at His Majesty, remembering that the events of the previous night had been orchestrated by him, and that he had compelled her to consume that piece of meat. Heliang Xiao ultimately suppressed his anger. Who would have thought that a mere morsel could induce such a reaction? Just as the last time he had her ride a horse, which had left her hands and legs bloodied. Heliang Xiao, feeling vexed, turned to the maids and barked, "Hurry and clean this up, you with the spittoon. What manner of service is this?" The maid holding the spittoon immediately knelt, her voice trembling. "Your Majesty, please forgive me. Your Highness, I am deserving of punishment." The other maids, seeing this, rushed forward, flustered as they hurriedly cleaned the mess left by Zhuohua, fearful that the wrath of the two noble women might be directed at them. Heliang Xiao coldly commanded, "Take her away. Demote her to the laundry room." The maid with the spittoon breathed a sigh of relief, grateful to have saved her life. At this moment, Zhuohua regained her composure, realizing her behavior had been uncharacteristic. She pressed her lips together, momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, she addressed him, "Your Majesty, I am unwell, and it would not be appropriate for me to remain. I shall return to Yuluning Xuan." With that, she curtsied and departed. As Zhuohua turned to leave, she was filled with regret. Why could she not have remained composed? How could she have raised her voice at Heliang Xiao, knowing full well his disdain for those who defy him? Yet, upon reflection, given the current circumstances, it seemed that Heliang Xiao had begun to trust her, perhaps intending to utilize her against the lanky. Perhaps he would not mind her slightly revealed nature. Heliang Xiao gazed at Zhuohua's departing figure, his expression inscrutable. Lost in thought, he lowered his gaze to the sumptuous spread before him. The delicacies that had once enticed him now devoid of color and aroma, utterly unappetizing. He felt no hunger whatsoever. Wang Yu cautiously approached. "Your Majesty, concubine, she must have been startled by last night's events and has yet to recover, which is why she momentarily spoke out of turn." Heliang Xiao furrowed his brow, shifting his gaze from the table laden with food to Wang Yu. Do you know what concubine she usually enjoys eating? Wang Yu's heart tightened. He knew that concubine she generally ate very little during meals, seemingly lacking interest in food. He had believed this was simply due to the modest appetites of Southern dynasty women, compounded by her desire to maintain her figure. Now, confronted with His Majesty's question, he faltered, stammering, "I do not know." Helian Shao, visibly displeased, cast a sharp glare at Wang Yu. With an accentuated tone, he inquired, "Are you unaware that I dined with consort Shi today? How could you not know her preferences? How then did you prepare the meal? Even if you were oblivious, did you not think to consult consort Shi's personal maid?" Wang Yu lamented inwardly. "Has it not always been the custom to prepare meals according to your Majesty's tastes? I never considered it necessary to inquire about the consort's culinary inclinations." Yet he dared not voice these thoughts. Kneeling on the ground in trepidation, he pleaded, "Your Majesty, forgive me. I shall diligently ascertain consort Shi's preferences." Having spent considerable time in the presence of His Majesty, Wang Yu understood that the emperor merely sought an outlet for his frustration at that moment. Any form of rebuttal or justification would prove futile and only exacerbate the emperor's ire. Acceptance of fault was the only recourse. As Helian Shao regarded the kneeling Wang Yu, his inner agitation deepened. Impatiently, he barked leave. With his appetite extinguished, Helian Shao departed the dining hall and made his way to the stables, seeking an avenue to release his pent-up emotions. Chapter 37. The Enchantress Qin. The laurel-s embrace in the courtyard stood an iron cage, within which two famished wolves fiercely contended for a piece of bloodied meat. Their disheveled fur and ferocious gazes lent an air of menace, each growl reverberating through the atmosphere, causing a slight tremor in the air, while their sharp claws scraped against the ground with a discordant sound. Alanki, seated upon an intricately carved chair, coldly observed the battling wolves, her countenance subtly betraying a hint of disdain. "How fortunate is concubine Shi!" she suddenly exclaimed. "Despite my best efforts to detain His Majesty, he fortuitously arrived at the moonlight pool just in time to thwart our slaying." Her mind churned with recollections of the previous day, filled with indignation. She had even endured a snake bite, yet all her meticulous plans had come to naught. She had calculated every detail, well aware of Arslang's vices, his fondness for wine and women, and his propensity to exploit his power for lewd pursuits. Last night, she had deliberately instructed a palace maid to inform the inebriated Arslang of a beauty bathing in the moonlight pool, successfully luring this audacious rogue to the scene. In her mind, the timing had been flawless. Arslang should have arrived before His Majesty, poised to commit unspeakable acts against the delicate concubine Shi. Yet, who could have anticipated that at the critical moment, His Majesty would appear at the moonlight pool, playing the hero and rescuing that fragile beauty? Your Majesty is currently captivated by concubine Shi's allure. She is frail and, apart from her beauty, lacks any qualities that would endear her to His Majesty. It won't be long before he grows weary of her. Qinglian gently advised from her side. "Your Highness, you have held the favor of the harem for many years. Why concern yourself with a princess from the Southern dynasty? Moreover, should His Majesty conquer the Southern dynasty in the future, there lies a deep-seated enmity between him and concubine Shi." Alanki scoffed softly. "I am well aware of this. However, my father has urged me to resolve the issue with concubine Shi swiftly. As the esteemed consort, it is quite vexing that, despite my repeated attempts to ensnare her in traps, she always manages to evade my grasp. Time and again, I find myself thwarted by her luck." Qinglian lowered her gaze, equally perplexed by the command from their lord for Alanki to deal with concubine Shi, unable to fathom its deeper significance. Their lord had issued a firm directive, and as a dutiful daughter, Alanki could scarcely defy his wishes, compelled instead to devise countless strategies against concubine Shi. At that moment, a palace maid approached. "Your Highness, the Enchantress Qin requests an audience." Alanki's tone held a trace of impatience. "Who is she?" Qinglian explained. "Your Highness, the Enchantress Qin is the southern beauty presented to His Majesty by the former Minister of Revenue. Previously, she had flirtatiously sought to captivate His Majesty, and you had even warned her once." Alanki replied with irritation. "What does she want?" Then, after a moment's thought, She added, "Very well, let her enter. I am curious to discover what tricks she intends to play." Leaning back in her chair, a glint of amusement danced in her eyes. As Qin Zhilan entered the courtyard, she spotted the noble consort seated in the pavilion. Outside the pavilion, a massive cage housed two ravenous wolves, engaged in a brutal struggle, their growls echoing amidst the thickening scent of blood. A sudden shock coursed through her, and she couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Indeed, Ziyuan hailed from the grasslands, and even the preferences of the empress were so distinctive. However, it was not uncommon for the concubines in Ziyuan's palace to engage in wolf fighting to please his majesty. Qin Zhilan steadied herself, gracefully approached, and bowed deeply, saying, "Your servant pays her respects to your highness." Alanki sat high above, her demeanor cold and indifferent. "Rise and be seated." "Thank you, your highness." After expressing her gratitude, Qin Zhilan took her seat. Alanki scrutinized her from head to toe, noting that today, Qin Zhilan lacked the usual seductive allure and appeared refreshingly composed. This pleased her slightly. Since the arrival of consort Shi, Alanki's disdain for the manners of women from the southern dynasties had only intensified. With a frosty gaze, Alanki directed her attention at Qin Zhilan and inquired, "What brings you to seek an audience with me?" "Your highness, in the past, I was thoughtless, but in Ziyuan, I am without support and can only rely on his majesty for a means of survival. Hence, I committed acts that troubled both his majesty and your highness. Now, I am determined to reform and only wish to ask for your highness's mercy to grant me a chance." Qin Zhilan's eyes were sincere and earnest. "Grant you a chance? What reason have I to offer you such leniency?" Alanki scoffed inwardly. Did this beauty truly believe she could regain his majesty's favor through her? How laughable! On what grounds would she assist her? Desperately, Qin Zhilan implored, "Your highness, I am willing to serve you loyally. I only ask for an opportunity. Wherever you may find use for me, I shall willingly act as your vanguard." Alanki raised an eyebrow and leaned closer to Qin Zhilan, intrigued. "I despise consort Shi's favor. Can you cause his majesty to grow weary of her?" A flicker of malice ignited in her eyes at the mere mention of consort Shi. "Your highness, I can." Qin Zhilan replied without hesitation, her expression brimming with confidence. Alanki had not anticipated such audacity from a beauty. Covering her mouth with a handkerchief, Qin Zhilan lowered her voice. "But I require your highness's assistance, as long as your highness." She whispered her plan into Alanki's ear. As Alanki listened, her smile widened, and her animosity towards consort she became increasingly evident. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Should your plan succeed, you shall be my confidant, and I shall ensure your rise to prominence." "Thank you, your highness." Qin Zhilan departed with satisfaction, a glimmer of profound significance in her gaze. She was no longer the abandoned concubine trapped in the cold palace, overlooked by all, but a time traveler from the modern era, well-versed in history. His Majesty Helian Shao would unify the realm and establish the illustrious Tianyuan dynasty. In time, the powerful consort and her family, the Weiyila Tishi, would inevitably face His Majesty's subtle retribution, leading to their eventual collapse. The consort herself would meet a fate of lifelong confinement. Thus, Qin Zhilan actively sought the consort's favor. Aligning herself with the consort to gain His Majesty's affection was, at present, the most astute choice. After all, she would not need to personally confront the consort. The latter would eventually fall from grace due to familial troubles, all orchestrated by His Majesty's silent machinations. At present, Qin Zhilan harbors a singular and resolute ambition to regain the emperor's favor before the return of the Shu Fei to the palace. Historical records reveal that Shu Fei was proclaimed empress following the emperor's unification of the realm. Currently, she is accompanying the Empress Dowager at the Jing'an Temple for 2 months of prayers, offering Qin Zhilan an invaluable opportunity to regain the emperor's affection during her absence. As for the founding emperor of the Tianyuan dynasty, Emperor Zhaoyuan, also known as Helian Shao, the chronicles provide scant details about his consorts. The only recorded names are Shu Fei, who later ascended to the status of empress, and the noble consort Wolanki, hailing from a prestigious family, who ultimately faced the emperor's wrath and the obliteration of her family's influence. Yet, Their histories are merely glossed over. Having traversed into the imperial harem, Qin Zhilan is determined not to lead a mundane existence, but to secure the emperor's affection. Lacking such favor could render her vulnerable to even the slightest ailment. Moreover, this is Emperor Zhuohua, a legendary figure who has achieved numerous monumental feats, ranking among the top 3 sovereigns in history. If she were to become his empress, her name would be immortalized in the annals of history. For a modern individual, being inscribed in a family tree is already a cause for elation. How much more significant would it be to be chronicled in the historical records? Upon her arrival, Qin Zhilan perceives herself as a chosen one. The body she inhabits is already strikingly beautiful, and during the past 2 months of her transformation and grooming, she has blossomed into an even more captivating figure. She has discreetly observed the various consorts within the harem. Most of the concubines from Zhuohua possess sharply defined facial features and deep-set eyes, with Wolanki being among the more exquisite. However, upon encountering the noble consort today, she finds her merely adequate. It is Wolanki's elevated status and the wild elegance characteristic of a woman from the steppes that lend her a unique charm, making a striking impression upon first sight. Conversely, the lesser-favored concubines from the southern dynasty, although possessing delicate features, exude a timorous demeanor that renders them unremarkable. After such comparisons, Qin Zhilan increasingly believes that these women pale in comparison to her own allure. As for the recently favored Shi Fei, she has yet to behold her in person, but historical accounts have never mentioned her name. It seems likely that Shi Fei is merely enjoying a fleeting moment of favor and will soon fade into obscurity within the harem. After all, as a princess of the southern dynasty, with the emperor's unification of the realm and the fall of her kingdom, what future could she possibly have? Qin Zhilan regards Shi Fei with indifference. However, to gain the noble consort support, she resolves to employ her first strategy against Shi Fei. Since Shi Fei is destined for downfall, she might as well serve as a stepping stone for her ascent. Reflecting on the original owner of this body, who possessed beauty yet lacked wit and failed even to entice the emperor, inciting his disdain, Qin Zhilan smirks. With her own experience, particularly in dealing with a man as ambitious as Helian Shao, she possesses her own unique methods. With her beauty and distinctive personality, she is confident she can capture the emperor's heart. The mere thought of potentially winning the affections of a legendary sovereign stirs within her an exhilarating thrill, both stimulating and challenging. Chapter 38. The Battle of Man and Tiger upon returning to Yuluningshuan. Zhuohua soon emerged from the brief episode of irritation experienced during her meal, redirecting her thoughts to matters of greater significance. It was an undeniable fact that Helian Shao intended to exploit her, aiming to elevate her as his favored concubine. The pressing question, however, was how to discern his genuine affections from his feigned sentiments, for she needed to gauge the depth of his feelings to devise her strategies. Her father once imparted wisdom regarding the intricacies of officialdom. One must maintain a balance of relaxation and rigor. The political arena resembles a taut string. When loosened, it grants officials the flexibility to act, while tightened, it secures the stability of governance. This principle, she surmised, also applied to her dealings with Helian Shao, necessitating a careful calibration of this balance, contingent upon his true feelings for her. Linglong and Linglang observed their mistress's return from the emperor's presence. Propping their chins on their hands atop the small table beside the couch, their gazes fixed on the picturesque view outside. Yet, their brows were furrowed with concern. As if troubled thoughts occupied their minds, they exchanged a glance, puzzled yet hesitant to inquire. At that moment, Lida entered. "My ladies, the emperor's messenger has conveyed a request for you to proceed to the horse grounds." Linglong, perplexed, remarked, "Didn't the lady just return from the emperor? Why does he summon her again so soon?" Despite her confusion, she approached Zhuohua to relay the message. "Your Highness, the emperor requests your presence at the horse grounds." Zhuohua snapped back to reality from a reverie. Well, affection is inherently challenging to quantify. Ultimately, one must rely on the heart's intuition. "Very well, let us go." Upon her arrival at the horse grounds, Zhuohua was taken aback by the scene before her. Helian Xiao was perched atop an expansive platform, while the arena below had been cordoned off into a square space, where a man and a tiger faced each other in a tense standoff. The atmosphere charged with imminent danger. Having been sheltered in her quarters since childhood, she had never encountered such a visceral and terrifying spectacle. Instinctively, she pressed her lips together, unable to bear the sight below, and ascended the steps cautiously until she reached Helian Xiao, where she performed a graceful bow. "My beloved concubine has arrived. Come, sit beside me." As soon as she settled next to him, Helian Xiao's hand naturally rested upon her waist, gently pulling her closer until their legs nearly touched. An intimate closeness enveloping them. "How is your health?" Zhuohua had feigned illness earlier to evade an awkward situation. "I am well now," she replied. "Pray tell me, who do you believe will prevail in this contest between the robust man and the tiger?" "If you guess correctly, I shall grant you a favor," he proposed, his playful smile and tone carrying an undercurrent of chill. Zhuohua managed a strained smile, reluctant to witness the fight or engage in such a game of conjecture. One could only respond with a reluctant heart. "I have never witnessed such a spectacle, yet the tiger, the king of beasts, how can mere mortals hope to contend with it? Does the beloved consort believe the tiger shall triumph?" Helian Xiao toyed with her hand, which felt cold and delicate. Zhuohua was hardly concerned with the outcome of the battle, merely responding with a noncommittal hum. "Then I shall wager that the brawny man will win. If I emerge victorious, will you grant me a favor, my beloved consort?" Zhuohua's pupils constricted. Helian Xiao was scheming against her. How vexing. She lifted her gaze, only to be met by his mocking eyes, igniting both her anger and frustration. Pressing her lips together, she suppressed her discontent. Understood. Reluctantly, she turned her attention to the terrifying spectacle below where the man and the tiger clashed. Zhuohua was taken aback. Was the tiger trained? At the command of a nearby servant, the tiger lunged ferociously at the brawny man. The man, seemingly unconcerned with life or death, approached without fear. In an instant, roars and growls echoed in a cacophony. Soon, the man's dark, muscular skin was marred with numerous bloody scratches from the tiger's claws. Yet, the man appeared oblivious to the pain, continuing to fight fiercely. Each punch he delivered struck the tiger with tremendous force. The tiger, incensed by his retaliation, roared even louder, relentlessly swinging its claws, determined to vanquish this audacious challenger of its might. Zhuohua felt her heart race. She truly wished to avert her gaze from this gruesome scene, her eyes instinctively darting away. But each time, Helian Xiao's deep voice would resonate in her ear. "My beloved consort, do not be careless, should I win. Do not claim that I have deceived you. Pay close attention." Reluctantly, she directed her eyes downward, just as she endured the torment. The tiger suddenly opened its massive jaws and clamped down on the man's thigh. A heart-wrenching scream escaped him. Yet, even so, he refused to yield. One hand swiftly reached for the tiger's eyes, while the other continued its assault on the tiger's neck. It turned out the man had been strategizing from the outset. His previous attacks had all aimed for vital points, leading to this decisive blow. He had used his leg as bait, enticing the tiger to strike, and then unleashed all his strength upon the tiger's neck. This tactic proved effective, as the tiger emitted a mournful cry and collapsed to the ground. However, the man paid a grievous price for his victory. His leg was a gruesome sight, bloodied and mangled, the bones starkly visible, leaving him teetering on the brink of collapse. Chapter 39. I have triumphed. Zhuohua gazed upon the gruesome and bloody scene, her composure finally shattering as she abruptly turned her head and buried her face into Helian Xiao's chest. At the same moment, the brawny man let out a harrowing scream, prompting her to stifle a cry of her own. Yet Helian Xiao remained unfazed, declaring, "My beloved consort, I have triumphed." With a voice tinged with sorrow, Zhuohua replied, "Your Majesty, why must you always torment me? I do not wish to witness such sights." Helian Xiao's expression grew cold. During lunch, Zhuohua left in a huff, and in an effort to vent his pent-up frustration, he rode wildly at the stables. However, even after galloping for numerous laps, the unnamed fire within him only intensified, rather than subsiding. Zhuohua found himself pondering why Zhuohua held such sway over him. Should she not prioritize his desires and submit to his will? Why was it that he had no avenue for his emotions, while she languidly rested within the confines of the palace? Dislike? Even if she disapproved, she ought to appreciate it. Zhuohua grasped Zhuohua's chin, applying a slight pressure to direct her gaze towards the tumultuous scene below. Everything you find distasteful is precisely what I relish. Will you indulge me, or shall it be the other way around? Whether it be horseback riding, the lambs served at the table, or the ferocious battles before them, all were pleasures he savored. Zhuohua bit her lip, feeling a profound sense of injustice and helplessness at Zhuohua's capricious temperament. It was not that she enjoyed catering to his whims. Rather, she was acutely aware of his unwillingness to accommodate her, which compelled her to yield to him as much as possible. The lamb at lunch had been difficult for her to swallow, yet she endured it, but her body could not withstand the strain. Could she truly be blamed for that? Now, Zhuohua was evidently punishing her for her earlier outburst during mealtime. It was her duty as a consort to indulge the emperor, yet, when he commanded her to ride, she complied. When he insisted she eat lamb, she obliged. When he bid her to witness the feral clashes, she did so as well. If he remained dissatisfied, she was aware of her transgressions. Zhuohua's mood was indeed mercurial. Just moments before she departed from the Zikin palace, he had not exhibited such fury. Yet now, she dared not counter his sentiments. Seeing that Zhuohua remained unmoved, Zhuohua could only stammer through her tears, "Your Majesty, I am merely frightened." She admired her own resilience since arriving at Ziyuan. Upon hearing her plea, Zhuohua's demeanor softened significantly. However, as reason returned, he found himself vexed by his own childish behavior. He genuinely appreciated her fierce, untamed spirit, yet upon its revelation, he felt compelled to temper her wildness. In that moment, Zhuohua was at a loss regarding his own desires. Observing Zhuohua's cautious demeanor within his embrace stirred a pang of compassion within him. His conflicting emotions directed his frustration towards his servant. He turned to Wang Yu and commanded coldly, "Did you not hear the empress express her fear? Why have you not cleared the area below?" Zhuohua felt a wave of exasperation wash over her. She glanced at Zhuohua, then at Wang Yu. The emperor's thoughts were indeed elusive. No wonder it is said that serving a sovereign is akin to accompanying a tiger. Wang Yu had long since acclimated to such whims. Even the heart that had been hanging in suspense now finally felt a sense of relief. Since His Majesty arrived at the horse racing grounds, his gloomy countenance and irritable temperament instilled trepidation in everyone around him. At least now, His Majesty seemed to have regained a semblance of calm, thanks to the Empress Dowager. Within the imperial carriage, Zhuohua leaned against Helian Shao as the two made their way toward the Zikin imperial garden. Initially, she believed that she would not need to attend to Helian Shao that evening. However, after the tumultuous events of the afternoon, Zhuohua had begun to perceive some of Helian Zhao's true nature. His demeanor earlier that day did not seem to be an act of feigned affection towards her, but rather an expression of frustration stemming from unreciprocated emotions. All the concubines in the palace endeavored to please him, engaging in various activities to cater to his preferences, while Zhuohua wished to accommodate him, but found herself unable to do so. The only way she could align with him was by yielding to his whims. Could it be that Helian Shao harbored some affection for her, but felt that she did not reciprocate it sufficiently? Zhuohua was rather naive in matters of love and could only speculate. Nevertheless, whatever emotion she evoked in him indicated that her standing in his heart was undoubtedly rising. Perhaps Helian Shao was beginning to care for her more deeply. With this thought in mind, Zhuohua found herself less incensed by his previous behavior. She leaned against him, engaging in casual conversation. "Your Majesty, why did that burly man strive so desperately to defeat the tiger, even risking his legs in the process? That man is a death row inmate, highly regarded in the underworld. My secret guards took considerable effort to capture him. I promised him that if he defeated the tiger, I would spare his life. Do you think he would not fight with all his might?" Helian Shao explained in a nonchalant manner. "Thus, this is the usual amusement of an emperor? To entertain oneself by pitting death row inmates against ferocious beasts, Zhuohua mused, realizing she had witnessed what true life-and-death struggle entailed. After a brief pause, she could not help but inquire, "What is the condition you wish me to agree to?" "Your Majesty? Accompany me to the Lishan hunting grounds tomorrow. The hunting competition begins in earnest then," he replied. Zhuohua instinctively wanted to protest, remembering his previous promise that she need not ride if she did not wish to. Yet, as the words lingered on her lips, she recalled Helian Zhao's icy gaze and unwavering demeanor, causing her heart to quiver. She could only acquiesce. Very well. Noticing her downcast eyes, Helian Zhao discerned her dissatisfaction, despite her attempts to conceal it. "Tomorrow, I shall provide you with a fine steed. I shall not allow you to come to harm," he assured her. Zhuohua was momentarily taken aback, but soon her spirits lifted and she wrapped her arms around Helian Zhao's waist. "Thank you, Your Majesty." A hint of a smile graced Helian Zhao's lips, and he instinctively tightened his embrace around her shoulders, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. Her outburst today was merely a result of the affection he had shown her in recent times. He had originally intended for her to compete against Alenki. A bit of temper would only serve to ignite their rivalry. Why should he hold her transgressions against her? As Qin Zhilan made her way back to her courtyard, she caught sight of the slowly approaching imperial carriage from a distance. She knelt beside the palace path to pay her respects. When the carriage passed by, she lifted her head to steal a glance. Having traversed to this world, she had yet to behold His Majesty, clad in an elegant, dark dragon robe. Cinched at the waist with a purple sash, the expansive outer garment accentuated his towering and imposing stature. In his embrace rested a woman, undoubtedly the favored consort she. Like a delicate bird nestled against him, her features remained obscured, yet she exuded an air of favored affection. Qin Zhilan scoffed quietly. Alas, what does it matter to be favored when one is destined to be but cannon fodder? Chapter 40. Amor Helian Zhao stood before a magnificent snow-white steed. The horse's form was robust, its silken mane glimmering under the sun like flowing moonlight, and its eyes were lively and gentle. The reins were woven from ice silk, a tribute from Siam, combining softness with resilience. The saddle was crafted from the finest wool felt from the western regions, offering unparalleled comfort, while the edges were adorned with perfectly set pearls, enhancing its luxurious allure and providing protection against abrasions during riding. Helian Zhao caressed the horse's neck and turned to Zhuohua. "Shall you get a try?" Standing aside, Zhuohua was utterly captivated by the horse. Having heard tales of the legendary Yuan war horses during the Southern Dynasty, she now realized the truth behind those words. The creature indeed possessed a noble and dragon-like grace. Even she, who typically shunned horseback riding, felt her heart stir at this moment. She accepted the reins offered by Helian Zhao. As her fingers brushed against the delicate texture of the ice silk, she was momentarily taken aback, her delight evident. Stepping into the stirrup, she swiftly mounted the saddle. Observing her agile movements, a flicker of amusement crossed Helian Zhao's gaze as he gracefully mounted the nearby black horse. Seated atop the horse, Zhuohua reveled in the softness of the wool felt beneath her, feeling no discomfort whatsoever. She turned her head, her bright eyes sparkling. "Your Majesty, this horse is incredibly comfortable." Seeing her face blossom with a genuine smile, radiant and natural, Helian Zhao's gaze momentarily faltered, captivated by her charm. Unaware of his subtle expression, Zhuohua could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "I want to try." With a gentle squeeze of the horse's belly, the white steed took off at a gallop. Before Helian Zhao could fully regain his senses, she had already dashed away. Helian Zhao followed suit. "Is there any discomfort?" he called out. Zhuohua laughed and shook her head, her hair tousled by the wind. Yet this only enhanced her beauty, adding an element of vivacity. "This horse is very gentle. Since you adore it, I shall gift this horse to my beloved consort," he replied. "However, time is of the essence. I have hunting affairs to attend to. The northern and western woods are reserved for the ministers and guards, so you must not venture there. The southern woods are not deep, and wild beasts are unlikely to appear. You may ride there." Zhuohua nodded. "Very well, thank you, Your Majesty." She stroked the horse's silky coat, her affection for it evident. Primarily, she was enamored by its beauty, as she cherished all things exquisite. In the woods south of the palace, Zhuohua rode leisurely alongside Linglong and Linglang. The winding paths were adorned with lush flowers and grasses, while unknown birds occasionally took flight from the branches, filling the air with their melodious chirping. The other consorts accompanying the imperial entourage were also meandering through this verdant expanse. After all, on the first day of the hunt, the emperor would engage in fierce competition with the participants in the hunting grounds, where danger and rivalry abounded, leaving the ladies to refrain from joining. It would be on the following day that those confident in their riding and archery skills would venture forth to display their prowess. As the sun began to set, painting the sky with splendid hues of twilight, Zhuohua realized the day was drawing to a close and prepared to make her way back home. At this moment, a series of sharp, mocking voices echoed through the air. "Amor, I wondered why I didn't see you in the hunting grounds. It seems you've taken refuge here, planning to compete with the ladies for the spoils?" Upon these words, laughter erupted around him. "Brother, given Amor's frail figure and his mediocre archery skills, it is entirely reasonable that he would avoid the hunting grounds where wild beasts roam. Ha ha ha. Amor, what have you hunted today? Show us." Clad in a blue robe, Amor, slender in build, appeared to be accustomed to such ridicule, his expression betraying little turbulence. Calmly, he replied, "Just some rabbits and pheasants." "Ah, chickens and rabbits? Amor, you are becoming increasingly pitiful. Brother, let us depart." The road passed Amor, but at that moment, one of them abruptly drew an arrow and swiftly sliced through the sack containing Amor's catch. In an instant, the still-alive prey, startled, fled from the bag and vanished into the woods. Amor's eyes reddened, clearly incensed by the relentless humiliation. Clenching his teeth, he shouted, "Chaoru, you have gone too far." "Have I? What will you do about it?" Chaoru responded with blatant arrogance, showing no remorse. Enraged, Amor swiftly drew an arrow from his quiver and aimed it fiercely at Chaoru's horse. Fortunately, Chaoru reacted quickly, steering his mount aside just in time. Yet the arrow grazed the horse's hindquarters, startling it into a frenzied gallop. The others were taken aback, evidently surprised by the unexpected bravery of the usually timid Amor. Leading the group, Timur, his face adorned with a thick beard, bellowed, "Amor, you have quite a lot of nerve." With that, he raised his foot and forcefully kicked Amor's horse. Unable to evade in time, Amor was thrown from his mount, landing heavily on the ground in a disheveled heap. As if incited by Amor's defiance, the group charged towards him on horseback, ready to trample him underfoot. "How bold!" A voice rang out, belonging to Zhuohua. Timur furrowed his brow and pulled on the reins. All eyes turned toward the source of the voice. Timur scrutinized Zhuohua, asking, "Who are you?" "This is Lady Shi. Your Highness, should you not pay your respects upon seeing her?" Zhuohua declared. Timur's expression shifted slightly. They were well aware of Lady Shi, the princess from the southern dynasty, now the emperor's most favored consort. Though reluctant, the group dismounted, kneeling on one knee in unison, declaring, "We pay our respects to Lady Shi. Rise. Why are you gentlemen here to bully others instead of hunting?" Zhuohua raised her gaze slightly, surveying the crowd. Timur, maintaining a facade of respect, replied, "Your Highness is a woman of the inner palace. Perhaps it is best if you refrain from inquiring into matters between men." "Matters between men? This is the first I have heard of such a thing. Bullying the weak and overpowering the few is also a matter between men." Timur's expression suddenly darkened, and he protested, "Your Highness, you are mistaken. Amor has overstepped his bounds. We were merely teaching him a lesson." "Overstepping bounds?" Zhuohua coldly interrupted him. "I clearly saw that it was you who first slashed his game bag and kicked his horse. Is this the order of respect and hierarchy in your Zhuohua?" Her voice resonated with authority, leaving Timur momentarily speechless. At that moment, Chaolu hurried back on horseback and could not help but say, "Your Highness is from the southern dynasty. You do not understand our Zhuohua customs." "Impudent!" Linglong reprimanded sharply. "Before Her Highness, how dare you be so disrespectful?" Zhuohua raised her hand to stop Linglong. "Indeed, I do not comprehend your Zhuohua customs. However, I am now wed to His Majesty, and you dare to refer to me as a southern woman. I wonder if such a statement aligns with His Majesty's etiquette." Chao Lu attempted to speak again, but Timur swiftly interrupted him. "Your Highness," Chao Lu speaks without thinking. "It is my fault for disturbing you today. I hope you will forgive me and refrain from informing His Majesty about this matter. We take our leave." Chao Lu, unwilling to accept, was displeased to see his elder brother bowing and apologizing to a princess of the southern dynasty. Yet, at Timur's stern glance, he could only hang his head in silence. Zhuohua had no intention of harboring enmity toward them, and replied coolly, "You may go." Timur mounted his horse and departed with the others. Once they were a distance away, Chao Lu exclaimed, "Brother, why must you fear a betrothed princess who is alone and unsupported in Zhuohua? Surely His Majesty would not punish so many of us for her." Silence. "The current consort, she is favored, even if His Majesty does not punish us. Her negative view of us could be burdensome. Can you bear that?" Timur glared fiercely at Chao Lu. "We are counting on this hunt to gain promotions and bring glory to our family. Even a hint of His Majesty's dissatisfaction could greatly hinder our careers." Zhuohua sat gracefully upon her white steed, observing the somewhat disheveled amour before her. Her gaze was calm, yet it concealed profound contemplation. Zhuohua was not a benevolent person. The reason she intervened to save Amor was that she understood that in the series of battles led by Hellion Shao against the Southern Dynasty, Amor would play a pivotal role as a strategist, utilizing his exceptional intelligence in every significant engagement. Once Hellion Shao unified the realm, Amor would undoubtedly ascend to a high position among the three dukes due to his remarkable achievements. Yet, who could have anticipated that at this moment? Amor had yet to gain Hellion Zhao's favor and was instead subjected to bullying and mockery due to his shorter stature among the people of Zhuohua. Seeing Zhuohua's intervention, Amor felt immense gratitude and knelt on one knee, saying, "Thank you, Your Highness, for saving me today." He lowered his head, unable to meet her gaze, appearing humble and timid. In stark contrast, Zhuohua, adorned in resplendent attire atop her elegant white horse, presented a striking image against the disheveled Amor. "Rise," she commanded. "You had very little game to begin with, and now you have lost even more. Do you not intend to present yourself before His Majesty?" Amor was momentarily taken aback, stammering, "I am unworthy. I am merely a—" "What is he?" Zhuohua interrupted him. "A weakling who is bullied? An outcast in Zhuohua?" She continued, "Is that why you lack the courage to stand before His Majesty?" Amor lowered his head even further, his hands clenched into fists. After a long pause, he finally managed to utter, "Though I may not rival most in horsemanship and archery, I am not without merit." From a young age, Amor had lived under the shadow of inferiority. Standing at a mere 7 feet with a slender build, he found little favor among the women of Zhuohua, a place that revered robust physiques, and he often became the target of ridicule from his peers. Yet, he had never relinquished hope for himself. He understood His Majesty's lofty ambitions, although Zhuohua triumphed through valiant steeds and courageous warriors. There would inevitably come a time when the need for strategists would arise amidst the chaos of battle. Thus, he devoted himself to the study of various military strategies day and night, believing firmly that he could prove his worth and demonstrate his value to all. Regrettably, even the chance to meet His Majesty was elusive, let alone showcasing his talents. "Indeed, you possess some spirit," she remarked. Amor instinctively raised his gaze to the exalted Shi-Fei. The moment his eyes met Zhuohua's countenance, he was rendered speechless. Was she a celestial being? In her eyes, he found no trace of disdain or contempt. Her gaze was clear and gentle, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Amor, I have a fondness for foxes. Those that are alive," Zhuohua suddenly declared, a hint of mystery in her tone. With that, she turned her steed and departed. Amor stood there dazed, her words echoing in his mind as he struggled to comprehend their meaning. He could only watch the enchanting silhouette of Shi-Fei riding away on her white horse against the setting sun, a scene so beautiful it felt like a dream. Chapter 41. The affection under public gaze. As dusk descended, the area outside Su N.W. Hall shone brightly, as if it were daylight. A myriad of palace lanterns illuminated the white marble platform, where H. Li In Shi-O stood majestically in a dark dragon robe. Vel NQ, adorned in a deep purple palace gown, had a peacock feather hairpin quivering at her temple. With excitement, she pointed towards the platform below, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, look! TMR has hunted a black bear." Her voice brimmed with uncontainable pride. TMR was her brother-in-law. Below, TMR stood tall beside his quarry, a bear towering over two men, with 3 arrows embedded in its chest, each shot from different angles. Lien Xiao's gaze darkened slightly. He had witnessed firsthand that the bear had been surrounded and slain by 5 men, with TMR merely delivering the final arrow, yet claiming full credit for the kill. Even more absurd was the fact that those who had truly exerted themselves were now relegated to the shadows, unable to voice their indignation, having accepted TMR's promised rewards. Indeed, the martial prowess was undeniable. The Emperor's voice revealed no trace of joy or anger as his long fingers lightly tapped the jade belt at his waist. Unbeknownst to WLNQ, who remained oblivious to the undercurrents, she continued to boast, "Father often says that TMR is a rare talent in a century." A flicker of derision passed through Lien Xiao's eyes. The grasp of the WYLT family had evidently extended too far, infiltrating not only the court but also the military and now even the hunting grounds. As the night wind surged, tugging at the Emperor's robe, he suddenly raised his hand, commanding, "Bring forth wine." A servant promptly presented a golden goblet. TMR took it eagerly, drinking with unabashed delight, oblivious to the fleeting cold glimmer in the Emperor's eyes atop the platform. WLNQ's lips curled into a subtle smile. If TMR could gain favor in the presence of His Majesty, the WYLT family's influence within the military would surely strengthen even further. At that moment, Zhuohua observed the complacent demeanor of the favored consort with a cold gaze, shifting her attention towards TMR, who stood proudly beside his trophy. Was this not the same arrogant man she had encountered earlier in the woods, bullying a young guard alongside his sycophants? His brazen demeanor then mirrored his current pretentious pose beside the slain beast. "Your Majesty," a soft voice abruptly interrupted WLNQ's thoughts. Zhuohua, with delicate fingers entwined around Lien Xiao's arm, pouted slightly. "These creatures lie lifeless. I had hoped to witness the majestic roar of a wild beast." A glint of coldness flashed in WLNQ's eyes. "Sisterix, uyist." A single arrow to the heart reveals a warrior's prowess. Such brutish displays, she paused deliberately, might frighten our delicate guest from the Southern dynasty. Indeed, what the beloved consort says holds truth, a nearby concubine chimed in. "I dare say Sister X has never even drawn a bow." Zhuohua playfully scratched the sleeve of Lien Xiao's robe, resembling a petulant kitten, and pinched his firm arm, seemingly displeased by the laughter of others. The Emperor let out a barely audible chuckle. "Since my beloved wishes to see living creatures." Lien Xiao suddenly wrapped his arm around her shoulder, the scent of dragons' saliva mingling with the blood of the hunt wafting towards her. "Bring forth all the live game we captured today." A stir arose among the crowd below. Timur's expression shifted dramatically. His spoils were all remnants of fallen arrows. There were no living creatures among them. Whispers among the courtiers spread like fine ripples through the crowd. It was said that consort she was favored, and upon seeing her today, one found the rumors paled in comparison. A minister covered his mouth with his sleeve and whispered. Beside him, a colleague remarked, "The noble consort has presided over the harem for many years. How could she?" Before he could finish, he sensed a piercing gaze sweep over, and he fell silent like a cicada in winter. Alanki's fingers dug deeply into her palm beneath her wide sleeves. She watched as Lien Xiao openly embraced consort Shi, their dragon-patterned robes and ethereal skirts entwined, piercing her eyes with pain. Where was the austere emperor she once knew? He was clearly a bewitched ruler, swayed by a temptress. "Your Majesty," unable to restrain herself, she stepped forward, for the hunting selection concerned matters of state and should not be. Lien Xiao abruptly turned his head, the collision of his crown and jade beads producing a chilling glint in his hawk-like eyes. "Consort, you seem quite concerned with court affairs of late?" Those light words plunged Alanki into icy despair. She suddenly recalled her father's warning. His Majesty abhors interference from the harem in politics. She hastily knelt, only worried about His Majesty's health. The Emperor chuckled lightly, gesturing for her to rise. Yet he turned to draw Zhuohua into his embrace. If my beloved consort wishes to see living creatures, I shall let you behold them to your heart's content. Alanki stood frozen, not daring to utter another word. With a command from the Emperor, those hunters still possessing live creatures were ushered to the front. These commoners, often marginalized by the nobility, now stood beneath the gilded lampstands, their faces a mixture of fear and delight. Alanki's phoenix eyes swept across the scene. Suddenly, she spotted Chaolu among them and quickly raised her sleeve to cover her mouth. Your Majesty, look, Chaolu has captured a live leopard. Zhuohua leaned against the white jade railing, observing the consort's display with a cold gaze. Did this foolish woman not realize? The Emperor's earlier warning about her concern for state affairs was a clear indication of his genuine ire. To flaunt her family's influence now was utterly foolish. Indeed, Helian Xiao replied nonchalantly. Upon hearing the Emperor's affirmation, Alanki felt a slight lift in her spirits. Zhuohua's gaze swept across the front row until it finally landed upon a familiar figure, Amor. Clearly, Amor retained his cleverness. Your Majesty, Zhuohua suddenly exclaimed, her delicate finger pointing towards the edge of the iron cage. Was that a white fox? She turned back to the Emperor. Having heard that white foxes are highly intelligent, and one who could capture such a creature must be a person of meticulous thought. Helian Xiao followed her finger, glancing past the burly noble youths, landing on a slender figure in the corner. Amor stared intently at the tip of his boot. When the guard called his name, he could scarcely believe it. The beauty he had encountered in the woods truly remembered this insignificant ant. At this moment, the Emperor's gaze bore down upon him like a tangible weight, causing him to break into a cold sweat, yet an inexplicable surge of fervor welled within him. Helian Xiao narrowed his eyes. He did not believe that a contestant capable of hunting live prey was necessarily an expert in archery and horseback riding. He merely followed Zhuohua's words to fulfill his own objectives. However, due to Zhuohua's remarks, he indeed noticed a frail figure amidst the robust contestants. Helian Xiao furrowed his brow, his piercing gaze scrutinizing the individuals below. This slender silhouette had not been seen in today's hunting grounds, had it? Bring that person up. Amor, bending his body, cautiously ascended the crimson steps, each step taken as if traversing thin ice. The white fox in the iron cage behind him suddenly stirred, its pristine fur speckled with grass debris, a conspicuous mark on its forepaw, a clear indication of having fallen into a trap. Alanki clutched the golden silk handkerchief in her sleeve tightly, her nails nearly piercing the fabric. This obscure subordinate had unexpectedly earned an audience with the Emperor due to a mere utterance from that enchanting woman. Your Majesty, I pay my respects. And to all the esteemed ladies. Amor's forehead struck heavily against the cold bricks. This white fox. Helian Xiao lightly tapped the armrest with his fingertips. How was it captured? Amor swallowed hard. Your Majesty, I am aware of my rudimentary archery skills and do not dare to compete with the esteemed lords. Upon encountering this white fox, he cautiously lifted his gaze, meeting Zhuohua's smiling eyes, and instantly felt emboldened. He set up a snare trap and lured it with wild fruits, spending an hour or two. Zhuohua listened with satisfaction to Amor's response. Assuring her sincerity before Helian Xiao was sufficient. She suddenly tugged at Helian Xiao's sleeve. Your Majesty, look how beautiful it is. Her fingertips lightly touched the iron cage, her eyes sparkling with charm, just as lovely as the white horse you bestowed. Zhuohua gently shook his arm. Your Majesty, the wild beast you keep in the palace frightened me. This one. Helian Xiao's gaze darkened, his hand tightening around her slender waist. Since my beloved consort likes it, it shall be gifted to you. Zhuohua leaned against him, thanking the Emperor. Helian Xiao lowered his gaze towards Amor, his eyes profound as the abyss. What is your name? Your Majesty, I am Amor. My father is an official in the right department. Amor replied. Helian Xiao caressed the jade pendant at Zhuohua's waist, since you have brought joy to consort Shi. Although your archery leaves much to be desired, Your cunning use of strategy reflects both courage and wisdom. You shall serve at the censorate, appointed as a supervisory censor. The position of supervisory censor is a 7th-rank official role, primarily responsible for investigating corruption and misconduct among officials and supervising and impeaching officials at all levels. The right department official position is not particularly high, and Amour's father has not engaged in factionalism. Since Amour desires promotion, let him go to the censorate and demonstrate his true abilities to prove his sincerity. A murmur swept through the crowd below. Although the position of supervisory censor is merely 7th rank, it holds the authority to speak directly to the throne. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Amour exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he knelt once more. Alanki's expression soured while Zhuohua leaned against the emperor, the corners of her lips curling into an almost imperceptible smile. By the time Helian Xiao completed the rewards as previously decided, the night had deepened. Timur clenched his fists, astonished that only Amour, who had long been bullied by them, was granted an audience with His Majesty, under the watchful eyes of the courtiers. Helian Xiao casually draped his arm over Zhuohua's shoulder and sauntered away. His voluminous sleeves nearly concealed Zhuohua's entire figure from behind. The silhouettes of the two appeared intimately intertwined in the hazy twilight. Alanki glared fiercely at their retreating forms. It was the first time she had witnessed His Majesty so openly affectionate with the she consort in plain view of all. Even during her own prime, or as His Majesty's childhood companion, the Shushi consort, she had never seen him so unabashedly indulgent toward the woman. What was even harder for her to accept was that merely due to a single utterance from the she consort, the seemingly frail and inept Amour had been appointed as an inspector general. On the palace path, Qin Jilan followed closely behind Alanki. Noticing Alanki's pallor, she softly reassured her, "Your Highness, as long as tomorrow's plan proceeds as intended, the she consort will surely meet her reckoning. Let her revel in her arrogance today. What harm does it do?" Alanki cast a sidelong glance at Qin Jilan, pondering her naivety. Her concern was not solely about toppling the she consort, but rather about winning the heart of His Majesty. Each time she envisioned His Majesty's adoring gaze upon the she consort, or the way he embraced her without a hint of reservation, it felt as though her heart were being mercilessly torn asunder. "If tomorrow's plan fails, I shall no longer assist you," Alanki stated coldly. "Understood, Your Highness," Qin Jilan replied respectfully. Yet, amidst the darkness of the night, a glint sparkled in Qin Jilan's lowered eyes. Regardless of the outcome, she intended to leave a profound impression on His Majesty. By then, even without Alanki's support, she would establish her own foothold in the harem. The goal of tomorrow's plan was to restore her favor, while eliminating the she consort was merely a secondary objective. Chapter 42. The dissipation of the frosty essence as dawn's gentle light broke. Helian Xiao awoke to find Zhuohua still lost in sweet slumber within the crook of his arm. The warm sun cast a soft glow upon her porcelain-white cheeks, while her long eyelashes created delicate shadows beneath her eyes, resembling a finely crafted portrait of beauty. Helian Xiao's slender fingers unconsciously brushed against her cheek, the sensation more exquisite than the finest silk. Such a tender creature, accompanying her on a hunt, might unveil pleasures yet unexperienced. Mischievously, he pinched the soft flesh at her jawline. Ouch! Zhuohua drowsily opened her eyes, her gaze clouded with lingering sleepiness. "Am I perhaps too indulgent with you?" Helian Xiao feigned anger, though his voice bore the raspy quality of mourning. He even neglected to attend to his own dressing. Zhuohua, wrapped in her brocade blanket, rolled over, revealing a glimpse of her snowy shoulder. "If Your Majesty refrained from such late-night exertions, I could rise early to attend to you." She added, "Do you agree, Your Majesty?" Helian Xiao's gaze darkened. "Are you negotiating with me?" "No, it is merely that Your Majesty is so formidable. I find myself weary and unable to rise." She expressed her gratitude for his past kindness and implored him to show her a bit more compassion today, as she was both tired and sleepy. Helian Xiao furrowed his brow. "Does this mean you shall not accompany me on the hunt today? Do not forget the promise you made to me." Other consorts clamored to join him on hunts, yet she appeared to be the one setting conditions for him. Of course, I will not go back on my word. However, might I join you in the afternoon instead? I am not particularly skilled at horseback riding and fear that I might be in pain and disturb your majesty's enjoyment. He suddenly recalled the delicate curve of her waist in his hands, and his throat involuntarily tightened. Your majesty? Zhuohua blinked in confusion, only to see the emperor abruptly rise, his dark attire stirring a cool breeze. I shall send someone to fetch you at noon. He turned his back to the bed to fasten his jade belt, his voice slightly strained, as if he were about to declare his fatigue before he could finish. A rustling sound emerged from behind him. Zhuohua had knelt at the edge of the bed, her hair cascading like a waterfall. I dare not. She lifted her face, smiling like a cat that had stolen a morsel, promising to accompany him dutifully, as Helian Xiao's footsteps faded from the hall. The charming smile on Zhuohua's face instantly vanished, her eyes glinting with a cold light. She had intended to join the hunt today, for affection flourished in the moments spent together, yet someone was determined to prevent her from doing so. Your Highness, Ling Lang hurried in, silver needles gleaming coldly in the morning light. I have verified the medicinal powder from breakfast. Zhuohua's fingertips suddenly dug into her palm. She needed to survive to witness Xiao Juni kneeling and pleading for mercy and to rewrite the fate of the Mu family, which had been condemned to exile. She could not perish in the shadows of this palace intrigue. This substance appears to be a remedy for heart ailments. Ling Lang lowered her voice. But excessive consumption can lead to abnormal blood coagulation. If one were to be injured while hunting bleeding to death, Zhuohua scoffed. No. Ling Lang shook her head. This medicine is not fatal. Zhuohua's gaze darkened ominously. Only a Lanky, who governs the affairs of the 6 palaces, could poison her meal without raising suspicion. But is this treacherous woman truly so foolish? She is the legitimate princess sent from the southern dynasty for marriage. If she were to die inexplicably in Ziyuan, even Hiliangxio would have to provide justice. If not for her, then at least for the southern dynasty's sake. After all, emperors value their reputation above all. Who would willingly bear the infamy of murdering a princess sent for marriage? Zhuohua gently tapped her fingertips on the table, producing a crisp sound. No matter how arrogant Alanki was, she would never dare to brazenly assassinate a princess of marriage. This Wagong, sand, must be a part of a larger scheme. If I were to take the poison and suffer severe blood loss. She raised her gaze to Ling Lang, her eyes shimmering with a desperate resolve. Do you have the confidence to save me? Ling Lang's hand, hidden within her sleeve, trembled slightly. Since her childhood, she had been trained in the Divine Physician Valley, solely to care for this uniquely fragile young lady. The prescriptions and medicinal soups she had concocted over the years were all crafted by her own hands. I possess a pill, she whispered, specifically formulated for Her Highness's constitution. It can bring one back from the brink of death. But what? The potency of the medicine is fierce. After taking it, one must rest for over a month. Zhuohua's lips curled into a slight smile, a glimmer of calculation flashing in her eyes. Just perfect. At that time, you shall claim that only the master of the Divine Physician Valley can administer a complete cure. Ling Lang looked up in shock. Your Highness intends to achieve 3 objectives with 1 arrow. Zhuohua gently caressed the jade bracelet on her wrist, her voice soft as a whisper. First, to let His Majesty experience the pain of losing and regaining. Second, to seize the opportunity to meet my brother. Third, her gaze turned cold. Burdened by the pressure from the favored concubine, she wished to see the concubine bow before her. Your Highness, think twice. Ling Lang knelt on the ground, her voice trembling. The potency of this medicine is perilous. A slight miscalculation could harm your very foundation. Other matters are secondary. I must see my brother. As long as you live well, Your Highness, there will come a day when you can reunite with your master. Why take such risks? Zhuohua fell silent for a moment, uncertain of how to explain to Ling Lang. Since that last birthday, Hiliangxio had brought news of the Mu family's safety. Yet the dream of her brother murdering their mother remained a thorn in her heart. Her brother and mother were her closest kin, yet she was far away in Ziyuan, powerless to intervene. If only she could draw her brother to Ziyuan and subtly uncover the truth, perhaps she could prevent the tragedy from unfolding. She could not bear to watch misfortune befall her dearest ones. Ling Lang, do as I instruct. Zhuohua's tone was resolute, leaving no room for doubt. Do not question further. Ling Lang wished to persuade her again, for after all, medicine is a double-edged sword, and inducing a state akin to death would be exceedingly harmful to the body. Ling Long grasped Ling Lang's arm, signaling her to cease her objections. Zhuohua looked at Ling Lang, letting out a soft laugh. Ling Lang, it will be fine. Some things require one to be harsh on oneself. That which is unattainable cannot be acquired otherwise. Since my arrival in Ziyuan, I have had no path of retreat. Her eyes radiated an unwavering determination. Whether it is to meet her brother or to instill a sense of guilt in Helian Xiao, it is challenging to achieve her objectives without employing extraordinary measures. She must, within a brief period, secure a place in Helian Xiao's heart. The time for Helian Xiao to launch his assault on the Southern Dynasty draws nearer. Only if he genuinely cares for her will there be a possibility of him rescuing the Mu family for her sake. After all, it is she who seeks assistance from others. Chapter 43. Proving innocence. The midday sunlight streamed through the intricately carved window panes. Zhuohua reclined gracefully on a soft couch by the window, a half-open copy of the Tao Te Ching resting in her hands. Amidst the wafting aroma of tea, her expression was serene and picturesque. Your Highness! The palace door was suddenly flung open, and Ling Long rushed in. The pages of the book in Zhuohua's fingertips hesitated momentarily. When she lifted her gaze, the tranquility in her eyes had yet to fade, although her voice now bore a hint of chill. What is the matter? At this hour, the sedan chair sent by His Majesty should have arrived. No, it is not the sedan chair. His Majesty. He has returned carrying Lady Qin. Lady Qin? Zhuohua closed the book, her jade-white fingertips caressing the silk cover. I do not recall such a person. It is said that this morning during the hunt, His Majesty was injured by a red-tailed scorpion, and Lady Qin actually knelt down to suck out the venom. Now the imperial physicians are gathered in the Liuxia Hall, claiming that Lady Qin is in grave danger. A sudden, dreadful silence enveloped the chamber. Zhuohua let out a soft laugh. A red-tailed scorpion? I have witnessed many intrigues in the harem, but this is the first time I have seen one risking their life so boldly. It seems this is directed at me. Her gaze flickered, abruptly landing on Ling Long, who had remained silent since learning of her plans, her brow furrowed with an unshakable gloom. Having cared for Zhuohua since childhood, how could she bear to watch her risk herself? Ling Long. Zhuohua lightly tapped the table with her fingertips. Do you think this performance by Lady Qin is merely waiting for me to offer blood? A suspicion had already begun to brew within her. She was all too aware of the effects of the Huagong San. If she were to lose a significant amount of blood, halting it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Ling Long's complexion changed abruptly. After a moment of contemplation, her voice grew hoarse. Your Highness's concerns are indeed warranted. If Lady Qin wishes to expel the lingering poison from her body, the most direct method would be to first draw blood and then transfuse. But she suddenly lifted her head, her eyes filled with suspicion. Your Highness and Lady Qin may not share compatible blood. How can they be certain that your blood will suffice? A faint smile graced Zhuohua's lips, yet her gaze was chilling. Not compatible? If someone is intent on taking my life, even if our blood does not blend, they will find ways to make it merge. Though she had previously been unable to decipher Olanki's intentions, Lady Qin's injury had now illuminated the truth for her. As her thoughts swirled, she devised a countermeasure. Once she meticulously relayed her plan to Ling Long and Ling Long, even arranging her discourse for when she encountered trouble, Li Debu hurriedly entered. Your Highness, he bowed deeply, his expression grave. The favored consort has sent word, requesting your immediate presence in Lady Qin's courtyard. Zhuohua rose unhurriedly, her delicate fingers brushing over her gown, the flowing fabric cascading like clouds, enhancing her composure. Let us go, she said coolly, a fleeting glint of cold light flashing in her eyes. I wish to see what performance they will present. As Zhuohua stepped into the courtyard of Qin Marin, an atmosphere of somber foreboding enveloped the surroundings. Olanki sat regally at the head of the table, her lavish garments trailing behind her, idly toying with the jade bracelet on her wrist. scarcely bestowing a glance upon anyone. Upon noticing Zhuohua's entrance, a faint smirk graced her lips as she coldly uttered 2 words, "Take action." With that, 2 robust palace maids advanced, seizing Zhuohua's wrists with a firm grip. "Your Highness!" Ling Long and Ling Lang exclaimed in alarm. Yet before they could rush forward, a glint of silver flashed past. A sharp pain pierced Zhuohua's fingertip. A droplet of crimson blood rolling down the silver needle, plummeting into a pristine white jade bowl that had been prepared in advance. It melded. The blood of the esteemed concubine and the revered Shi Fei merged with that of Qin Meiren. The imperial physician, cradling the bowl, was filled with exhilaration. I had predicted it. Being of the same Southern dynasty lineage, their blood must surely be compatible. Alanki finally lifted her gaze, a fleeting glimmer of triumph flickering in her eyes, although her expression remained composed. In light of fairness, let us test the other Southern dynasty maidens from the Shi Fei's palace. The physicians hurriedly complied, but after much ado, they could only shake their heads in dismay. "Your Highness, the blood of the others does not merge." Alanki lightly tapped her fingers against the armrest, a cold sneer curling within her heart. Naturally, it would not work. I have meticulously orchestrated this moment. Rising slowly, she looked down upon Zhuohua with an air of superiority. Qin Meiren has rendered great service to the crown, and now that her life hangs by a thread, we need your blood. As a consort, you would not stand idly by, would you? "Your Highness," Zhuohua replied, the corners of her lips lifting slightly. Yet her eyes glimmered with frost. "What if I choose not to comply today? How would you respond?" She met Alanki's gaze unwaveringly, refusing to yield. Alanki let out a cold laugh, sharply rapping her fingers on the table. "Shi Fei, the Emperor has been generous to you, bestowing upon you the glory of the purple yuan. Now, you are called upon to repay this life-saving grace, and you dare to refuse?" Her voice rose suddenly. "Do you wish to cast the Emperor into the depths of infamy for ingratitude?" "Your Highness, you jest," Zhuohua replied, adjusting her sleeves, feeling a faint sting at her fingertips. The wound left by the silver needle still oozed blood, and medicinal effects had evidently begun to take hold. She composed herself, her voice remaining steady. "Should the Emperor require my blood, I would willingly comply." "To have her submit?" "Certainly. But it must be the Emperor Helianxio who beseeches her personally." A flicker of malice crossed Alanki's eyes. "The Emperor is currently engaged in the inner chamber, treating his poison, and cannot be disturbed." Her tones softened, feigning concern. "Shi Fei, the life of Qin Meiren hangs in the balance. I did not anticipate you to be so cold-hearted. It is merely a matter of blood, and afterward, I shall ensure the best restorative medicine is provided to you." Seeing Zhuohua remain unmoved, Alanki lost her patience entirely. "Take action, Your Highness." Ling Long and Ling Lang immediately positioned themselves in front of Zhuohua, and chaos erupted within the room. As the maids jostled about, Zhuohua's sleeve was torn, revealing skin that had begun to turn a shade of blue at her wrist. "What are you doing?" A deep, icy voice suddenly resonated through the space. The entire room fell into an eerie silence in an instant. Everyone was frozen in place. Gazing towards the entrance, there stood Helian Shao, clad in a dark crimson and gold dragon robe, his expression somber. As he stepped into the inner chamber, the bitter scent of medicinal herbs clung to his sleeves. The imperial physician had just taken a pulse and confirmed that Qin Zhilan had expelled most of the residual poison from his body, although he was physically unharmed. He should have been resting in peace. Yet the commotion in this place was unbearable. Upon seeing the dragon-patterned hem sweep across the threshold, Alanki promptly approached. With a fluttering gown, she displayed her worried demeanor. "Your Majesty, the beautiful Qin has been poisoned too deeply. The physician advises bloodletting as a remedy. However, after this procedure, to ensure Qin remains unharmed, a blood transfusion is essential." She hesitated, casting a glance towards Zhuohua. All the blood from the Southern dynasty had been tested, and only the blood of the noble consort she could bond with that of Sister Qin. As she spoke, she drew a silk handkerchief from her sleeve to delicately dab at the non-existent tears at the corners of her eyes. "I initially thought it was merely a matter of a bowl of blood. The Imperial Hospital has prepared rare treasures, such as thousand-year-old ginseng and snow lotus, which should surely restore consort Xi's vitality. But who would have thought? Her voice suddenly turned cold. Qin Zhilan risked her life to save the sovereign. While consort, she is unwilling to make even this small sacrifice. Helian Zhao's gaze drifted past the crowd, settling on the figure that remained bowed, Zhuohua, who was unusually silent today. He knew she feared pain the most. Is there truly no alternative? He asked in a low voice. The physician knelt before him, his forehead pressed against the cold bricks. I'm powerless, Your Majesty. This poison is treacherous. To concoct an antidote would take at least 3 days. He cast a furtive glance at the ailing Qin Zhilan behind the screen. She likely would not last until then. Seizing the opportunity, Alanki took a step forward. Your Majesty, saving a life is of utmost importance. Do you intend to watch helplessly as the valiant savior perishes? The hall fell into a chilling silence. Helian Zhao observed a single crystalline tear fall onto Zhuohua's pomegranate red skirt, spreading a dark stain. He absently rubbed the wound inflicted by the scorpion's sting. The creature had struck suddenly, so swiftly that even the shadow guards could not react. The hunting grounds had descended into chaos, with the concubines shrieking and retreating, while the guards unsheathed their swords, unsure of where to strike. Only Qin Zhilan had unhesitatingly knelt, her ruby lips pressed against his wound, and he could still feel her trembling breath. The girl's soft lips gradually turned a horrifying shade of bluish purple, and the memory of her collapsing in his arms still tightened his throat. At this moment, his gaze shifted between the two, Qin Zhilan barely clinging to life on the bed, and Zhuohua, whose lower lip had turned white from biting it. Observing the emperor's silence, Alanki sensed his hesitation and decided to elaborate further. Your Majesty, this scorpion's appearance is indeed suspicious. Has such a venomous creature ever been seen in the Ziyuan hunting grounds? It is curious that consort Xi, who was lively just yesterday, suddenly fell ill this morning. Zhuohua's eyes flickered, a silent shock stirring within him. Alanki's words today were far more astute than usual. Every word and phrase strikes at the most sensitive wound of Helian Zhao. The question of whether she is a traitor of the Southern Dynasty remains an indelible thorn in his heart. She discreetly glanced at the unconscious beauty, Qin, lying on the bed, pondering silently. Who, behind the scenes, orchestrated such a meticulously entwined scheme? Your Highness, you are mistaken. Zhuohua suddenly raised her voice, her skirts swirling as she knelt before Helian Zhao. When she lifted her face, tears glistened in her eyes, poised to fall. I swear to the heavens, my heart is true and unwavering. Helian Zhao cast his gaze upon her, his deep-set eyes swirling with disquieting undercurrents. Zhuohua instinctively clutched the hem of her garment. In the suffocating silence, she suddenly forced a faint smile. Very well, I am willing to offer my blood. She slowly extended her delicate wrist, the pale skin faintly revealing the bluish veins beneath. Thus, Your Majesty will surely trust me, will you not? Helian Zhao's hands, which had been resting behind him, abruptly clenched tightly. In their recent days spent together, she was merely a pampered young lady from the Southern Dynasty, entirely incapable of treachery. Yet today, the unexpected appearance of that venomous scorpion in the hunting grounds, coupled with her precise absence. His gaze swept over Alanki. The Wayila Tissi clan indeed harbored ambitions, but to rebel at this moment would be tantamount to self-destruction. If it were not for them, who could it be? Zhuohua let out a soft scoff. Ultimately, he does not trust her. Chapter 44. Bloodletting Linglang was in a state of acute anxiety, and with a sudden thud, she fell to her knees. Your Majesty, the Empress has been frail since childhood. Over the years, she has relied on abundance of precious herbs to barely maintain this seemingly healthy appearance. If she donates blood, her delicate constitution may not withstand it. She lifted her gaze, her face awash with sorrow. Zhuohua managed a faint smile. Your Majesty, Linglang is merely overly concerned for me, which is why she is in such a fluster. Lady Qin sacrificed herself to save you. I would willingly trade my life for hers. Besides, did not the imperial physician assure us that this blood donation would not endanger my life? With that, she turned to Linglang, gently reassuring her Ling Lang, do not say more. Alanki observed the emperor's expression, noting the flicker of concern in his eyes upon hearing Mu Zhuohua's words. She hastily urged, Imperial physician, since the she concubine has already consented, why do you hesitate? Lady Qin's life cannot wait. Today we must eliminate the potential threat posed by the she concubine. Yes, having confirmed a suitable blood donor, the imperial physician had already commenced the bloodletting treatment for Lady Qin. Mu Zhuohua, maintaining a calm demeanor, seated herself to the side. A bowl, the size of a month's full moon, was presented to her by a palace maid. Under the icy gaze of Helian Shao, the physician felt a chill run down his spine as he grasped the small knife and made an incision on the she concubine's wrist. He inwardly lamented. This was the emperor's directive, and should anything go awry, he hoped the emperor would not blame him. Mu Zhuohua felt a sharp pain at her wrist and instinctively clenched her teeth. Vivid crimson blood flowed from the wound into the bowl. As the blood continued to pour forth, her complexion grew increasingly pale, beads of sweat forming on her brow. Yet, she remained silent. Ling Lang stood by Mu Zhuohua's side, her heart aching at the sight of her suffering. She parted her lips as if to speak, but recalling the empress's prior instructions, she could only lower her gaze. Unable to bear the heart-wrenching scene, Helian Shao watched as the bowl neared its capacity. He remembered how, on ordinary days, she would whimper and complain even at the slightest injury. Yet now, she gritted her teeth and remained utterly silent. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he spoke. His voice tinged with an imperceptible tremor. Is it not enough? The physician trembled at the emperor's words, frightened to his core. Your Majesty, to complete the blood exchange, we require 2 bowls. Mu Zhuohua did not look at Helian Shao. She merely summoned her waning strength to reassure the physician. I am fine. Please continue. The process of bloodletting felt interminable, each second stretching on. Helian Zhao's heart tightened with every drop of blood that fell. Why had he insisted she undergo this? Enough. As long as Lady Qin survived, that was all that mattered. The physician and Alanki were stunned by the emperor's callous words, unable to fathom how he could utter such a thing. After all, Lady Qin was hanging by a thread for his sake. Yet, the physician dared not defy the emperor's order. Yes, the other imperial physicians, standing by, called out loudly, Quick, bring the hemostatic medicine. Once the medicine was procured, the physician skillfully applied it to Mu Zhuohua's wounds. After finishing the bandaging, he finally felt a sense of relief, the tension on his face easing somewhat. Your Highness, I shall prescribe some tonics for blood replenishment. With ample rest over the next half-month, you will recover, he assured her. Helian Shao gazed at Mu Zhuohua's pallid visage, instinctively wanting to approach and offer words of comfort. Yet, as the words lingered on his lips, they became lodged somewhere deep within him, rendering him unable to utter a single syllable. His hands clenched and then relaxed involuntarily. At that moment, a sudden exclamation shattered the brief stillness. Physician, come quickly. Why is the blood from consort she continuously seeping out? Everyone turned towards the sound. They beheld the white bandages around Mu Zhuohua's wrist soaked through with blood, the crimson liquid oozing forth in a quantity far exceeding what would be typical after a standard dressing. The physician's face turned ashen in an instant as he hastily turned to examine the situation. The palace's hemostatic medicines were of the highest quality, effective in nature. Under normal circumstances, such a phenomenon should not occur. His brow furrowed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, his eyes reflecting confusion and concern. Helian Shao was immediately engulfed in rage, his voice rising sharply. What is happening? At this moment, Mu Zhuohua felt dizzy, her consciousness fading, and her body began to sway uncontrollably, on the verge of collapsing from her chair. Helian Shao swiftly stepped beside her, and she leaned softly against his waist. The physician trembled as he unwrapped the gauze. To his horror, blood gushed forth from the wound, saturated with hemostatic medicine, showing no signs of abating. The physician was utterly stunned, his mind blank. After years of practice, he had never encountered such an inexplicable situation. Helian Shao stared in shock at the continuously bleeding wound, a mix of astonishment and panic flooding through him. Having endured many battles and sustained numerous injuries himself, He knew that even without hemostatic medicine, a simple bandaging would allow a wound to heal gradually. But why was this happening to her? Zhuohua, clinging to the last vestiges of her awareness, murmured, "Your Majesty. Am I to die?" This statement pierced Helian Zhao's heart. No, that could not be. How could his beloved consort die? His voice trembled, betraying his own dread. "I wish to return to my courtyard. I dislike the smell of blood." Without a moment's hesitation, Helian Zhao bent down and lifted her in his arms. His eyes reflected both panic and a cold determination as he turned to the gathered physicians, bellowing, "Bring me to Yulu Ningxuan. Should anything happen to consort Shi, I will have you all pay with your lives." Fortunately, the courtyard of Qi Marin was not far from Mu Zhuohua's Yulu Ningxuan. Helian Zhao laid Mu Zhuohua down upon the bed. At that moment, her face was ashen, devoid of color, her lips lacking their usual rosy hue. She was exceedingly weak, unable to muster the strength to open her eyes, relying instead on Helian Zhao for support. The physicians quickly surrounded the bed, their expressions grave as they began their examination. One physician furrowed his brow and remarked, "Your Majesty, the consort is exhibiting abnormal coagulation function." Another physician hastily concurred, "It is imperative that Her Highness consumes the coagulation remedy. Without proper blood clotting, even the most effective hemostatic drugs will prove futile." Helian Zhao was in a state of frantic urgency. "Then why are you not hastening to procure it?" Mu Zhuohua leaned against Helian Zhao's embrace, blood ceaselessly flowing from her hand, filling her palm and dripping drop by drop to the ground, coalescing into a pool of deep crimson by the bedside. She slightly parted her lips. "Your Majesty, I'm not a spy." "Yes, I know. My beloved consort is not a spy. Even if she were, it no longer holds significance. Once I unify the realm, and the southern dynasty falls under my dominion, she shall belong solely to me." Recently, Helian Zhao had believed he should not lose control over his emotions due to a woman. Yet today, he unexpectedly experienced a heart-wrenching suffocation. Mu Zhuohua smiled softly. "I have always known that you do not truly care for me. Your affection has merely been a means to an end. I am unaware of my worth. Yet the thought of being of use to you perhaps prolongs my existence. Alas, I did not anticipate that my demise would come so swiftly. Please conceal my death from my father, mother, and brother. I wish not to cause them sorrow." As Helian Zhao listened to her words, his eyes turned a shade of crimson. "No, I do not dislike you. You shall not perish." Mu Zhuohua gently shook her head, as if the matter had become inconsequential. "Your Majesty, you are correct. I have been merely pretending before you. Yet, to feign the kind of goodness you desire is an insurmountable challenge for me. Perhaps death would not be so bad." Her voice grew increasingly faint, gradually succumbing to unconsciousness. "I know you are pretending. You need not act any longer. Be good, do not sleep. I will not force you to endure what you despise." Chapter 45. The imperial physician knelt beside the bed, his fingertips delicately resting upon Mu Zhuohua's slender wrist, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. Suddenly, his pupils constricted sharply, and his fingers trembled uncontrollably. "Your Majesty!" The physician's voice quivered. "The Empress has lost too much blood, the effects of the medicine. It may be too late." A cold glint flashed in Helian Zhao's eyes as he raised his foot and kicked the physician to the ground. "Incompetent fool!" His voice was laced with suppressed fury. Was it not said that it was merely blood loss, and that she would recover with a few days of care? What has happened now? The physician stumbled to his feet, his forehead striking the cold tiles with a heavy thud. I truly did not know that the Empress suffered from a blood coagulation disorder. I beseech your Majesty for mercy." Just then, Ling Lang burst into the inner chamber, clutching a gilded jade box tightly to her chest. She fell to her knees before the bed, her trembling fingers carefully extracting a lustrous pill and placing it between Mu Zhuohua's lips. "Impudent!" Helian Zhao seized her wrist. "What have you given to the Empress?" Ling Lang remained silent, her gaze fixated on the subtle movement of Mu Zhuohua's throat. Only upon confirming that the pill had been swallowed did she let out a sigh of relief and bow deeply. "I am guilty of death." Her voice choked. This medicine was personally crafted by the esteemed master of the divine physician valley. As long as there is breath, it can protect the heart's pulse. Taking a deep breath, she pressed her forehead to the ground. The Empress has been frail since childhood, and young Master Mu and Prince Xiao specially requested the Divine Physician Valley for her treatment. This life-preserving pill was a parting gift from Prince Xiao. Upon hearing the name of Prince Xiao, Helian Zhao's pupils constricted sharply. She is already wed to Ziyuan. Yet Xiao Junyi's medicine can still save her? It seems the reports were true. This heir of the southern Liang harbors feelings for her that are indeed extraordinary. But what of it? A fool who cannot even protect his beloved is hardly worthy of the title of prince. Why is this medicine only being offered now? Ling Lang lay prostrate on the ground, her fingertips trembling slightly. This medicine was procured at a high price by Prince Xiao and secretly entrusted to me. However, she bit her lip, as if grappling with unspoken burdens. The Empress refused to accept it. Ever since Prince Xiao sent the Empress to Ziyuan for marriage, she has severed all ties with him. This was the phrase the Empress had instructed her to say. In truth, there is no medicine from Prince Xiao. This life-preserving pill was clearly sought after by the master with great devotion for the Empress. The master must have left the capital suddenly on the day of her marriage, perhaps to search for miraculous medicines for her. I feared the Empress would discover it, and thus hid the medicine deep within the storeroom. I never imagined a day would come when it would be needed. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths. I beseech your majesty for mercy. Rise. Helian Xiao pressed his lips tightly together, a tumult of emotions roiling beneath the surface. He added coldly, this matter regarding the pill must not be known to the Empress. He gazed at Mu Zhuohua's pale visage, his chest feeling as though it were crushed under a heavy stone. She had nearly lost her life because of him, yet it was Xiao Junyi's medicine that saved her. This thought pricked at his heart like a thorn. I shall obey. On the bed, Mu Zhuohua's previously profuse bleeding gradually ceased. The imperial physicians were meticulously rewrapping the wound, layer upon layer of gauze. Helian Zhao's gaze deepened with intensity. He had long investigated that Xiao Junyi cherished her like a precious gem, their bond having flourished since childhood. It was astonishing to learn that she had severed ties with Xiao Junyi due to the matter of a political marriage. If that were the case, she should not be allowed to recall even a hint of his kindness. As her breathing steadied, the tension in Helian Zhao's shoulders finally eased a fraction. Yet, in the next moment, the myriad of doubts from today resurfaced in his mind. Was this the handiwork of a Lanky? He had elevated Mu Zhuohua to the status of favored concubine in order to suppress a Lanky and, in turn, restrain the Wila family. Yet, to his astonishment, a Lanky had the audacity to scheme against him. Even more infuriating was the fact that this conspiracy had nearly cost him. A flicker of hostility darkened Helian Zhao's eyes, his knuckles turning white from the pressure. What was the cause of the Shi Fei's unusual blood coagulation? Return, your majesty. If not for her highness's inherently unique constitution, then it must be. She has ingested some form of coagulant. Investigate. Helian Xiao slammed his palm against the bedpost, commanding a thorough examination of everything the Shi Fei had used today. Ling Long stepped forward cautiously. Your majesty, allow me to report that her highness has always been prudent. She keeps samples of all consumables until the following day for disposal. This habit is known only to her, Ling Lang, and Li De. Although they had already discerned the identity of the concubines planted informant, they had to wait for his majesty to unveil this curtain himself. Very well. Helian Xiao cast a cold glance at those present in the hall. Wang Yu, I demand an explanation from you before sunset. Yes, your majesty. The physician by the bedside finally straightened his stiff back, withdrawing his fingers from Mu Zhuohua's increasingly stable pulse. He discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his brow. This life had been preserved at last. Your majesty, upon investigation, I have found that the Shi Fei has indeed been taking medication for years. If what the personal maid has said is true, she has been under the care of the Divine Physician Valley. I humbly suggest that we invite a healer familiar with her condition for a proper diagnosis. The physician cautiously raised his eyes, noting the emperor's dark expression, and quickly added, Her Highness currently suffers from dual deficiencies in qi and blood, if not treated properly. I fear she may be left with lasting ailments. Helian Zhao's fingers tightened suddenly. He had assumed Mu Zhuohua was merely accustomed to a life of luxury, indulging in exquisite meals and comforts. But beneath that fragile exterior lay a surprisingly frail constitution. Wang Yu immediately dispatched someone to hasten to the divine physician valley. Ensure that the valley master personally comes to Ziyuan to treat the Shifei. This servant will see to it at once. As Wang Yu bowed and retreated, he caught a glimpse of the emperor's gaze lingering on the pale face of the young woman on the bed, revealing an unprecedented complexity. Chapter 46. The Decree of the Empress. The imperial garden of Zichuan. As Alanki stepped through the gate, she found herself breathing with utmost caution. The exhilaration she once felt upon receiving a summons had long since dissipated. Now, the blue bricks beneath her feet felt as if they were lined with thorns, each step a painful reminder of her predicament. How could that woman from the southern dynasty survive after shedding so much blood? Her nails dug deeply into her palm. This time, she was determined to ally with the beautiful Qin, even going so far as to pledge a military oath to her father to eliminate this thorn in her side. Her father, who seldom discussed matters of state with her, had astonishingly revealed, it seems His Majesty intends to take action against the Zhuohua Tishi clan. Once the beloved Shi concubine is dead, his words echoed in her mind. The emperor would surely wage war against the southern dynasty. At that moment, military power would return to her clan, thus alleviating their dire situation. Alanki, already consumed by jealousy over the southern woman's monopolization of the emperor's affections, now possessed a seemingly righteous justification for her animosity. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, everything had fallen apart. Cold sweat drenched her inner garments. If the truth were to be unveiled, suddenly she halted, a glint of ruthlessness flashing in her eyes. That fool, Qin, is the perfect scapegoat, is she not? A cold smile crept upon her lips. She had often employed the art of deception with great success before. As dusk enveloped the room, an unsettling silence pervaded the study. The moment Alanki pushed the door open, a bone-chilling aura ascended her spine. The vast chamber was shrouded in an eerie darkness, and the composure she had feigned moments ago plummeted into despair. Clutching her handkerchief tightly, she cautiously ventured inside. The dim light of a solitary lamp barely illuminated the figure of the emperor seated within the shadows. The flickering candlelight cast a half-lit, half-shadowed outline of him, his hawk-like eyes glinting with a cold intensity in the dark. Your servant pays her respects to your majesty. An oppressive silence enveloped the chamber. Is Atuna one of yours? The emperor's icy voice erupted suddenly. Alanki trembled, instinctively exclaiming, I do not recognize anyone by the name of Atuna. She possesses your golden phoenix hairpin. Helian Xiao leisurely stroked the jade paperweight on the desk, a knowing look in his eyes. Impossible. Alanki shot her gaze upward. I have never given her. Her words abruptly faltered, the color draining from her face. In a panic, she fell to the ground. Your Majesty, please see reason. I do not know this person, nor have I given her any tokens. In the stillness of the study, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard, accompanied only by the thunderous beat of Alanki's heart. Having been raised in luxury and indulgence, the proud and arrogant concubine had never encountered such formidable pressure. Helian Zhao's frigid gaze sliced through her back like a blade. Under the suffocating weight of his scrutiny, her rationality crumbled, and words spilled uncontrollably from her lips. Enough. Helian Xiao raised his hand, cutting off her incoherent justifications, his voice chilling to the bone. You are aware of the dissolution of the Huaning San. Thus you must surely know of the scorpion poison scheme. From where did the scorpion come? Alanki trembled violently. Darkness swirled before her eyes, and her mind was a blank slate. Your Majesty! She suddenly broke down, lunging forward, her hairpins scattering across the floor. I was misled. It was all the doing of Qin. The scorpion poison is hers. The plot to assassinate consort, she was indeed her suggestion. I merely... She clutched tightly to Helian Zhao's garment, as if grasping the last thread of hope. How could Qin Marin, a solitary woman from the southern dynasty, possess the means to introduce a venomous scorpion into the palace? And why would she conspire against consort Shi, who hailed from the same region? Each word struck deeply, and Alanki's defense instantly fell apart. At that moment, when I was in peril, you were present. Why? Did you not save me? Alanki trembled, suddenly enlightened. She had been ensnared by that wretched Qin Marin. It was supposed to be her duty to rescue the emperor, yet Qin Marin's silver tongue had deceived her. Your Majesty, as a daughter of noble lineage. How could I take such risks? I share the Southern dynasty's origin with consort Shi. The matter of blood exchange could be easily explained. Furthermore, the scorpion is lethal. Even a momentary lapse could lead to demise. In hindsight, that vile woman clearly had ulterior motives. Not only did she reap the accolades for saving the emperor, but she also shifted all blame onto her. Cold sweat trickled down her spine. She merely assisted in administering the Huaying powder. All else was orchestrated by Qin Marin. Yet, how could that wretched woman possess such capabilities? The scorpion, the Huaying powder. How did she acquire these forbidden items? Alanki's pupils dilated. Could it be that Qin Marin had a hidden mastermind backing her? Helian Shao, seeing her defenseless, spoke coldly. Henceforth, your title as noble consort is revoked, your authority over the 6 palaces is rescinded, and you are demoted to a mere Zhuohua. You shall be confined to the palace for 3 months. Alanki trembled, abruptly raising her head. Your Majesty, I am wronged. It is all that wretched Qin Marin's doing. Take her away. 2 armored guards entered silently. Once the palace doors closed heavily, Helian Shao leaned back against his chair, his long fingers tapping lightly on the Zeton table. Qin Marin, if Alanki's words hold any truth, given her vengeful nature, why would he need to intervene personally? Feng Lan stepped outside the study, encountering the noble consort with her hairpins disheveled and her face streaked with tears, devoid of any trace of her regal demeanor. Feng Lan could not help but pause. What transpired in the hunting grounds today? He composed himself and entered the hall. I pay my respects to your Majesty. No need for formality. Feng Lan carefully began. I just saw the noble consort, accused of plotting against her peers and demoted to Zhuohua. The emperor's words were succinct and to the point. Feng Lan's eyes sparkled with insight as he lowered his voice. Your Majesty, this turn of events is most opportune. The Qi Wang and Bartle, the noble consort's father, have been embroiled in a fierce struggle for the position of the Grand Minister of Justice. Their factions clashing relentlessly in the court, making it an ideal time to navigate the murky waters. The more he spoke, the more fervent he became, his pace quickening. Now that the noble consort has been punished and demoted, it is akin to delivering Bartle a resounding slap in the face in public. Those courtiers with long-standing grievances against the Yilatisi clan will surely rally against him. Feng Lan rapidly calculated in his mind. Initially, he was concerned that hastily placing personnel might raise the vigilance of both factions. However, now that Alanki has fallen from grace, it serves as a proclamation to the entire court. Bartel's favor has waned. Those who readily change their allegiances are likely to swiftly turn their spears. The positions within the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of War, held by the Wialate clan, will surely be replaced. He could not help but applaud, particularly for the pivotal role of the Grand Secretary. If we could place one of our own there. At this point, Feng Lan suddenly realized he had lost his composure and quickly masked his expression. Yet, deep within, he could not suppress his astonishment. How brilliantly the Emperor has maneuvered. Initially perceived as a mere contest for favor within the harem, it has unexpectedly become a fulcrum for shifting the dynamics of the previous dynasty. If we were to disseminate a message asserting that Alanki has committed a grave transgression, not only endangering the emperor's health, but also nearly causing the demise of Consort Shi. However, considering the Wialate clan's long-standing contributions and his bond with Alanki, I have chosen to show leniency. Feng Lan's pupils constricted as he comprehended the strategy. He grasped the subtlety of this move. It would lead Bartle to mistakenly believe that the emperor's favor remains, thus lowering his guard. Simultaneously, it would incite the wrath of Prince Qi, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards the Wialate clan. When 2 tigers contend, one will surely be injured, and at that moment, the emperor is astute. Helian Shao lowered his gaze, fixated on the flickering candlelight upon the table. The chess game was unfolding precisely as he had orchestrated, instigating conflict within the harem, seizing the opportunity to suppress the Wialate clan. Everything was exquisitely calculated. Yet, What surged within his chest was not the exhilaration of victory, but a peculiar, dull ache. The pallid visage of Zhuohua lingered in his mind, her eyes, usually alight with mirth, now tightly shut, as if on the brink of, his fists clenched tightly within his wide sleeves. Zhuohua. Upon first encounter, he found her intriguing, yet now his very breath seemed to rise and fall with her safety. As her blood soaked into the brocade quilt, it instilled in him a fear he had never before experienced in over 20 years. In the days to come, regarding the impending hunt, Helian Zhao's voice was hoarse. "You shall take full responsibility. I shall not attend." Feng Lan was momentarily taken aback, astonished that His Majesty would forego the hunt. For the Emperor, the spring hunt signifies an essential outlet for the pent-up tensions of the battlefield, a necessary ritual to quell the bloodlust. At this time each year, the Emperor, mounted and bow in hand, appeared somewhat vivacious. "I shall obey." Suppressing his myriad of doubts, he bowed and withdrew, catching a glimpse of an unprecedented softness within the Emperor's gaze. Chapter 47. The noble concubine Jean in the chamber of the Jade Dew. The fragrance of sinking water mingled with the scent of medicine, lingering in the air. Helian Zhao sat poised at the Zeton desk by the bedside, the crimson brush hovering hesitantly above the memorial, his gaze fixated on the pallid visage concealed within the brocade curtains. Ling Lang meticulously fed the ginseng soup into Zhuohua's lips with a jade spoon. Outside the window, the sun cast its slanting rays, marking the dusk of the second day. The person on the couch remained in a deep slumber, not even a flutter of her eyelashes betraying her consciousness. "Imperial physician," the Emperor's voice suddenly broke the silence, startling the physician, who faltered mid-pulse check. Why is she not awakened? Cold sweat beaded on the physician's brow, though the pulse beneath his fingertips grew steadier. This sovereign remained resolutely closed-eyed. "Your Majesty, the Empress has lost excessive blood and her body is weakened. Her slumber may be what?" Helian Zhao abruptly shut the memorial, causing the physician to kneel in alarm. "I dare not make rash assertions." The physician pressed his forehead to the ground. "The Empress's constitution is peculiar. Administering fierce medicines may harm her fundamental essence. It would be better to wait for the master physician from the Valley of Divine Healers." He had not finished his sentence when he felt a piercing gaze directed at him, causing his hands, resting on the floor, to tremble slightly. In the past 2 days, he had witnessed firsthand how the Emperor vigilantly guarded consort Shi. Should any mishap occur, it would spell doom for the entire imperial medical institution. The physicians, having navigated the palace's treacheries for years, were astute enough to recognize that in such delicate circumstances, it was wiser to err on the side of caution, especially now that the master physician's entourage was en route. Who would dare take risks at such a critical juncture? "Wang Yu," Helian Zhao's voice was laced with an undercurrent of impatience. "When will the people from the Valley of Divine Healers arrive?" "Your Majesty, the shadow guards are traveling day and night. They will bring them to the palace by tomorrow at the latest." Ling Ling quietly put away the medicine bowl, her peripheral vision sweeping over the room filled with hushed palace attendants, subtly signaling for them to withdraw. For the past few days, the Emperor's temper had hung over them like a sword poised to strike, where the slightest misstep could lead to bloodshed. The crowd felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, retreating soundlessly. Once the palace door closed gently, a barely visible cold smile flickered at the corners of Ling Long's lips. The Emperor's current display of deep affection resembled that of a lovesick fool. Yet, who remembered that it was his tacit approval that had driven the Empress onto the path of bloodshed. Fortunately, the Empress's heart had never truly belonged to this sovereign. Otherwise, such feigned affection would have pierced the heart profoundly. As the door softly shut, only silence filled the room. Helian Zhao approached the bedside. He grasped her delicate wrist. The faint hue of blood visible beneath the bandages stung his eyes. "Will you resent me?" His fingertips grazed her nearly translucent skin. For these past days, her words before her unconsciousness, "Your Majesty does not favor this humble servant," had echoed in his mind like a persistent thorn, robbing him of peace. Helian Zhao's lips twisted into a self-deprecating smile. He had always prided himself on his imperial cunning, Yet he had not anticipated that she would deceive him as well. Everyone claimed that consort she was the favored one among the 6 palaces. Yet she remained oblivious that the deliberate aloofness and testing were merely the emperor's last line of defense. But how genuine was this affection in the end? Was it merely a fleeting infatuation with an exotic beauty, or had he genuinely developed feelings for this rarefied purity? A dull ache unfurled within his heart. He suddenly realized with a start that he was afraid that when she awakened, the warmth in her eyes would transform into an icy gaze he had never witnessed before. Qin Jilan slowly opened her eyes, her consciousness gradually sharpening. A cold smile unconsciously graced her lips. Surely that insufferable Shi Fei had met her demise by now. The beauty had awakened? Her attending maid hurried to assist her, whispering a few words in her ear. Qin Jilan's smile abruptly froze. Shi Fei was still alive? That foolish Alanki had even been demoted to Zhuohua? She suppressed her rising indignation, secretly relieved that she had outmaneuvered Alanki. Fortunately, she had deceived that simple-minded woman into allowing her to rescue the emperor, and now, not only was she unharmed, but she had also become the emperor's savior. A woman like Alanki, who yearned for the emperor's genuine affection, was destined to have a short-lived existence in the harem. In the depths of the palace, what was there to discuss about love? Power was the true foundation of survival. Should she inform the emperor of her awakening? She languidly propped herself up, returning to the beauty, your majesty. His majesty has been waiting in the Yuluning Xuan, guarding the Shi Fei. The maid had already sent someone to convey the message. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flashed in Qin Jilan's eyes, yet her face remained adorned with a gentle smile. "Bring me my cosmetics," she commanded, her fingertips brushing against her slightly pallid cheeks. She meticulously applied her makeup before the bronze mirror, aiming to portray the delicate frailty of illness while maintaining a hint of color. This exquisite balance of apparent weakness was most likely to evoke a man's compassion. As Helian Zhao's footsteps resonated outside the hall, Qin Jilan reclined gracefully upon her sumptuous bed draped in silks. She delicately held a celadone bowl, sipping the congee with a measured weakness that was perfectly executed. The candlelight cast a soft glow upon her refined profile, rendering her even more enchanting. Helian Zhao stood within the hall, hands clasped behind him, his gaze sweeping indifferently. Indeed, the women of the Southern dynasty possessed an exquisite beauty, and Qin Jilan was a remarkable exemplar among them. Yet, no matter how stunning her visage, to him it was merely that, despite the breathtaking beauty of Zhuohua he had encountered, he remained unmoved. "Your Majesty." Qin Jilan feigned an intent to rise in greeting, her voice imbued with just the right blend of surprise and frailty. "Please, no need for formalities." Helian Zhao raised his hand to halt her, his tone calm yet gentle. Qin Jilan lowered her gaze in obedient gratitude, a flicker of triumph flashing in her eyes. It seemed that the weight of this life-saving grace was heavier than she had anticipated. Qin Jilan slightly inclined her head. "I have just learned that it was indeed Shi Fei who saved my life." Her voice trembled delicately, laced with appropriate guilt. "When a lady awakens, I shall personally express my gratitude." What had originally been a flawlessly devised plan, to save the emperor and eliminate Shi Fei, had taken an unexpected turn. Who would have thought that the woman would prove so resilient, not only surviving, but also evoking the emperor's deeper compassion? Now, the value of this life-saving grace had certainly diminished significantly. Shi Fei requires rest. Helian Zhao spoke in a calm, yet authoritative tone. "You have rendered meritorious service in the rescue. Thus, I shall elevate you to the esteemed rank of Guipin." Qin Jilan's pupils constricted slightly. To ascend from being a mere beauty to the rank of Guipin, this was a remarkable leap of 4 levels. In the current court, she was only 1 rank below the deposed Alanki. "This humble servant expresses profound gratitude for your Majesty's grace." As Helian Zhao turned to depart, a shadow of gloom lingered in his eyes. Zhuohua was isolated and vulnerable in the imperial harem. Now that Alanki had been demoted with that woman's temperament, she would undoubtedly seek retribution. It would be wiser to place Qin Jilan in the forefront, serving as a shield against the impending storm. He cast a contemplative glance towards Yuluning Xuan, his gaze growing somber. It would be best to keep her untouched by such sordid affairs. Chapter 48. Mu Yuling. The faint morning light filtered through the intricately carved window panes. Helian Xiao leaned against the edge of the bed, a scroll partially unfurled in his hands. Yet his gaze lingered upon the pale countenance of Mu Zhuohua. Your Majesty, the people from the Divine Physician Valley have arrived. Wang Yu's voice resonated from outside the hall. With a sudden thud, the book fell onto the brocade bedding. He sprang to his feet, the lingering gloom of recent days dissipating instantaneously. Announce them. As the door creaked open, an elderly figure dressed in a simple white robe adorned with blue patterns stepped in first, his silver beard cascading to his chest, moving with the grace of a gentle breeze. Yet, what captured the attention more was the man who followed closely. A dark mask obscured half of his face, failing to conceal the aura of ethereal elegance that enveloped him. With hair partially tied back and his garments fluttering, he appeared as though a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. Helian Zhao's gaze momentarily sharpened, resting on the mask before retracting it, deducing that the man must be a respectful disciple accompanying the elder. The old man pays his respects to your Majesty. Please, no formalities, Helian Xiao replied, slightly raising his hand, for it was evident that the Valley Master was aware of the purpose of their visit. The elder bowed respectfully. I have heard that the young lady of the Mu family from the Southern Dynasty, now the esteemed Shi Fei, is unwell. Helian Zhao's expression darkened. She has been in a deep slumber for several days without awakening. He stepped aside to clear the space before the bed. The elder approached with measured steps, his frail fingers delicately resting upon Mu Zhuohua's slender wrist. As he delved deeper into his examination, the old man's snow-white brows gradually knitted together, his demeanor increasingly grave. Your Majesty, I once treated the princess as constitution. Young Miss Mu possesses a unique meridian system, causing her vital energy and blood circulation to be disordered. I had repeatedly warned her that she must not endure injury. Her wounds heal at an excruciatingly slow pace, while her sensitivity to pain is magnified several times compared to an ordinary person. Helian Xiao felt a jolt in his heart. Images of her furrowing her brows and softly gasping in pain flashed before him. At that time, he had merely thought of her as a delicate young woman, unaware that the frail frame bore agonies beyond what most could endure. The Valley Master stroked his long beard thoughtfully. The princess is suffering from a deficiency of both energy and blood, her organs undernourished, leading to a depletion of both form and spirit. Such a frail condition cannot be mended in a day. If I can restore the Shi Fei to health, I shall reward you with a fortune of 10,000 taels of gold. I shall do my utmost, the elder affirmed. But the most pressing matter now is to nurture her slowly. Only when her vital energy is replenished can we hope to revive her spirit. The Imperial Medical Bureau has been administering tonics for days, yet to no avail. She remains in a state of deep unconsciousness. Ordinary restorative medicines are but a drop in the ocean for her constitution. The elder sighed. What complicates matters further is that she seems to harbor a weight in her heart. Emotional distress is particularly detrimental to one's health. He paused, a troubled expression crossing his features. I observe in her pulse that the princess appears to harbor thoughts of despair. In our Southern Dynasty's medicinal philosophy, the heart governs the spirit. Should the heart be weary, even the greatest physician would find it challenging to awaken one who does not wish to be roused. With fingertips gently twisting his silver beard, the Valley Master pondered aloud. I wonder if there is some sorrow that burdens her heart, or perhaps someone she is reluctant to face. The Valley Master's words pierced Helian Zhao's heart like a blunt knife, revealing an unsettling truth as a princess bound by marriage. She bore the knowledge of being used by him, yet was forced to wear a mask of forced cheerfulness. He repeatedly coerced her into actions against her will, using threats and intimidation to drive her to the brink. Thus, during this blood donation, did she not feel that death was the only liberation? Helian Zhao's gaze was as profound as ink, yet his voice remained eerily calm. Is there a remedy? Your Majesty, rest assured, though emotional afflictions are indeed troublesome, they are not without cure. This old man shall prescribe a potion, ginseng and astragalus to replenish energy and fortify the foundation. Angelica, and prepared Rehmannia to nourish Een and replenish blood, accompanied by sour jujube seed and polygala to soothe the spirit and stabilize the mind. First regulating the vital energy and blood, then nurturing the heart and spirit. He paused slightly and continued. Moreover, I shall need to concoct a special incense for clarity, utilizing benzoin and sahexiang as the base to open the senses and enlighten the spirit, combined with borneal to purify the heart and awaken the mind. When this incense is burned, it will assist the Empress in achieving clarity of consciousness. The tightly strung nerves of Helian Xiao began to relax. Although the medical principles and potencies sounded nebulous, as long as it could awaken the person on the bed, it was 100 times better than the quacks of the Imperial Medical Department, as commanded by the divine physician. The venerable physician stroked his beard and stated, I shall need to incense the Empress for an hour each day, requiring a specially crafted bronze censer. The heat and temperature must be meticulously controlled. During this time, absolute tranquility is imperative. No disturbances from idle individuals, nor the intrusion of any clamor. Helian Zhao's eyes narrowed as he swept a glance at the three attendants. You are all trusted confidants of Consort Shi. Have you heard clearly? Should anyone dare to disturb, I shall eradicate their entire lineage. We shall remember this. Once Helian Xiao set forth to the Zichuan Imperial Garden for matters of state. Only then did those within the hall dare to straighten their postures. Linglong exchanged a knowing glance, and Lita hurriedly rushed to the Imperial Medical Department with the prescription. Meanwhile, Linglang gazed at the retreating figure of the divine physician, the corners of her mouth curling into an almost imperceptible smirk. The physician's words were, of course, conveyed at her behest. The Empress nearly lost her life this time. Surely there must be a corresponding recompense? The palace doors sealed tightly. Inside remained only Linglang, and the divine physician, along with the masked man who stood silently in the shadows. The man stepped forward, his robes swirling as if caught by an unseen wind. The mask glimmered coldly in the candlelight, rendering him akin to a celestial being descended from the heavens. Yet, as he stood by the bed, an abrupt chill emanated from him. You, was the icy voice that emerged from beneath the mask. Is this how you protect Zhuohua? Linglong's knees buckled, and she collapsed to the ground. I am at fault for failing to safeguard the young lady adequately. Mu Yuling abruptly turned, his gaze from beneath the mask piercing like a blade towards Linglang. Did you administer that potion to her, allowing her to so debase herself? Linglang bowed her head, her voice trembling. The young lady said, only in this way could she meet the master. A resounding slap echoed through the hall. Mu Yuling struck with the swiftness of lightning. Linglang barely had time to react before she was sent stumbling several steps back, blood seeping from the corner of her lips. With a graceful flick of his sleeve, Mu Yuling turned and stood with his hands clasped behind his back. I acknowledge my transgressions. Linglang knelt on the ground. Linglong urged urgently, Master, please recognize it was I who failed to dissuade the young lady. That is enough. Mu Yuling's voice was soft yet compelled both to silence immediately. When Zhuohua awakens, do not let her see you in such a state. Understand. After the two exited the inner chamber, the esteemed physician quietly retreated to the outer room. The so-called awakening incense was merely a pretext, designed to afford the siblings a moment of solitude. Mu Yuling gently cradled Mu Zhuohua's neck with his long fingers, his touch imbued with an astonishing tenderness. His gaze fell upon the pallid countenance of the person in his arms, the icy depths of his eyes having long since transformed into the warmth of spring water. From within his robe, he retrieved a pill that shimmered with a lustrous sheen, which he carefully administered to his sister's lips. After a brief interval, akin to the time it takes for a cup of tea to steep, Mu Zhuohua's delicate lashes fluttered softly, reminiscent of the first stirring of butterfly wings. Chapter 49. Awakening with great effort, Mu Zhuohua opened her eyes. Through her hazy vision, a silver-white mask flickered before her. She gasped, her breath catching, and trembled as she reached out her hand. There was no mistaking those eyes, even behind the mask. As her fingertips grazed the cold edge of the mask, Mu Yuling remained still, allowing her to gradually lift it away. In the moment the mask fell, A countenance as ethereal as a celestial being was finally revealed. Beneath elegantly arched brows, a pair of phoenix-like eyes seemed to hold frost and snow. Yet upon meeting her gaze, they transformed into the gentle waters of early spring. Brother. The jade mask clattered to the ground. In a sudden rush, Zhuohua threw herself into Mu Yuling's embrace, her slender arms tightly encircling his neck. The tears she had long suppressed cascaded forth, soaking the fabric of his chest. During her time in the Zhuohua palace, she had been forced to wear a flawless mask. Yet in this moment, cradled in her brother's arms, she could finally shed all pretense and return to being the Mu family lady who could freely indulge in her whims in the Southern Dynasty. Mu Yuling's heart felt as though it were gripped by an invisible hand. Watching his sister weep like a rain-drenched pear blossom, he longed for the power to turn back time. He should have whisked her away at the moment he learned that Xiao Junyi intended to send her away in marriage. However, the fortified walls of the Zhuohua palace and the unpredictable nature of Hellion Xiao made him hesitate to risk her life without absolute certainty. His long fingers gently caressed her fragile back, his voice imbued with an extraordinary tenderness. Brother is here. He wiped away the tears from her face. Tell me, have you suffered any grievances in Zhuohua? As Zhuohua gradually ceased her sobs in his embrace, she still clung tightly to his sleeve, as if fearing that he would vanish if she loosened her grip. Brother will surely take you away from here. He cradled her small face, enunciating each word. I will never allow anyone to bully you again. Once her emotions had calmed somewhat, Zhuohua suddenly broke free from his arms. Leaning against the headboard, her tear-streaked face bore an unprecedented resolve. No, brother, I cannot leave. A rare look of astonishment crossed Mu Yuling's features. Why not? His voice deepened with concern. Could it be that you have developed feelings for Hellion Xiao? Zhuohua gently shook her head, her hair cascading like a waterfall over her shoulders. Having grown accustomed to her brother's celestial grace and the gentle beauty of Xiao Junyi, how could she possibly find herself enamored by Hellion Xiao's brutish demeanor, who constantly schemed against and humiliated her? I want to be the empress. She lifted her gaze, a fervent determination igniting within her eyes. I will not leave. Wangwan. Mu Yuling's expression darkened with disbelief. Xiao Junyi has wronged me. She dug her fingertips deeply into the brocade blanket. The promise of the empress's position was but a ruse, since he could not provide it. Her lips curved into a resolute smile. I shall fight for it myself. Mu Yuling gazed at his sister's defiant profile, his heart trembling slightly. The political landscape was fraught with entanglements. For a foreign princess to aspire to the highest rank was akin to chasing a mirage. Zhuohua's long lashes hung low. If Hellion Xiao truly managed to unify the realm, the former officials of the Southern Dynasty would undoubtedly find their place within the new regime. By that time, in order to solidify their position, they would surely advocate for a woman from the Southern Dynasty to become empress. All she needed to do was firmly grasp Hellion Xiao's heart. Once she wielded power over the harem, ministers would naturally flock to her. Such schemes, however, she could not voice to her brother. Had he ever contemplated the inevitable clash between Zhuohua and the Southern Dynasty? On the journey of marriage alliances, she had witnessed countless displaced citizens of the Southern Dynasty. Had the Southern Dynasty not already rotted to its core? She lifted her gaze. If war were to break out, who would prevail in her brother's estimation? Mu Yuling remained silent as a deep abyss, with turbulent currents in his eyes. If Zhuohua were to triumph, I would surely protect the Mu family. Her fingertips trembled slightly. If the Southern Dynasty were to win, with her brother by her side, she could remain unscathed. Mu Yuling's voice was gentle, almost a sigh. The Mu family does not require your sacrifice. Regardless of how the world may change, your brother will ensure your safety. He cradled his sister's face, gazing deep in her eyes. All I desire is your peace and happiness. Zhuohua felt a sudden pang in her heart, nearly exclaiming, if her brother could truly safeguard the Mu family, how could their past have led to such a tragic exile? She was abruptly gripped by a chilling thought. Perhaps her brother was not powerless to protect her, but rather unwilling? After all, in that dream, it was this gentle brother, who now caressed her hair, that had slain their mother with his own hands. Brother, she raised her tearful eyes and casually inquired, our father and mother, Well, Mu Yuling's expression remained unchanged, still as gentle as flowing water. They are well. I truly wish to see them once more. There will always be an opportunity. Mu Yuling's eyes, resembling tranquil waters, appeared clear to the bottom, yet seemed to conceal unfathomable depths. But from now on, Zhuohua must never harm herself in such a manner again. Mu Zhuohua pouted in grievance. Someone is trying to harm me, and I'm merely played into their hands. I also wish to see my brother, the divine physician, and I will temporarily reside in the palace. Mu Yuling's tone was tender, yet a flicker of coldness passed through his gaze. Those who have wronged you, your brother will handle. Do not act recklessly, brother. Those who have harmed me will pay the price, but I shall ensure that Hellion Shao is the one to wield the knife. I cannot allow you to be put in danger for my sake. The harem is rife with Hellion Zhao's spies. If those who seek to harm me were to perish one after another, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Should your identity be implicated? Mu Yuling gently tapped her forehead with his long fingers. When has her brother ever acted recklessly? Mu Zhuohua offered a silly smile. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively ventured, brother, I have always felt that you were distant from father and mother since childhood. Why is that? She felt her brother's form suddenly stiffen. A man of stature cannot indulge in the same frivolity as you. Though Mu Yuling's voice remained gentle, his eyes pierced through the mask into her very soul. Why did Zhuohua suddenly ask this? In nothing. Mu Zhuohua hurriedly lowered her head. Beneath the mask, Mu Yuling's gaze turned cold, unfathomable as the abyss. Brother. She mustered her courage to speak once more. For my birthday next year, I wish to see Mother. Will you help me? Her fingers unconsciously tightened around the brocade blanket. In her dreams, a month before her birthday, Mother would. Mu Yuling remained silent for a long while. His brows furrowed beneath the mask, before finally responding in a soft voice. All right. Mu Zhuohua felt a sense of relief. Her brother had never gone back on his promises. In the Zicheng Palace, the voice of Wang Yu reporting hastily, Your Majesty, Empress, she has awakened, caused Hellion Shao to pause with a vermilion brush in his hand. He rose abruptly, disregarding the astonished gazes of the ministers, and with a wave of his robe declared, We shall conclude our discussions for today. Upon entering the Yulaning Xuan, he found Mu Zhuohua frowning, holding a bowl of thick, dark medicinal concoction. The bitter aroma of the medicine filled the air, accentuating the pallor of her face, rendering her appearance all the more fragile. Upon noticing the emperor's sudden arrival, Mu Zhuohua was clearly taken aback. Hellion Shao stepped forward, pressing down on her shoulder as she attempted to bow, saying, Your health is not yet restored. There is no need for excessive formalities. She obediently returned to the edge of the bed, her gaze lowered. Hellion Shao seated himself beside her, his throat moving slightly as he began. This matter was initiated by me. Ling Long has already informed me. She gently interrupted. It was all orchestrated by the favored consort. It has nothing to do with your majesty. After a brief pause, she added, and please forget the foolish words I spoke before I lost consciousness. Hellion Zhao's gaze deepened suddenly. What should I forget? That you were aware I was using you? That you have been pretending before me all along? Mu Zhuohua trembled, hastily attempting to rise to apologize, but Hellion Shao swiftly wrapped his arm around her slender waist, causing her to fall into his lap. Your Majesty, forgive me. She bit her lip, her voice barely a whisper. It was all just my nonsensical ramblings. Those were not mere nonsense. They were your true thoughts. Hellion Zhao's long fingers brushed against her pale cheek, his voice low. If I truly despised you, I could easily abandon you in the harem to fend for yourself. At most, I would send someone to ensure you do not perish. This thought lingered in his throat, but remained unspoken. Your Majesty, do you have feelings for me? She raised her face, her eyes filled with tentative hope. In the past, had any concubine dared to inquire so boldly, he would have met them with a cold countenance. Yet now, gazing into her glistening eyes, he found no trace of annoyance within himself. Are you pleased? He raised an eyebrow. Mu Zhuohua nodded, her arms encircling him. From the moment I first laid eyes on your Majesty, I was captivated by your noble stature. Yet your Majesty seems to disdain my frail form. Her voice trailed off. It is unfair. Hellion Shao chuckled softly, his large hand lingering on her waist, delicate and slight. You truly do not like it? He teased. I find it quite endearing. His voice was husky. Observing the sudden brightness in her eyes, the gloom that had shadowed him for days dissipated entirely. The emperor's stern lips unconsciously curved upwards, a smile blossoming that he himself had not realized. Zhuohua leaned against his chest. Hellion Zhao's declaration, "I am quite fond of you," has assured her that this austere emperor's affection for her has indeed taken root. The Lanqi, having been demoted to the position of Zhao Yi, will undoubtedly witness the decline of the power held by the Wai-Latishi within the court. As for the esteemed Qin Zhilan, who has ascended 4 ranks due to her merit in rescuing the emperor and now enjoys the title of noble consort, her true intentions remain shrouded in mystery. Chapter 50. Feeding grapes. Zhuohua delicately held a fan. Her complexion, though slightly pale from a recent illness, exuded a fragile elegance reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. Under the meticulous care of the divine physician, her vitality had improved significantly, yet a subtle hint of melancholy lingered between her brows. Hellion Zhao's declaration of affection echoed in her ears. But how could she make this cold-hearted emperor truly fall in love? A wave of despondency washed over her. In her youth, in the Southern dynasty, she had heard countless romantic declarations from the scions of noble families. The cruder among them would bluntly profess, "If Miss Mu were to wed me, I would squander my entire fortune, never to take a second wife." Those with a touch of literary flair would recite, "The wind has a promise. The flowers are never in vain. Year after year, we shall not disappoint each other." Some would go so far as to vow, "Even if the seas dry and the stones crumble, my heart shall not waver." Back then, she considered such oaths as light as feathers. But now she realized the difficulty of eliciting a single sincere word from Hellion Zhao. Xiao Junyi would still feel jealousy for her, yet in the harem, surrounded by his women, he naturally felt no sense of urgency. Alas, Hellion Zhao's heart was too capricious. Once, everyone claimed he did not favor delicate women like her. Yet now his stance had seemingly shifted. It was best to solidify her position while he was still enamored. In recent days, Qin Guipin frequently visited, always bringing gifts. Her eyes brimmed with concern, occasionally expressing remorse over the blood donation, her words sincere. At times, she would affectionately entwine her arm with Zhuohua's, sweetly praising her beauty. On occasion, she would even peel grapes by hand, offering the succulent flesh to her lips. Such attentiveness made Zhuohua suspicious. If this was a profound sisterly bond, it seemed overly intimate. If there were ulterior motives, she could not discern any. A sudden smile crossed her lips as she lowered her gaze. In the harem, who did not wear a mask, just as she had long played the role of the gentle and fragile maiden before Hellion Zhao. She was curious to see what tricks Qin Guipin had up her sleeve. When Hellion Zhao entered the inner chamber, he found Zhuohua reclining languidly on the soft couch, her gaze lost in the falling pear blossoms outside. It was not until he sat down beside her, the subtle rustle of brocade fabric breaking the trance, that she returned to the present. What could be so captivating? Even the arrival of the emperor went unnoticed. He reached out to brush aside the strands of hair that fell across her forehead. Zhuohua lazily blinked. After lying down for so long, my bones feel as if they might crumble. Her voice carried a hint of languor, grateful for Qin Guipin's frequent company that alleviated her boredom. By Hellion Zhao's grace, she need not bow before him, merely lifting her gaze slightly while remaining comfortably reclined. Hellion Zhao naturally supported her neck, allowing her to rest her head upon his lap. "You and her are quite close?" he inquired, his fingers entwining a lock of her hair, his tone casual. "Not at all. I arrived alone in Ziyuan, and the only person I am close to is your majesty," Zhuohua replied, slightly pouting. "In contrast, your majesty, with Qin Guipin's beauty, you must find it hard to focus on anything else. Recently, I have begun to understand the pleasures of having beautiful companions at your side." "What do you mean by that, my beloved?" "I learned a trick from Qin Guipin," she said with a playful smile. "Your majesty, if you would kindly peel a grape for me, I shall divulge a secret. Lately, Hellion Zhao has indulged her in every possible way." Although she spoke with a stern face, she began to peel the grape. "Once you have recovered, you shall see how I will deal with you." Zhuohua, unfazed, simply reveled in the moment. When he had peeled the grape and offered it to her, she lightly parted her crimson lips to take it, and with a playful glint in her eyes, remarked, "Your Majesty's technique pales in comparison to that of concubine Qin." Just as Helian Xiao was about to inquire further, she suddenly rose, her skirts billowing as she gracefully settled upon his lap. With delicate fingers, she plucked a grape, slowly peeling it before bringing it to his lips. Just as he was about to open his mouth, her slender fingers deftly withdrew. "Your Majesty is mistaken," she teased, her eyes sparkling with mischief. "You ought to first sample its sweetness. Shall we have a taste together? If it proves unsatisfactory, I shall prepare another for you." Their gazes locked, and in her eyes there seemed to ripple the essence of spring. Helian Xiao, his expression darkening slightly, complied and lightly tasted the grape. Before he could fully process the flavor, the succulent flesh was drawn into her mouth. "How sweet it is!" she exclaimed. Helian Xiao momentarily froze, taken aback by her sudden boldness. However, recalling her earlier words, his gaze deepened. "Did concubine Qin feed you in such a manner?" Zhuohua lightly tapped his chest with her fingertip. "Nay, she has peeled countless grapes for me, yet I must say, the ones I peel myself are the sweetest. I am merely applying what I have learned." Helian Xiao's expression wavered between light and dark. The behavior of Qin Zhilian was indeed quite peculiar. With a feigned sigh, she raised her eyes coyly. "Alas, concubine Qin is charming and alluring. She must surely delight your Majesty far more than I. If you have tasted the grapes she has peeled, how could you still regard my humble efforts?" Helian Xiao's jaw tightened. Had Qin Zhilian ever peeled grapes for him? Sensing the sudden chill emanating from the emperor, Zhuohua blinked innocently. "Why does your Majesty appear displeased? It seems you have grown weary in the palace, frolicking daily with concubine Qin. I shall take you out to refresh your spirits." Zhuohua let out a soft huff, reclining once more upon his lap. "Refresh my spirits? Shall we ride horses, hunt, or perhaps watch you tame those wild beasts?" Her fingers playfully twisted around his sash. "Are we here to alleviate my boredom, or to amuse your Majesty?" Helian Xiao, both vexed and amused, pinched her cheek lightly. "Considering your illness, I shall overlook your impertinence this once." Zhuohua responded with a soft hum, since he permitted her to be genuine, revealing a touch of her true self now and then seemed acceptable. Yet she must tread carefully in this newfound freedom. "What shall your Majesty propose for our amusement? I have heard that the young lords and ladies of the Southern Dynasty relish boating on the lake, playing music, and enjoying performances. Do you fancy such delights, my beloved? Indeed, shall we go today?" She turned her gaze towards the window, where the spring sunshine shone brightly, perfect for an outing. "Yes," he replied. Chapter 51. Companions Helian Xiao escorted Zhuohua out, when suddenly Qin Zhilan made an unexpected visit. Zhuohua raised an eyebrow slightly, wondering if this was a ruse to feign sisterly affection while attempting to entice Helian Xiao. She was curious to see what tricks Qin Zhilan had up her sleeve. "Your Majesty, since noble consort Qin has just recovered from her illness and is feeling quite restless in the palace, why not allow her to join us for a leisurely outing?" Before Helian Xiao could respond, Qin Zhilan's eyes brightened with surprise. "Sister, do you truly mean that?" "Of course, I do." Ultimately, disregarding the emperor's wishes, the three decided to visit the Heart Lake together. However, just before their departure, Helian Xiao wore a stern expression and insisted on placing Qin Zhilan in a separate carriage. Despite his thorough investigation following the Scorpion incident, he found no evidence of wrongdoing on Qin Zhilan's part. Yet, the cunning of a Lanky suggested that without someone orchestrating events from the shadows, it was improbable that he would have been bitten by the Scorpion. Thus, he secretly harbored suspicions that Qin Zhilan was up to something, though he had no proof at that moment. After her recovery, Qin Zhilan behaved rather properly, rather than attempting to win his favor like the other concubines. She earnestly sought out Zhuohua to express her gratitude. This only deepened Helian Xiao's doubts. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a smile playing at the corners of Zhuohua's lips. "What brings you joy?" he inquired. Zhuohua blinked. "I was merely thinking that this is my first time exploring the imperial city since arriving at Ziyuan, and it brings me great delight." She suddenly tilted her head. By the way, outside the palace, how should I address you? Is the Empress unable to find a suitable term of endearment for our relationship? A hint of bashfulness crossed Mu Zhuohua's face. Husband. Indeed. Do you have a childhood name? Jiao Jiao. Jiao Jiao? Helian Xiao echoed, suddenly recalling that Xiao Junyi also referred to her in that manner. He thought the name rather ungraceful and declared, "Let me bestow upon you a new name. Since my beloved is delicate, how about Jiao Jiao?" Mu Zhuohua's pupils quivered, leaving her momentarily speechless. Although she was somewhat pampered, Jiao Jiao felt overly. The characters Jiao Jiao were both elegant and subtle. How could they sound so unpleasant coming from his lips? He truly was a boor who lacked appreciation for romance. She puffed out her cheeks, her fox-like eyes glaring at Helian Xiao, silently protesting. What? Do you dislike it? Seeing her pouting expression, a flicker of amusement danced in Helian Xiao's eyes. Mu Zhuohua nodded vigorously. Suppressing a chuckle, Helian Xiao elaborated on the meaning of the name. The delicate bird sings sweetly, its beauty reflected in the low branches. A lovely maiden called Jiao Jiao would surely compliment such a scene, wouldn't she? Mu Zhuohua pondered over this poetic explanation and found some merit in it. To receive a personal name from the emperor was indeed a privilege. As this thought crossed her mind, her earlier dissatisfaction gradually dissipated. Then, I thank your majesty for the bestowed name. As the carriage moved forward slowly, a sudden uproar of jubilant cheers erupted, mingled with waves of applause. Mu Zhuohua lifted the carriage curtain. Before them lay a sea of people, a dense throng encircling the scene in layers, with flickering, colorful flames barely visible at the center. My lord, let us descend and take a look. Helian Xiao followed her gaze, his brow furrowing slightly. The crowd's overwhelming presence instinctively repelled him, yet her eager expression compelled him. Wang Yu, halt the carriage. He leaped down, turning to extend his hand. Mu Zhuohua grasped his hand as she alighted, lifting her skirt to dash towards the crowd. However, the towering citizens of Ziyuan formed an impenetrable wall, and despite her straining to see, she could only catch glimpses of the distant flames. Helian Xiao followed her at a leisurely pace, his tall figure standing out amid the throng. What could they possibly be watching? He mused, casting a glance toward the center. It is a fire dance, he remarked blandly. Mu Zhuohua craned her neck but still could not see, turning away in frustration. Forget it. I won't watch. Helian Xiao swiftly blocked her path with an outstretched arm. Are you giving up so easily? Observing her sulky pout, he suddenly knelt, patting his broad shoulder. Climb aboard. Mu Zhuohua's eyes widened in surprise. She had not expected him to kneel for her. Helian Xiao maintained his half-squat, clearly serious. Such an opportunity was not to be missed. She clambered onto his shoulder, his sturdy muscles proving steadier than she had anticipated. As he stood upright, his powerful arm instinctively encircled her calf. The moment her perspective soared, Mu Zhuohua instinctively clutched his hairpin for support. Yet soon, the dazzling flames ahead captured her full attention. The performers twirled torches, creating elegant arcs, the flames at times soaring like dragons, at others spreading like phoenixes, radiating brilliant light against the dusk. Is it not splendid? Helian Xiao's deep voice resonated from below. Indeed, Qin Zhilan, noticing the royal carriage had halted, lifted her skirt and disembarked. As she approached, she was momentarily paralyzed by the sight before her. The emperor, exalted and powerful, had condescended to let Mu Zhuohua sit upon his shoulders. The silk handkerchief in her grasp twisted tightly, nearly tearing. The historical records spoke of Helian Zhao's harem, filled with beauties and the constant turnover of favored consorts. Why then did the gaze he cast upon Shi Fei harbor such profound affection? It appeared that Shi Fei's claims of mutual devotion to the emperor were indeed genuine. Qin Zhilan found herself murmuring unconsciously. She instinctively touched her own cheek. Since her arrival, she had taken pride in her appearance. Yet now, standing at a distance and observing the couple, she felt an unprecedented sense of inadequacy. Yet, if His Majesty truly cherished Mu Zhuohua, why could she find no trace of Shi Fei in later historical accounts? Qin Zhilan found herself utterly perplexed. Had Shi Fei met with foul play, her life extinguished becoming Helian Zhao's everlasting moonlight? It was perhaps for this reason that history recorded Emperor Zhiyuan's extraordinary courage and wisdom, establishing the foundation of Tianyuan while remaining untainted by the allure of women. Contemplating this, Qin Zhilan felt an even greater sense of regret. Had she arrived too early? If one could pursue the emperor after the demise of the favored consort, would not the chances of success be significantly enhanced? Chapter 52. The Precious South Pearl Atop the Zhiyu Tower. Mu Yuling fixed his gaze upon his younger sister and Helian Xiao, observing their every movement with a demeanor as cold and distant as jade. In Kong, his loyal subordinate for many years, followed his line of sight. Master, your initial decision to disguise yourself, to support the Mu family in ascending power, and to facilitate the union between Prince Xiao and the young lady was all in pursuit of the South Pearl. Yet now, she has become a princess for marriage. Why do you not simply take her away? How could Mu Yuling not desire to take her? From the moment she was born, a divine physician foretold that she would live no longer than 25 years. Only by donning the South Pearl before reaching this age could her fragile constitution be nurtured. Over the years, he had sought every rare herb beneficial to her health, allowing her to grow like an ordinary woman. This matter remained a secret known only to him and the divine physician. Even his most trusted subordinates were unaware of the life and death secret entwined with her fate, believing instead that his sole ambition was to acquire the South Pearl. Mu Yuling harbored distrust for all. Should the secret of the South Pearl be revealed, Huazhu's very life would fall into the hands of those with ulterior motives. Thus, he had not confided even to Xiao Junyi. Neither Mu Yuling nor Mu Zhuohua were the biological children of the Mu family. Their ostensible father, Mu Zhenyuan, rose to the position of prime minister of the Southern Dynasty solely through the support of Mu Yuling's hidden influence. The acquaintance between Mu Zhuohua and Xiao Junyi was likewise orchestrated by Mu Yuling, due to the peculiar customs surrounding the South Pearl. During the marriage of the emperor and empress of the Southern Dynasty, the state master would present the South Pearl to the heavens for blessings before passing it to the empress. After 3 months of custody, the pearl would be sealed away once more, the location of which remained a mystery known only to the emperor. In Mu Yuling's grand design, once Huazhu wed Xiao Junyi, the South Pearl would be in her possession, and he would whisk her away. Currently, the situation in Ziyuan was complex and ever-changing. His power could not yet be revealed. Mu Yuling coldly surveyed the lively scene below. Huazhu had expressed her desire to become empress. He would observe whether she could achieve that ambition. Her identity as the daughter of a prime minister was a gift from him. Her previously arrogant and demanding nature was a consequence of his indulgence. The seemingly innocent yet ruthlessly cunning character had been subtly shaped by his guidance. Her knowledge and talent were all nurtured by his careful hands. He had even crafted a seemingly perfect home for her. The flower he had raised with his own hands now bloomed beside another man. Contemplating this, Mu Yuling's gaze deepened. Ultimately, she would be his. No one could take her away. In Kong furrowed his brows, fully aware of the weight Huazhu held in his master's heart after years of service. Previously, the arrangement for her to grow close to Prince Xiao was solely for the sake of the South Pearl. Yet now, with the young lady in Ziyuan, if the master truly wished to take her away, orchestrating an accident would be no arduous task. However, since the master has made arrangements, In Kong will refrain from speaking further. Master, what about the Mu family? The young lady has deep feelings for the Mu couple. Our subsequent plans. Mu Yuling interjected. The plans remain unchanged, but we shall spare their lives. The Mu couple, taking advantage of his absence from the capital, actually sent Zhuohua to become a princess in a marriage alliance. Do they truly believe that the Mu family, with its immense power in the court, can escape his control? Since Zhuohua wishes to see them, let her witness firsthand how her beloved parents have callously harmed her. He alone is sufficient to win Zhuohua's heart. Mu Yuling stood like a statue, lingering by the window of the top floor of Zhiyu Tower. Even as Helian Xiao departed with Mu Zhuohua, he continued to gaze in the direction they had vanished. The sunlight slanted, and dusk descended like ink. At this moment, Tongshin Lake shimmered, with willows swaying and boats gliding through the water. Have you heard? Today, Princess Jialan is hosting an archery competition at Tongshin Lake. Many young lords and ladies have attended. Indeed, I heard that Princess Jialan's painted boat was specially commissioned from the Shangzhou Bureau, exquisite beyond measure. You may not know, but a boat has arrived at Tongxin Lake today, even more opulent than Princess Jialan's. Shall we go and take a look? Princess Jialan's painted boat stood majestically on the lake, boasting 3 stories, each level occupied by a multitude of young lords and ladies of various ranks. Some held wine cups. Others leaned against the railing, gazing afar, while groups of 2 or 3 engaged in playful banter. In the center of Tongxin Lake stood a grand, leafy tree, its sturdy branches adorned with a plaque inscribed with the words Master Archer. Today, anyone who could hit that plaque would earn the admiration of Princess Jialan's father, Duke Guiming. However, for most young lords and ladies, the primary purpose of their presence was to partake in this noble gathering, hoping to connect with the most distinguished aristocrats of the imperial city and pave a prosperous path for themselves or their families. Some newly initiated young lords might indeed be interested in the Duke's recognition. Princess Jialan, is your painted boat not reputed to be the largest in the imperial city? How is it that there is such a magnificent vessel over there? A young lady dressed in pale blue pointed curiously towards a splendid tower boat in the distance. Princess Jialan, originally adorned with exquisite makeup and a radiant smile, felt her mood darken upon seeing that boat, wondering who could be so extravagant. Speak less if you lack knowledge. That is a tower boat, adorned with lofty pavilions and lavish decorations. Clearly a royal vessel, Princess Jialan replied curtly. The young lady, chastised, turned pale and awkwardly fell silent. Chapter 53. Princess Jialan. Upon Princess Jialan's ornate pleasure boat, the sounds of silk and bamboo instruments filled the air, mingling with the clinking of wine cups. Guests leaned against the railings, admiring the scenery or raising their glasses in raucous merriment. A few young gentlemen, brimming with enthusiasm, drew their bows and loosed arrows, the sharp whoosh of the projectiles drawing cheers from the crowd. The beaded curtains swayed gently, perfumed breezes wafted by, painting a scene of opulence and elegance. Princess Jialan sat regally in her prominent position, her luxurious brocade gown trailing elegantly behind her. She was smiling, listening to the flattery of the noble ladies beside her, when suddenly a voice rang out. Princess Jialan, look quickly. Someone has boarded that boat. Her gaze sharpened as she rose and peered into the distance. There, a tall figure ascended the steps toward the vessel, clad in a dark brocade robe, exuding a commanding presence that was palpable even from afar, instilling a sense of awe without uttering a word. Who could that be? She wondered, but alas, the distance obscured her view, and only half of the figure's profile was visible, making it impossible for her to discern his identity. Princess Jialan, your sister is the esteemed consort Shu, well acquainted with the royal family from a young age. Do you not recognize him? A nearby noble lady inquired, leaning closer in curiosity. With a hint of impatience, Princess Jialan huffed softly. It's too far. I cannot see clearly. Just then, another voice exclaimed in astonishment. Look over there. 2 beauties are approaching. Whose daughters are they? The crowd craned their necks to catch a glimpse. Princess Jialan, too, leaned over the railing, lowering her gaze to observe. There were Qin Zhilan and Mu Zhuohua gracefully strolling along the lakeside path. Their striking elegance caused many to steal glances in their direction. Princess Jialan let out a scoff. They possess a modicum of beauty, yet I do not recognize them. Such ostentation. Are they here merely to flaunt their charms? She had always been the center of attention, unwilling to allow anyone to overshadow her. As her words echoed through the once vibrant boat, an abrupt silence fell upon the gathering. The young gentlemen exchanged wary glances, hesitant to respond. However, a perceptive noble lady quickly chimed in with a smile. The princess speaks truly. Those who can board today are all esteemed figures from the imperial city. With such extravagant attire, they must harbor ambitions of climbing the social ladder. Why not invite them up here to alleviate our boredom? Another lady stifled a laugh, her tone laced with sarcasm. Indeed, shooting arrows has grown tiresome. They seem to be heading our way, waiting to be invited aboard. Princess Jialan languidly lifted her chin. If that is the case, then let us extend an invitation for them to join us. When Mu Zhuohua and Qin Zhilan stepped onto the pleasure boat, Even among the noble elite of the imperial city, their poise captivated all eyes. Zhuohua, neither servile nor arrogant, bowed gracefully. May I inquire, Princess Jialan, what wisdom do you wish to impart to my sister and me? With an air of superiority, Princess Jialan rose and circled the two, her scrutinizing gaze sweeping over them before finally resting on their exquisite makeup. You hail from the southern dynasties, do you not? She elongated her words. Your discernment is commendable, princess. I am aware that women from the southern dynasties who come to Zhuohua are either daughters of merchants or concubines of high officials. You must surely belong to one of those categories? Zhuohua's lips curled slightly in a smile. Indeed, as the consort of Helian Shao, am I not akin to a favored concubine among the nobility? A look of smug satisfaction immediately surfaced on Princess Jialan's face. Very well. The princess waved her hand nonchalantly. I intended to have you shoot arrows for entertainment, but given that you are women of the southern dynasty, I presume you cannot even draw a bow. You may leave. Once seated, she deliberately lowered her voice to add, wretched creatures. This whispered remark was still audible to everyone on the boat. The chill in Zhuohua's eyes seemed to solidify into ice. Her gaze shifted to the young man in purple nearby, who was tinkering with his bow. He held a longbow, idly plucking at the string. Zhuohua stepped forward gracefully, her wide sleeves brushing against the air. Young master, may I borrow your bow? The purple-clad youth stared blankly, momentarily at a loss for words as he met her captivating gaze. Once he regained his composure, he hurriedly offered the longbow. Please take it. Zhuohua's fingertips glided over the bow's surface. This bow she could draw. The crowd exchanged puzzled glances. Princess Jialan, reclining disdainfully on her soft couch, regarded Zhuohua's actions with contempt. With a delicate touch, Zhuohua set her fingers on the bowstring, her slender wrist twisting slightly. The longbow arched in her hand like a full moon. In the next instant, the arrowhead was aimed directly at Princess Jialan's brow. A collective gasp echoed across the boat. Had she lost her mind? Someone whispered in alarm. A tremor coursed through Princess Jialan's heart. The arrowhead was perilously close, the threat of death rendering her rigid. Just as everyone believed Zhuohua was audacious enough to harm the princess, she flicked her wrist, redirecting the arrow towards a magnificent ship in the distance. Princess Jialan scoffed. How foolish. Do you not see the guards on that ship, watching with hawkish eyes? If you release that arrow, you shall be riddled with bolts in the next moment. Dare you wager with me, princess? Wager what? If I have the audacity to shoot this arrow, what shall you grant me in return? Princess Jialan clapped her hands in laughter. Very well. If you truly possess such courage, I shall promise you not just one favor, but 10. As Zhuohua drew the bow towards the grand ship, the guards on the opposing vessel instantly tensed. However, the two ships were merely a few dozen paces apart, and the seasoned guards, with their keen eyesight, froze upon recognizing the archer to be the beloved consort she. One young guard swallowed hard and said, Captain, the princess is. The lead guard barked, Steady yourselves. If the princess's arrow comes our way, simply evade it. Do not let her be harmed in the slightest. I shall report to His Majesty. Understood. Before long, an arrow soared through the air. Yet, the arrow's trajectory was light, and it softly landed on the deck, leaving no mark. The guards exchanged glances, their tense expressions gradually relaxing. Ahem. One guard stifled a laugh. The princess's arrow is quite unique. Indeed, it seems that the Empress and the Emperor are merely indulging in a playful quarrel. The sheer force of it, the onlookers could hardly suppress their laughter. Yet they dared not voice it aloud. The solitary arrow lying forlornly on the deck now appeared rather endearing. Princess Jialan gazed incredulously at the magnificent vessel opposite her. How could the owner of such a lavish boat remain utterly unperturbed by the provocation? It was utterly inconceivable. Princess Jialan, does our recent wager still stand? She asked, striving to maintain her composure and lifting her chin with an air of authority. Of course it stands. Pray, tell me, what you desire? Gold and silver? Jewels? Or perhaps fine silks and brocades? Her tone was laced with unabashed condescension. Zhuohua picked up a celadon teacup from the table. Before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, her slender wrist flicked. Splash. Tea cascaded down upon Princess Zhuohua's head. A profound silence enveloped the pleasure boat. Zhuohua set down the cup and gently applauded. "Forgive me, dear princess, but this is my condition. May I implore you to overlook my unfortunate spill of teeth upon your esteemed self?" Princess Zhuohua stood there, frozen in disbelief. When she finally regained her senses, her face flushed crimson. "You wretched girl!" she shrieked hysterically, her carefully cultivated image of nobility shattered. "Seize her at once. I shall have her torn to pieces." The young nobles aboard the boat recoiled, fearful of being caught in the crossfire. Chapter 54. The sister is the noble consort at the command of Princess Zhuohua. Two guards swiftly approached, attempting to force Zhuohua to kneel. "What? Is Princess Zhuohua incapable of playing this game?" Zhuohua scoffed. Meanwhile, the guard stationed at the top tier of the opposing ship had been observing the commotion ever since the Empress she had drawn her bow. Noticing that the Empress was being harassed, their expressions grew grave. It appeared that the Empress was in trouble. In a flash, one of the guards seized a bow and arrow, letting loose an arrow that struck one of the assailants in the arm. The wounded guard let out a cry of agony as blood spurted forth from the injury, forcing him to release his grip. With the restraints gone,